Chapter 151, 5 Mountains of Penances, 1. Yeon-woo thought he was seeing things. There was no way Khan was here. The guy who said would wait for the next time with Doyle. He hadn't even heard that a new tutorial had opened. So he thought it was just someone similar to him, but... Kane. Kane, right. The guy who was shouting his name happily was definitely Khan. What's this? It's someone the youngest knew. He. Then isn't that good? We can use him more. Other voices from those who had been watching the two chuckled. He didn't know what they were talking about, but it didn't matter. Yeon-woo's attention was focused on Khan. You're really Kane. Hey. How did you get here? Dang. What's this? You look better now. Khan spun around Yeon-woo and burst out in laughter. Yeon-woo slightly narrowed his eyes. Seeing his flippant attitude, it was definitely Khan. He still drove people crazy. He wondered how he should speak to him. Open speaking. It seemed like there was a way of speaking beyond your consciousness, and it probably wouldn't be that hard if he learned how to do it. The action of releasing your senses outside. It was similar to releasing your mind, so releasing your consciousness probably wouldn't be that hard either. Yeon-woo focused his senses on Khan, and tried to make his thoughts tangible so they could be sent. Khan felt what Yeon-woo was doing and told him to take it easy. Hey. From what I can tell, it's probably only been a while since you learned about the base of your consciousness. So it's hard to. Is this how you do it? Do it, but you did it. I guess. Since you were always like this. Khan had a speechless expression seeing Yeon-woo use open speaking. You have learned the way to deliver your thoughts by focusing your consciousness. The skill open speaking is being created. Open speaking. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, focusing your consciousness can deliver your thoughts to people you want. Depending on the proficiency, there are various methods to use this. Yeon-woo slid the message down and looked at Khan. Hair that was as messed up as his shoes. Clothes that looked like diapers. A dull sword. He looked filthy because of all the time he had spent in this mountain, but there was still a certain sharpness to him. It was different from how he was in the tutorial. Back then, he wasn't able to control himself, but now, he knew how to freely cover himself. It's been a while. Khan hugged Yeon-woo with a welcoming face. I know, right? Woo. I thought we would see each other again. But I didn't know it would be this sudden, brother. Bro. The word that he said when he was bored. It was definitely Khan. I saw you got pretty famous during this time. You used to create messes in the tutorial. And now you're doing it here. Hee. Chatter. He still spoke a lot. Yeon-woo aimed his senses again in case he lost his focus. He still needed some more time to get used to open speaking. But what are you doing here? And where's Doyle? That's... Khan was beginning to explain with a strange expression. Youngest. Aren't you going to introduce him? It was a ticklish high-pitched voice. It seemed to be a cute woman. But Khan grimaced like it was disgusting and lifted his head. Granny. If you're gonna try something to this kid, I advise, ack. Khan was cut off and screamed at the lightning that suddenly came from the sky. The lightning continued for some time. Grr, boom. Stop. I said stop. Ho. If you say useless things again, I'll rip your mouth off. Understood? Yes, sir. Khan straightened his back and shouted in a loud voice. Yeon-woo widened his eyes seeing what happened. Even with his extrasensory perception, it was sudden. It definitely wasn't something to be taken lightly. Rune magic. The language of the gods, rune, was tricky to handle. There weren't a lot of people in the tower who could use it this neatly. Anyway, bring him here. Khan pointedly looked at Yeon-woo. as if begging him to follow him. Yeon-woo subconsciously grinned. The guy was the same. After his extrasensory perception was opened, he wouldn't have any trouble walking around, so he was able to quickly follow after Khan. He wouldn't have normally just followed him like that. But he was curious about the sadhu who lived in the fifth mountain. Anyhow, this guy, he got a lot stronger. Yeon-woo had just one thought looking at Khan's back. How? From Yeon-woo's perspective, what Khan accomplished so far was unbelievable. His well-gathered strength was sharp. It was like it was in his sheath right now, but when it was pulled out, it would cause a storm. Completely fitting of his nickname, Blood Sword. It was incomparable to what he did in the tutorial. It was a good thing. Since Khan was ambitious like him. But unlike him, who had the advantage of dragon body, Khan had nothing like that. But if he had still gotten this far, that meant he worked that much more. Khan wasn't stronger than Yeon-woo. But he would definitely be worthwhile to spar with. No, he even thought that Khan might be dangerous. He had wanted to beat Fanti and Edora that bad. He had passed the tutorial without him knowing, and he had probably continued to train while climbing the tower. And he had arrived at the 20th floor faster because Yeon-woo had his hands tied with the 11th floor. But like he hadn't completely isolated himself from the outside, he seemed to know what Yeon-woo had done outside. Hey! But how did you get this strength? I can't read anything. Did you eat a dragon somewhere or something? Like Yeon-woo was looking at Khan with interested eyes, Khan was looking Yeon-woo up and down like he was an interesting animal. He also looked like he was sick of something. Hee hee. I know that feeling all too well. Shannon snickered. He wasn't in the black bracelet, but hidden in a shadow. All because he was curious about the sadhu. Yeon-woo told Shannon to stop saying useless things and spoke to Khan. I became half a dragon. Tien, in Korean, becoming a dragon is equivalent to the rags to riches idiom in English. It's not funny. Sheesh, you still don't know how to tell jokes. Khan shook his head, not knowing Yeon-woo was actually telling the truth. In the meantime, they reached the peak. There were people at the top like they had been waiting for Yeon-woo. 2 people stepped out to greet him. Including Khan, there were 3, so half of the people Yeon-woo had felt were here. A mask. Ho ho. But your outfit's pretty normal. Are you here to train? It was a woman with white hair all the way down to her feet. Overall, her body was extremely curvy, and her large chest added to her seductiveness. Even though his senses were closed, she was still sexy. Magic flowed around her. Rune magic. The lightning that had fallen on Khan was definitely from this magician. On the other side, there was a short small child. His smiling face was cute. But Yeon-woo paused while running. He was one of the 2 high rankers that Yeon-woo felt when he opened his extrasensory perception. The child looked like a brat, but there was something fierce inside him. It was like a beast. If he was to compare him with the martial king, it was like the martial king was the king of the jungle, but the boy was a beast who roamed the forest alone, looking for prey. No, just considering the aura coming from him, he could be compared to a demon. Demonic energy. The energy that demons were said to use. If his smiling face disappeared, it was clear the demonic energy would suddenly pop out. Sacred Red Tree Victoria and Pestilence Ghost Kindred. Yeon-woo realized who they were immediately with the information in the diary. Victoria was a magician well versed in rune magic. Rune magic, called the language of the gods, was tricky to use. You had to use set words, so if you made a mistake, the consequences could be deadly. However, if you learned it, you could use it in many ways. Most artifacts or buffers used runes. And what would happen if you could control them freely? You would be able to do more things than normal magicians. That was Victoria's case. She was well known, but her brother had never really met her, and it was interesting to see her here. Kindred, on the other hand, was different. The clan that serves a nameless demon, devil army. They're organized under 9 bishops. The way each of them served their devil god was different. Kindred is the second bishop, not well known to the public, and he's been looking for something on the 20th floor for a long time. From what my friend from the devil army said, it has something to do with a holy object. But that's just his assumption, in reality, no one really knows. However, there's one thing that's for sure. Kindred has no plans to leave the 20th floor until he finds it. Even when we passed through the floor and fought a war with the devil army, he never showed himself. I was only able to find out about his identity by coincidence. But he's still here. It's probably been over 10 years. What's he searching for so hard? Yeon-woo's mind was completely on Kindred. But he didn't show it. It was a secret that he was a bishop of the devil army, and if he sensed something strange, his plans could be ruined. So Yeon-woo tried not to look at Kindred as much as possible. Nice to meet you, handsome oppa. Fortunately, Victoria stepped up actively. She winked at Yeon-woo. Even though she couldn't see, it was natural, like she could see perfectly in front of her. A faint minty scent wafted over in the wind. It was a scent that would have made most men's hearts skip a beat. But Kong grimaced like he didn't like it. What do you mean he's good looking? He's wearing a mask. And do you even know the difference in age between you and, ow? Kong rolled down the hill after being hit with a ball of fire. Ho ho. I like everything about you except for your mouth. Understood. Victoria smiled, revealing her canines. The remnants of the rune around her dissipated. Yeon-woo's eyes sparkled again, seeing that. This time as well, he hadn't been able to feel the magic activate. The moment the rune disappeared, it became magic and beat up Khan. Does she prepare her rune in advance and use it when she needs it? Yeon-woo looked at the bracelet wrapped around Victoria's right arm. There were small rune letters packed on it. When she summoned the ball of fire, she touched her bracelet with her finger. Then, a letter on the bracelet disappeared and activated magic. It seemed to be an artifact that magicians used to prepare magic in advance. Yes. Victoria's known to be as skilled in making artifacts as much as she uses rune magic. From what he heard, Victoria was one of the top 5 magicians along with Hanova. She uses memorize to store them, and uses it when she needs it. Sounds okay for me to use as well. Every time he fought, he felt that fighting shouldn't be focused on using skills or physical strength. Often, he felt the need for magic. It was a waste to use magic circuit just for his Mujong as well. However, he was busy enough already focusing on his Mujong, and didn't even think about touching magic. But if he stored it beforehand, it looked like it would be a big help to Mujong too. I needed to study about mechanical magic too. And whether it be the Philosopher's Stone of the pocket watch, I need more knowledge to fix them. So he thought he would be able to learn something if he observed her. Oh! Handsome oppa! I like that you're curious, but I'm embarrassed at you keep on looking at me like that. Yeon-woo stepped back in shock when Victoria suddenly appeared right in front of his nose. Victoria was smiling seductively where Yeon-woo had been standing. She winked again. Yeon-woo felt shivers down his back. She read me. He had focused his consciousness to see the rune magic, but she noticed it. Well, considering her leave, it was probably weirder if she didn't notice it. But what made him shiver more was the fact that she approached him without him realizing it. Another rune was disappearing next to her. Blink. It was magic that allowed you to teleport short distances. Even with his extrasensory perception open, she avoided it. Magic was scary in this aspect. You couldn't predict it. There was only one way to prevent it. It was getting rid of the magician quickly. But seeing Victoria, it probably wasn't going to be easy. The energy around her was probably defense mechanisms she set up. The problem was that other than Khan, he was the weakest person out of the 5 sadhu. This was a cave of beasts. There was only one thing that was good about it. Since this was where beasts stayed, it was that much better of a place to train. Yeon-woo was planning on training his yin sword here. But before that, he had to make a good impression on the tenants here before him. A word of two that they said to him could be a big help. I'm sorry. It was my first time seeing rune magic. Victoria lightly laughed. HNG. If that's the case. But still, be careful in the future. Everyone here is really selfish, so they're sensitive about others observing them. But I guess you're interested in rune magic. Yes. A little. Then should I teach you? His eyes widened because he didn't expect her to say it so easily. What was she planning? Yeon-woo knew there weren't any free things in the world. He was suspicious of her. Like she read his thoughts, she grinned as if telling him not to worry. Of course, not for free. There's just one condition. What is it? I can't really say it here. Victoria's eyes sparkled. She looked like a snake looking at her prey. Do you want to eat some ramen at my house and talk about some things? Tien, inviting someone to eat ramen at your house is the equivalent of asking someone to Netflix and chill. Chapter 152, 5 Mountains of Penances, 2. Violently shining eyes. It was a gaze to seduce men. Most men's hearts would have skipped a beat. There's ramen in this world too. Yeon-woo thought of other things. If it existed, he kind of wanted to eat it. Ramen was the food that Yeon-woo wanted the most in Africa, where Korean food was rare. Ow! It hurts. Hey, Kane, that gran. Tisk. Don't be tricked by that lady. She'll want to spend a steamy night with you and tie you down so you work for her. Khan spoke with a dirted face climbing up the mountain. Glaring at Victoria on the way up. Victoria smiled voluptuously. It wasn't a lie. We had a steamy night. And I almost died. Khan shook his head from side to side. And he earnestly told Yeon-woo not to fall for her looks. Yeon-woo smirked. Seems like you fell for it. Ahem. That's not important. Khan coughed and looked at Victoria. Anyways, don't bother this kid. He's like a savior to me. Victoria's eyes widened. Her seductive gaze disappeared, and curiosity replaced it. Then is this Appa? Yeah. Right. The person It was then. The child who had quietly been looking down at the three, kindred, lightly jumped down from the tree and flew towards Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo subconsciously moved far back. Why? I shouldn't have gotten caught from anyone yet. It was because his extrasensory perception was opened that his body moved instinctively in defense. At the same time, his sealed magic circuit activated. His 360 cores spun around and released a bunch of magic power. Magic power drew a circle around him and covered the mountain in a storm. His extrasensory perception dug deep into the territory. As his magic power and extrasensory perception combined, it became an even more dangerous and concentrated power. And within the territory of the fifth mountain, Yeon-woo was able to see a clearer world than he had ever seen before. Like he was seeing it from inside his mind, everything was clear. It was detailed enough to feel mana streaming with his skin. And he could read everything little thing happening inside it. Khan was shocked as Yeon-woo's senses felt more heavier. He wouldn't have imagined that he wasn't using magic power. And the heat that was mixed in his magic power was enough to boil the atmosphere. Victoria used blink again to move far away from them. Like she was surprised by the magic power storm, or she expected something big to happen, she prepared herself with 5 layers of defense around them. Kindred, who was right in front of Yeon-woo, seemed a little surprised. And he smiled baring his teeth like the situation was amusing. At first, he was only planning on testing him. But if he was this much, he wanted to check his skills a bit more. The air split and a sharp wind blew between the 5 layers and tried to blow Yeon-woo away. He could read the actions and thoughts behind the movements. He could also see where they were moving. He could automatically predict what was going to happen. Prediction. Yeon-woo realized this was the best effect of the extrasensory perception. It was reading his opponent and the environment to predict the next situation. In other words, this means I can take a step ahead. He heard that he needed to learn sixth sense to predict the next attack of the hard-to-read focal point countless times. It seemed like the extrasensory perception could calculate more specifically than that. This was the numbering skill Yeon-woo learned here. He already felt like this now. He could only imagine how he would feel when all his other 5 senses were opened. There's no murderous intent. He's only trying to test me. Then. His prediction finished. The calculation to turn the tables also finished. From the quick judgment using his combat will, to the extravagant attack using his magic circuit. They were all specialties of Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo. A red heat wave turned blue along Yeon-woo and hugged him in the shape of wings of fire. At the same time, he swung his Karshina's dagger around him. Holy fire fancily exploded. Boom! Kindred's attack scattered. But he didn't stop like the whole situation was amusing and brought down his right hand on Yeon-woo's head. Yeon-woo twisted his body to the side and stabbed Karshina's dagger. With the proficiency of the 8 extreme fists over 50%, he was able to do more. Crash! Yeon-woo's dagger crashed into Kindred's hand and created an explosion. Because it had been mixed with holy fire, Khan had to step back even further from the sparks. Victoria added another layer of defense. Crash! Then, Kindred pushed it away with an uppercut, forcing Yeon-woo's body to slide back. Yeon-woo clenched his teeth. His right hand was already cut, blood dripping down. Karshina's dagger was bent, almost broken. That was how chaotic Kindred's attack was. The entire time the ground vibrated, it was hard to control his body. If it wasn't for extrasensory perception and combat will, he would have collapsed a long time ago. But this was the furthest he could go. If he went more, he would have to reveal everything. And he couldn't guarantee victory even when he did that. On the other hand, Kindred was smiling like this was all child's play. His appearance was cute, but Yeon-woo shivered. It looked like a devil licking his lips in anticipation. His opponent was too strong. Even Han Ryeong wouldn't have been able to defeat him on his best days. Was Kindred always that strong? Shannon quietly murmured from within the shadows. Then, Kindred opened his mouth. I attacked, but not only did you block, but also attack back. Oh ho! Impressive! The test was over. But Yeon-woo couldn't relax. He felt like Kindred would eat him up if he showed even the slightest weakness. And as expected, Kindred didn't pull back his aura and narrowed his eyes. But you? What's your relationship with Sword God? It was a completely unexpected question. Yeon-woo tried to remember whether Kindred and Sword God had any meeting points. But there wasn't anything about that in the diary. What do you mean? You can't say no. The sword skills you showed. Even though it was a bit different, it was definitely the same as Sword God's. Yeon-woo realized what Kindred was saying. He was misunderstanding something. That's not right. What? My Seseong Nim is the martial king. This time, Kindred's eyes widened. Khan and Victoria also had shocked expressions. They seemed more shocked than when they saw his skills. Martial king? From the one-horned tribe? Yes. Then that makes sense. Since Sword God was taught by the martial king too. But the person who said wouldn't take another disciple after that guy took a new disciple. Yeon-woo thought that guy that Kindred spoke about was the second disciple that the martial king had talked about. He seemed to know well about the martial king. What was their relationship? Acquaintances? Enemies? He couldn't read from Kindred's attitude what kind of relationship they had. Kindred was lost in thought for a moment before he released his position and walked back. His aura was pulled back, but the leftover after effects were still floating around in the atmosphere. Normal people would have been trembling from fear. I didn't expect much since you just realized your consciousness. But it seems like you have the basics down. I understand why the youngest complimented so much about you. Kindred ran at Yeon-woo the moment Khan said something. Just what had Khan said about Yeon-woo? Are you planning on training in the 5 mountains of penances as well? Kindred seemed to have a leader role in the 5th mountain. Because he might learn something, Yeon-woo answered politely. Yes. That's correct. Fine. You pass. Kindred left those words and went away. Fortunately, he received the permission to stay, but he thought it wouldn't be that easy after experiencing Victoria and Kindred. He wouldn't have accepted you if you were just a good-for-nothing. That guy just chases out people if they're not to his taste. Khan said he would introduce Yeon-woo to a place where he could stay and moved along with him. Before they left, Victoria told him to contact him if he ever changed his mind, saying that they should really share a steamy night together. Of course, Yeon-woo didn't reply. Are Sadu all like that? It's a lot different from what I know. Khan realized what Yeon-woo was trying to say and lightly chuckled. No. The image that you're thinking of is probably right. People who are selfish, greedy, and don't want to talk to outsiders. They don't want to interfere in others' businesses, they just focus on their training. Isn't it obvious by looking at the other 2 people who didn't appear? Then what about Kindred and Victoria? Those 2 are the same. They don't usually stick their noses in others' businesses. And they don't like other people getting in theirs. But they've been here for so long that if they see someone who seems like a potential newbie, they take interest. I see. Yeah. But Kindred despises people who aren't that trained to get near him. Like being around weak people makes him weak. So because of him, a lot of people were kicked out. And so that's why I'm playing the role of the youngest. Khan lightly muttered to himself. To be precise, he doesn't want to be bothered by nobodies. Yeon-woo thought about Kindred. But they're not bad people, so don't worry. As long as you don't bother them, you can stay close to them. And after some time, they offer advice and help a lot. Thanks to them, I was able to become this strong faster. Yeon-woo felt like he knew why Khan had gotten this strong so fast. Being with those kinds of people, there was no way he wouldn't grow. How long has it been since you entered the tower? Not that long. About 2 months? And when I came up here, I heard you entered Red Dragon and you were like fish in water. Quite some time had passed since Yeon-woo had entered the tower. While he was focused on the war, it seemed like a new tutorial had opened. Hey! But the records you left were all unbelievable. The unrevealed person in the Hall of Fame. That's all you, right? Yeon-woo wordlessly nodded his head. Khan shook his head. Because of that, I couldn't even think about breaking it. I just focused on climbing up. I thought about going to see you, but I thought I would just be a bother. And I thought we would meet someday anyway. And like he thought, they had met like this. Have you been well? So. You? I've been the same. Actually, after retiring then, I thought a lot about how to become stronger. I wanted to find my path. When Yeon-woo saved them in Section F, Khan had been greatly shocked. He realized the world he knew was too small. So he wanted to break free from it. And he climbed the tower like there was no tomorrow, and pushed himself thinking of Yeon-woo in Section F to find himself here. Khan could affirm himself that if Yeon-woo was the person who shook his world, this place was the place that put it back again. What about Doyle? And when Yeon-woo asked the question he wanted to avoid, Khan smiled bitterly. Obviously, he would be curious. After all, they used to stick to each other like they were real brothers. He's not here. But Khan didn't reveal his frustrated mind. Although Yeon-woo could read his feelings with extrasensory perception, he tried to hide them as much as possible. It's been a while since I split up from him. Chapter 153, 5 Mountains of Penances, 3. Khan bitterly smiled. Don't ask for the specifics. Yeon-woo silently nodded his head. It was sad that the two were now split, but it wasn't something he should interfere with. It was their business. But well, he can take care of himself, so I'm sure he's doing fine. Since he was a child smart enough to be called Foxy Tail. Yeon-woo thought he might see Doyle someday too. From now on, you can stay here. The basic necessities are inside, so you can use them as needed. The place Khan led him to was a small house. Like there were people who had lived here before, everything necessary to live comfortably was here. In the simple backyard, there was a lot of firewood, and an area dedicated to training. And more than anything, he liked that it was hidden in the forest. The chance of lost players wandering in here was low. You have to find your own food and water, but if you need anything, just come find me. And ask me right away if you need help. And Khan told Yeon-woo other things so Yeon-woo could focus on his training. However, he also repeatedly told him about things he needed to be careful of. He told him that everyone here was for individual training like Yeon-woo and not to bother them. Along with the fact that even if he wanted to make light conversation with them, he should ask for their permission first. But sometimes people gather when they're bored. So it won't be too stuffy. Yeon-woo satisfactorily nodded at the thought of being able to focus on training. Then work hard. I've changed a lot since I came here. It's frustrating, but it's that much more beneficial for you. If it's you, you'll be able to take a lot. And spar with me if you get the time. Khan patted Yeon-woo's shoulder. The two were able to catch up on things. Although it was mainly Khan who spoke and Yeon-woo listened, they were able to understand how the other person had spent their time. Khan had put his everything into training. The passion to become stronger. The desire to climb to a higher position. He looked towards that goal and pushed himself. He couldn't see the Khan of the past who had been arrogant and loved himself a bit too much. He was still like himself, but there was a seriousness to him. Yeon-woo realized why news of the blood sword entering the tower hadn't spread. He hid himself, not even caring about fame, and quietly did what he wanted to. Khan knew what Yeon-woo had gone through as well. He didn't tell him the specifics, but Khan had been amused at what he heard about the war between the two great forces. Yeon-woo enjoyed the conversation. It was like meeting a close friend after a while. No, he was a close friend. If you weren't close friends with someone you showed your back to in a war, what was a close friend? When the conversation ended, a lot of time had passed. Khan left saying he needed to catch up on the training. He pushed back. Yeon-woo momentarily looked at his surroundings. He had plenty of food and water in Intrinian, but it seemed wise to prepare for unexpected events. Fortunately, there was a stream to get water from nearby. He even found a small field, so he didn't have to worry about food. When Yeon-woo finished looking around, he pulled back his magic power. I need to cover my magic power if I want to train. He became more sure after fighting with Kindred. The theme of the 20th floor was a battle with oneself. The more limits you set on yourself, the more you were uncomfortable, the more you would be able to achieve. So he was planning on sealing his magic circuit again. His extrasensory perception became less detailed and he focused his range to just himself. And when he did that, he felt trapped. It was like he was confined in the darkness, but things were also easier this way. From now on, he could really focus on his training. It would be nice if all he had to do to learn the yin sword was move his body, but unfortunately, he had to realize his consciousness first to understand the yin sword. Now there was a limit in what he could do physically. So there was only one thing he could do. Meditation. Combat will. His thinking abilities sped up. As he locked his extrasensory perception, he really felt like he was trapped in the darkness. He couldn't tell how much time had slowed down. Without caring about his environment, he was locked in his yin sword training. One thing Yeon-woo felt when he looked at how the yin sword was composed was that he wouldn't be able to solve it normally. It was something that the one-horned tribe hadn't been able to solve for thousands of years. The tribe members that Yeon-woo had seen all this time was that they were strong and acted on instinct, and as they grew older, they became like philosophers. Their knowledge was incredible. Solving something that they hadn't been able to solve in a day was impossible. Then I have to use shortcuts. The shortcut that Yeon-woo was thinking of was the dragon's knowledge. He remembered everything Eudora had told him about the tribe's research, and he was planning on using dragon's knowledge to look at it from different angles. If the research of the tribe and dragon's knowledge is combined, we can somehow find a way. It was a method the one-horned tribe wouldn't have been able to try. The information Yeon-woo would receive during this time would probably be immense in amount. He might even learn something that surpassed the 8 extreme fists. But Yeon-woo wanted to learn the yin sword instead. He needed to understand it somehow. He didn't care about what was happening outside. He thought about his mind and focused on analyzing things. Every attempt was different. Is there another side that's hidden like a password? The first thing he thought of was that the components he was seeing weren't real and they were somehow hiding the real thing. He tried flipping around the order of the words. He even tried to add onto the words to find a new meaning from within it. When these methods didn't work, he delved even deeper and more specifically into them. But these attempts ended in failure as well, and the only method left was to understand it. However, like always, he didn't see how he was supposed to do that. He thought that it might have some philosophical aspect to it and might be related to their history. But as the attempts resulted in failure, Yeon-woo couldn't see what he was supposed to do. He didn't see the end. Master! Hey, Master! Wake up! How long had he been locked in his thoughts? Yeon-woo came to attention at the voice that was calling him. As his extrasensory perception slightly opened, he felt Shannon shaking him to wake him up. His mind was violently shaking. Han Ryeong also looked stiff behind him. Are you awake? Hey! Shannon's voice was desperate. Yeon-woo realized his mistake belatedly. How long was I like that? How long had he been locked in medication? He closed himself off from the outside, so he couldn't even tell how much time had passed. However, seeing his thirst and hunger, he could tell it had been a while. How long were you like that? Are you being serious? Master, you might have croaked if you were left like that even a little longer. Me? Yet. Focusing on medication should only be 1 or 2 days, how could you do that for a month? Are you crazy? A month? Yeon-woo was taken aback. He definitely hadn't expected it to be that long. His sense of time was way off. Well, since it had been a month, that explained why his dragon body was feeling hunger and thirst. Yeon-woo quickly pulled out water and jerky from Intrinian to replenish himself. Oh! I wasn't able to contact Hanova and Bicester. The time he settled on with Hanova was 10 days. Too much time had passed. Considering his personality, it was clear he would be worrying that Yeon-woo was in danger. Bicester as well. Checking his communication artifact, he could see that he had tried to contact him several times. Yeon-woo lightly clicked his tongue. Had he found Braham's location? Is that important right now? Woo! Yeon-woo bitterly smiled. Well, he could contact Bicester later and tell Eudora to relay his news to Hanova. He had a way to contact the one-horned tribe as well. He quickly got out his artifact. Bicester's shocked emotions could be plainly felt through the artifact. See, Kane Nim. Something came up. Did you find Braham? Yes. I thought you might contact me soon, so I continued to track him. Where is he? He was at the 23rd floor. The 23rd floor. He had been concerned about what he should do if he was past the 50th floor. But he was unexpectedly closer than he thought. Is the 23rd floor the Devil's Forest? I guess he would be there. The 23rd floor was a floor that was filled with trees that gestated devils, called Devil Tree. It was similar to the devil's birthplace, so it was famous for being totally different than the other floors. Braham would definitely be interested in a place like this. Why, yes. It seems like it's been a while since he stayed there. Then continue tracking him. And let me know immediately if he leaves for another floor. You, understood. As soon as he finished his business with Yeon-woo, Bicester immediately hung up. That was probably how scary Yeon-woo was to him. Yeon-woo sighed in relief knowing that he wouldn't need to rush after Braham and called Edora. Edora was greatly surprised at Yeon-woo's contact and asked him if he was hurt anywhere. Yeon-woo explained what happened and asked her to deliver the news to Hanova. He's already been here several times. Humph. Like he thought, Hanova had probably been worried about Yeon-woo, enough to come find the one-horned tribe. And Edora added that Hanova had been staying at their village for some time. Yeon-woo let her know that he would visit them soon and hung up. He felt his hair that was dusty from not washing in a while and frowned. A month. It wasn't a short time. Considering how fast his body had sped up in that time, it seemed like he invested about a year in meditation. Since that's over with, let's talk about the specifics. What did you learn? Shannon spoke in a serious tone. Han Ryong started at him from behind as well. He couldn't not be interested in it as a martialist. Yeon-woo shook his head. Nothing. What? Even though you focused like that? Shannon was completely surprised. Han Ryong emanated his thoughts as well. I tried this and that. But I didn't even get a single hint. What nonsense! Shannon knew the weapon Yeon-woo had. The research results of the one-horned tribe and his dragon's knowledge. And his thinking abilities that came with his dragon body. But even with this, he couldn't solve it. Shannon couldn't imagine how that happened. Han Ryong was thinking the same thing. That's not a scam, right? No. It's not a scam. I'm sure it's real. Yeon-woo had also thought about what Shannon brought up. When he couldn't find any clues, it was obvious that he would suspect if the yin sword was just a legend. But as time passed, Yeon-woo became more sure. This was real. What he got from trying to learn the yin sword was plenty, and Yeon-woo was able to have a deeper understanding of Mujong in the process. However, he didn't have a single clue about the yin sword itself. Because no one had learned how to open it, it wasn't released yet. Once it was opened, things would definitely fly out from it like Pandora's box. The problem was that he couldn't find a way to unlock the key. I guess. Unless all the oldies of the one-horned tribe got Alzheimer's, they wouldn't have held onto this for so long. Shannon tsked. He also wanted to see the yin sword. I don't know how to approach it. It felt like searching in the fog. Even when he first learned Mujong, he didn't feel this way. It was incomparable to back then. Then, the quiet Han Ryong spoke up. If it's like you're searching through the fog, how about taking tiny steps? Updat dfrm novel b, I, n.c, o, m. How? Even if it's hard, yin sword is also just a sword technique. Then shouldn't you learn the sword first? You're saying to establish the basics first. Yes. Shannon nodded like he agreed. Yet. What Han Ryong is saying makes sense. There's time when you have to move your body instead of theorizing about things. Training till you become a master of the sword. Martialists divided people who learned about martial arts into roughly 3 classes. A master, who completed things until the end. An expert, who surpassed completion and took it to another level. And an arhat, who surpassed even that. Yeon-woo had learned a lot about the 8 extreme fists, but not enough to be called a master. So I need to be a master first. Shannon and Han Ryong were more advanced than him in martial arts. Then he needed to listen carefully to their advice. If you want to be a master, how strong do you need to be? You have to be able to make aura. Aura. A strength that condensed magic power into a blade. Being able to do that much sounded alright for a master. And Yeon-woo had a standard for making aura. The 8 extreme fists. He would need to finish the 8 extreme fists that he had pushed back for a while now. Chapter 154, 5 Mountains of Penances, 4. To me, aura was a form of energy that was difficult in so many ways. The magic would disperse or explode, and you needed a strong consciousness to maintain it. Consciousness. You had to use a mental thing that you couldn't even see, and this was too hard, almost impossible, for me to understand. But seeing Leonhard and Valdebesh use it well, it wasn't impossible. I just shook my head. Actually, Yeon-woo didn't know too well about aura. The basics of the concept was in the diary, but like he said, it was just the concept. The only area that his brother hadn't been able to approach was aura. The trait his brother picked up easily was 10,000 clearance. Because he could fundamentally become closer to what things were made up of, even though he was from Earth, he could deal with mana well. So he was able to quickly learn the way to deal with mana, and become the person who controlled magic best in Arthea. And later, he even learned the most difficult types of magic. The skill called Skywings that gave him the nickname Heavenwing was something born from those types of magic. He approached magic in the purest way and used it freely. But on the other hand, aura was hard to approach because of this trait. Aura also used magic, but it consisted more of energy. And his brother especially had difficulty with the intangible concept of consciousness. He didn't understand it at all. So Yeon-woo had started learning Mujong, but he didn't think about touching aura. His Mujong was already lacking, and he had too many weapons to focus on other than aura. Unlike his other skills, which were growing in proficiency, he didn't know how much time he would have to invest in aura. No, more than anything, he thought it would be difficult for his magic circuit, which used pure magic, to create aura. But now he had to throw those thoughts away. He already forced his body to get used to magic circuit using cores. He had to somehow use aura now. Like what Shannon and Han Ryeong said, he would have to be at least of a master level to challenge the Yin sword. The good thing was that he was able to train on the 20th floor. And he had 2 outstanding teachers. Shannon was a master, even though he couldn't become a ranker. Han Ryeong as well. The martialist who fought with 9 swords was almost strong enough to make the sword god step back. He was between an expert and an arhat. There was a lot to learn. However, if there was a difference between the two, it was that unlike Shannon, who walked the path of leading others in martial arts, Han Ryeong fought in battles since he was young and was almost like an apostle of martial arts. And if he combined this with the 8 extreme fists that he knew before, I might be able to learn aura. His brother couldn't use aura easily because of 10,000 clearance, but Yeon-woo, who was used to Mujong, was different. Yeon-woo gripped his Karshina's dagger. The only thing left to do now was training. Aura is something that you can learn after getting 6th sense. After a 6th sense. 6th sense is something that brings out all your consciousness. Aura is using that and changing it to something physical. With what Shannon said, Yeon-woo felt like he understood something a bit more. Since Yeon-woo had already learned 6th sense, he felt like he could grasp the concept a bit better. With extrasensory perception, he could see everything. But it's changing something that was intangible to something you can feel, so you need a balance with magic power. The magic power needs to be strong. Han Ryeong added on. Yeon-woo didn't worry about condensing magic power. His magic power was incomparable to others. The draconic species weren't powerful for nothing. Now there was only one thing that was left. Then what's consciousness? The problem was that their answer was different. The will to become stronger. The resolve to win. Shannon said that martial arts was a fight with oneself. A process of making yourself sharper like a blade. But Han Ryeong said it was different. Even if you said it nicely, a sword was eventually a weapon to hurt your opponent. When you were using your sword, you should think about somehow defeating your opponent. Han Ryeong simplified what sword techniques were about. In other words, he could see the difference between the two. Both of them weren't wrong, so Yeon-woo had to think about what they two were saying. Then what was the consciousness that fit Yeon-woo best? He quickly came to an answer. The strength of breaking everything in your path. Yeon-woo thought it would be nice to make a destructive aura. To him, consciousness wasn't something to improve himself or defeat someone. It was just a survival tool he needed to use, because if he didn't use it, he would be killed. Once he got the direction he needed to go to, Yeon-woo started practicing right away. It wasn't difficult to practice because he had extrasensory perception. The 8 extreme fists is something that makes 8 kinds of powers into 8 forms. It has to be fast. Yeon-woo used the training area where he was staying well. Once he woke up, the first thing he did was swing his sword. Faster than one's eyes could follow. But he didn't focus on just swinging his sword. From what Yeon-woo saw, the 8 writings of divination of 8 extreme fists that he had to learn wasn't something he could get just from practicing. Like constructing the structure of a building required tiny steps, he needed to learn the order in specific steps. It was something that needed a precise calculation. So this time, he tried to use his quick thinking abilities as well. As time passed, the form became clearer. Any imperfections disappeared as well. Think like you're focusing your mind on the tip of your blade. You must release your consciousness. If you just use your consciousness well, you can use all kinds of attacks using aura and your magic power. Also, because he couldn't just focus on his form, he focused on moving his sword according to Han Ryeong and Shannon's advice as well. Faster. And even faster. From some time, he couldn't even tell the difference between what was happening in his consciousness and the real world. Since he continued to do so without resting, his replenished body started to dry up. Under normal conditions, magic would have chased away his tiredness, but that wasn't the case right now. As it kept on layering upon him, his body felt heavier. And his heart rate was extremely fast as well. Yeon-woo felt heat in his brain for the first time since he was awakened. But that was how much his senses were gathered as well. And despite the time that passed, he didn't know how much magic power was released. Yeon-woo thought that might be his consciousness. And when his mind started to dry up and his consciousness was about to collapse, suddenly Yeon-woo felt like he was being absorbed into his sword. It was like his mind was becoming focused onto one. Boom! With a loud sound, there was a huge explosion. Yeon-woo burst to attention. In front of him, there was a path he didn't see before. The trees were bent to the side. Up.dfrm novel b, I, n.c, o, m. Yeon-woo clearly felt it. His condensed consciousness. And the basics that were combined as one. There was only one thing it explained. Danghyeon. The first of the 8 writings of divination. It wasn't like when the martial king split the sun, but it was amazing considering it was his first attempt. I got a trace. He didn't have a clue about aura yet, but now he thought he could see the way. You have earned a trace about the 8 writings of divination of the 8 extreme fists. You have learned the way to deal with your consciousness. The proficiency of 8 extreme fists has dramatically increased 62.1%. You have learned the way to maintain your mind separated from the outside world. You have earned the trait ascetic. You have learned the way to overcome the time spent from the outside world to the world inside your mind. Your effort for being an ascetic without a bit of rest has been acknowledged. You have achieved an accomplishment that isn't easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You earned 5,000. You earned an additional 3,000 karma. As an additional reward, the evolution of combat will is being rewarded. A new skill is being rewarded considering your skills and attributes. The trait of ascetic influences this process. The superior skill time difference has been created. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. No, if Han Ryeong and Shannon hadn't told him, Yeon-woo wouldn't have known 3 months passed. He worked hard to finish the 8 writings of divination. There were times when his mind and physical body were in extremely different times, putting his body in danger. And it resulted in a new numbering skill. Time difference. Numbering 75. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, a skill influenced by your trait ascetic. You are able to use phaser thinking abilities and focus to judge situations. Asterisk thinking acceleration. You are able to escape from the frame of time and move freely. As the proficiency increases, the time used in thinking increases. Asterisk organized calculation. You are able to make several calculations at once. As the proficiency increases, the amount of calculations you can do at the same time increases. Time difference was a newly opened skill that was created with the mastery of combat will. It meant that when he thought, he wouldn't be limited to the time in the physical world. Of course, that didn't mean he had unlimited time, but it was more efficient than before. But as much as it was more efficient, the gap between his mind and the outside world became greater, and the after effects of that were for Yeon-woo to be in charge of. Thankfully, Yeon-woo's dragon body was strong enough to handle it. Yeon-woo successfully learned 3 of the 8 writing divinations. And in the process, the 8 extreme fists was organized, and the separation between each of the steps was almost gone. You have almost reached the master level. Influenced by this, the skill name of 8 extreme fists has been changed to 8 extreme swords. 8 extreme swords' skill proficiency has increased 71.2%. Now, he had 5 numbering skills. Bathory's vampiric sword. Holy fire. Fire rain. Extrasensory perception. And even time difference. Although he wasn't officially a ranker yet, he accomplished a great feat. But Yeon-woo was still thirsty. He had a trace about aura, but he still didn't grasp it. He could condense his magic power and cover it with his consciousness, but strangely, the form wasn't maintained. Shannon and Han Ryeong told him that he would only have to focus on making aura now. Then, when another month passed. Congratulations! You have reached master level. You have achieved a great feat. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 3,000 karma. As an additional reward, strength has increased by 10. Dexterity has increased by 8. You have learned aura. But it is still incomplete. Practice aura to gain a higher understanding. Along Karshina's dagger's blade, a light flowed and shook. It looked like it would disappear any second, but it maintained its form. Aura blade. He completed the most basic technique of aura. Chapter 155, 5 Mountains of Penances, 5. Ho! Finally! Red. It definitely fits the fire property. Yeon-woo looked at the aura blade on Karshina's dagger and glanced at Shannon and Han Ryeong. Is there a difference in the color of aura? Shannon grinned and shook his head. Not much. The color doesn't affect the power. Since aura is just the difference of training. But you can slightly see the user's subconscious with this. Like, your aura is red. That probably symbolizes the holy fire and the fire property you have. But looking at it now, it looks like fire burning up. Or kind of like blood. Yeon-woo thought what Shannon was saying was both right. Red was the color he saw the most on Earth and the tower. Explosions. Fire. Blood stains. Yeon-woo thought he wouldn't be able to escape from the color. Yeon-woo observed his aura blade with his extrasensory perception. Alright, let's continue. Congratulations on making aura, but this is only the first step. It'll probably break if you lose your focus even a little bit. Until you're completely used to it, you have to continue practicing. Yeon-woo nodded his head. But this time, let's change it up. How? What do you mean how? Using it in actual situations. Shannon glanced at Han Ryeong. Both of them suddenly pulled out their weapons from the subspace like they had planned it beforehand. Shannon his sword breaker, and Han Ryeong a sword from his 9 swords collection. Shannon smirked even though he didn't have a face. Sparring. Clang. He was a master now, but he still had a long way to go. Normal players would see that he was pretty skilled, but actually skilled people would see that he was lacking. The skills and weapons he had weren't related to his sword technique skills. He could only improve by working hard. However, he didn't have a lot of time. So he tried to use the time he had efficiently. So the place he chose to train was the 20th floor. And to make up for the amount of time, he went through years of time in his mind by himself. It was impossible for normal people to do. It was a fight with himself. And Yeon-woo added something more to do. Sparring. With just his sword, he sparred with Shannon and Han Ryeong. It was to proficient use his writings of divination and aura. Shannon had said before that he now only had the basic qualification. Yeon-woo knew he was lacking a lot, so he tried to make up for it with his quick thinking abilities and his sword. As metal and metal clashed, sparks flew everywhere. Nice. This is fun as I expected. This is it. Shannon's happy voice rang out. Behind him, Han Ryeong tapped, no, struck his sword on the ground as if telling Shannon to hurry up. This isn't it either. Victoria swept her hair back with a frustrated face. She couldn't feel anything, so she didn't feel the need to shower, but she mentally felt she was dirty. However, she didn't have the time to worry about that right now. There were problems in her system. She had checked over and over again for calculation errors, but her magic this time didn't work. She didn't know how many times, no, how many years it had been. She entered the 5 mountains because she didn't want to think about anything else and build her magic to take her to a new level. But that goal was still far away. The calculation isn't wrong. I'm sure of that. Victoria calculated backwards from the area that wasn't working. But she didn't get anything. Then, there was only one reason left. The amount of times. Sigh. This was so annoying. Victoria cursed for the first time in a while. This was the problem with rune magic. One could use this without much setbacks, and it was powerful because of its purity. That was why people who wanted to become war mages like her liked this study. However, for all its pros, there was a large con. Letters. It was made up simple, but if it became even the slightest bit more complicated, it would immediately fail. For example, the simple command of freeze was easy. However, the command to freeze and crack was impossible. It was because the 2 letters clashed. Victoria supported this con with artifacts. She drew them in the special bracelet that she made and erased one to use it every time she needed. But not only was this limited in the amount of times it could be used, a large amount of jewels was needed every time the rune letters were written. And because the bracelet only lasted a week, it was extremely inefficient. So Victoria was researching a solution to this problem. She was trying to look for a combination of runes that fixed the bracelet once it was used. It sounded impossible, but she had somewhat finished the theory of it after a long time spent researching. But that was it. The calculation was perfect, but everything it was made, it ended in failure. She became frantic. She was scared she wouldn't be able to accomplish her goal if this kept her. Because of the limits of rune magic, she hadn't been able to climb the tower, and she might be trapped on the same floor until she died. But she could assume why it failed every time. It was because of the amount of times. There were too many ways the artifact could be damaged. And there were too many different combinations of runes. Because there were quite a bit of letters, the different combinations also increased in number. The amount of times that something unexpected would happen eventually reached towards infinity. Then there was only one method. To make a combination that could solve whatever came its way. And to do that, I need to model it after someone who's proactive. Theories flashed by her head. She needed to imitate someone. If she could understand their way of thinking into an artifact, it would be able to resist unpredictable situations. However, the person would have to be quick at learning and proactive. And thankfully, Victoria knew someone like that. Kane. At first, she considered Khan. Since he was young and motivated. However, he spent more time on meditating than training, like he was researching something like she was. Yeon-woo was different. He only spent the first month in meditation, and after that, he continued to train moving his body. Making anyone who watched think his body would be ruined. And he quickly progressed. Even she, who didn't know too much about martial arts, could tell that he was improving every day. Like what was a day to everyone else was a month for Yeon-woo. She saw a deep understanding that would take others a few months to comprehend from Yeon-woo. I hope he does this favor for me. The problem was that people didn't like having their thinking patterns analyzed. Because their weakness might be shown. It was why she didn't consider the other high rankers including Kindred. The moment she brought it up, her head would be blown off. But she wouldn't know if she didn't try with Yeon-woo. After organizing her thoughts, Victoria slowly stood up. She found where Yeon-woo was with her senses. Fortunately, he was near where he was staying. As she erased the rune for blink, she quickly transported to where he was. And as she moved, she was surprised. What's this? The entire forest around Yeon-woo's little house was a wasteland. Like Hermes's symbol, the boa had slid past it. It looked like something had pressed down on it. The problem was that even though it was like this, she couldn't feel any traces of magic power. Then, he did this purely with his strength. She thought he was impressive when he released his magic power against Kindred. But this was incomparable to before. Victoria estimated where Yeon-woo was based on the hints she found. And she became even more sure. She arrived at a small pond at the end of the forest. Yeon-woo was bathing himself. She could see that his body was incredibly firm. Muscles without any imperfections. They were muscles from training. Victoria was about to smile and froze. She saw all kinds of scars on his muscles. Just what had he been through to? What brings you here? Then, Yeon-woo turned towards Victoria without any signs of being surprised. Victoria felt the color come back to her face and slowly smiled. A woman came to sneak a look at you, but you don't seem too surprised. Since you can't see anyway. But can you wait a moment so I can get dressed? Then can't you just stay naked? Yeon-woo ignored her and entered the forest on the opposite side. It was to get his clothes. Boring. Victoria grinned, then narrowed her eyes. I can feel the remnants of magic. The energy of darkness. But there shouldn't be any undeads on the 20th floor. Is it a power of Cain? Did he have more than physical strength? She was curious, but she couldn't ask. Since that was the unspoken rule around here. Then, with the sound of rustling, Yeon-woo came back. Please speak now. So you want to make my thinking patterns into an artifact? Yeon-woo asked Victoria after hearing her explanation. He was resting while bathing after sparring with Shannon and Han Ryeong. Then, Victoria had come. Right. Victoria nodded her head. And you know how rude that is to ask of a martialist. Right. So I want to offer a trade. A trade. During the time he spent on the 5 mountains, he became closer to Victoria, speaking with her when they saw each other. But that was it. They weren't close enough to ask for a favor this rude. But Yeon-woo thought this wouldn't be too bad. Because whatever she tries, she won't be able to imitate my way of thinking. Yeon-woo was confident in his mind blocking. His cold-blooded skill was like the greatest enemy of mental magic. And so was his mind after awakening his dragon body. His subconscious was no different than a dragon's now. If she tried to interpret his mind, it would be as hard as interpreting a dragon's mind. It was clear she would fail. On the other hand, Yeon-woo had a lot that he wanted from her. Rune magic. It was simple to use, and if he could only learn attack magic, blink, heist, and magic power strengthening. I want to learn at least these three. And it's nice if I can understand other magic as well. Blink, to quickly change his location. Heist, which would provide his fast movement. And magic power strengthening to increase his magic power. And more than anything, rune magic would greatly help Boo. If you want, I'll even give a demon's contract. So I request this of you. A demon's contract was summoning a high demon and having him grant a wish. It was incredibly expensive. That was how serious Victoria was. Yeon-woo pretended to think about it carefully and nodded his head. All right. But instead, I want to learn the language of runes. Is that okay? Rune language. Victoria's eyes widened. It was something she thought was too weak of a condition. And even if you learned rune magic, it was hard to learn right away. It was hard to use the magic of the gods. She brightly smiled, thinking that she had found a pushover, not knowing that Yeon-woo had dragon's knowledge. Good. Then I'll tutor you. I'll leave it in your hands. Thank you. Yeon-woo smiled while shaking her hand. It was a smile for when one saw a real pushover. They both put extra strength on the hand that they were using to shake. And meanwhile, you are the first person to enter the dungeon King Mifyun's palace. Kindred entered a cave that was on the top of the 5th mountain. It was a cave that no one had found before. The reason why he had spent 10 years on the 20th floor was right in front of him. A lake filled with water. And a door past it. The golden door was sparkling, lighting up the entire cave. Found you. Magic stick. Kindred smiled wide enough for his canines to be showing. Chapter 156, 5 Mountains of Penances, 6. Arg. Does this make sense? How can this be? Victoria grabbed her hair and screamed. All kinds of emotions flashed by her eyes. Annoyance. Rage. Curiosity. Frustration. Anxiousness. She was in a state of hysteria. That was expected. She hadn't even gotten started on interpreting Yeon-woo's thoughts. It was already the 20th day. The time she promised Yeon-woo was 1 month. Time had flown by without much success. You didn't set up a mental defense or anything, right? Victoria glared at Yeon-woo with suspicion. You would have noticed already if I had. You were the person who told me to take off my clothes just in case. You were the person who tested defense magic circles. It was all you. But you never felt anything like that, right? Victoria bit her nails. It was a habit of her that came out when she was anxious. What Yeon-woo had said was all right. He willingly participated all the time. It was her who always asked him to do things that were too much. So Victoria felt like she was going to go crazy. She really used all kinds of methods. She made him drink all kinds of potions and used magic circles and artifacts to analyze his mind. However, the result that came back was always an error. Analyzing it was impossible. At first, she thought it was because his mind was complex. Often, martialists' minds became more complex as they trained. So with their permission, she unlocked their mental defenses and started to carefully observe them. She used the same method on Yeon-woo. She was planning on identifying everything down to his neurons. Sometimes she even anesthetized his body. But that was the end. She couldn't read him. No, actually, she could. But the problem was that the range was too small. Someone who has this large of a mentality. I've never heard of something like this before. It's too deep. Victoria thought that her mentality was quite deep. That was how much she gained knowledge and focused on her studies. But in front of Yeon-woo, she was like a lake being compared to an ocean. That was how endless his mentality seemed to be. Usually people would go crazy from it, but Yeon-woo just spoke like asking her what the matter was when she brought it up. Is this child a superior species or something like that? It doesn't make sense otherwise. But Victoria knew that was absurd. If he was that amazing of an existence, he wouldn't even have let her do this. They hated others laying a finger on their bodies. Eventually, Victoria spent 20 days wasting her time, while her precious runes were being taken away. And even though he was a martialist, he was so well learned, that he always precisely answered her questions when she asked them during their tutoring session. In addition, he learned so fast, that she felt her basic magic runes being taken away. She clenched her teeth. There were now 10 days left. She had to somehow find a way soon. Hee hee. You con artist. Did you get a big one today? What do you mean, big one? We're only upholding our sides of the trade. The trade itself is a scam. Dang. You seemed quite inflexible on the outside. I didn't know you were good at using your head like this. Yeon-woo ignored what Shannon said as soon as he entered the hut. There was no need to reply to him. He knew that the trade was ridiculous as well. But the contract with Victoria was set with mana, and if they didn't keep their word, their magic power could be cut off or completely disappear. Yeon-woo had welcomed it with both arms wide open. The rune magic Victoria taught him awoke something in his dragon's knowledge. Like he had remembered something he forgot. He could clearly establish his knowledge, and he was even organizing all the information he knew now. His traits mana-friendly and blessed by magic power helped him a lot. But Yeon-woo didn't try to learn rune magic itself. He only stacked up the knowledge for it, because he was already busy trying to understand the yin sword. Boo! Did you call for me? Boo bowed, the joints in his chin cracking. Yeon-woo gave the magic knowledge he knew to him. Boo, Lich, is receiving knowledge about magic from your thoughts. Rune magic knowledge is being applied by turning into a skill. The proficiency of rune magic has increased 12.1%. The proficiency of rune magic has increased 14.8%. Yeon-woo had passed down what he learned from Victoria to Boo like this. It was a big help to Boo, and it was even a new skill for him now. He could be confident that he wouldn't be weak in an actual fight. His other skills were stronger as well, thanks to the influence of rune magic. This much should be enough for Blink now, right? Boo had been quiet for some time with his head bent. Then, he slowly lifted his head. The holes in his eye sockets were burning up with blue fire. It meant that he had understood everything that Yeon-woo had given him. Yeon-woo unhesitatingly took his shirt off and showed Boo his back. On his back, there were countless rune letters. They were things that Boo had left on Yeon-woo every time Boo learned magic. Instead of learning it, he had Boo engrave it onto his skin like this. If Victoria saw, she would be surprised. He was mimicking the way she made her rune artifact. With this, he wouldn't have to write runes down somewhere else, and magic would be activated just by shifting his magic towards the runes on his back. It was perfect for Yeon-woo. There was just one difference. Unlike Victoria, who used an artifact, Yeon-woo used his body. It was obvious, but with the dragon's blessing, his body was more efficient in dealing with magic. At first, Yeon-woo had thought long and hard. He even considered making an artifact like how Hanova taught him. But if a beginner like him made it, he would barely be able to draw letters onto it. Its efficiency was trash. But although Victoria's artifact was efficient, it wasn't well made. It could only be used once. However, Yeon-woo was permanent. And his endurance was outstanding. On top of that, with the new method that he had thought of, it was definitely possible to reuse it. The weapon that Victoria had been trying to make had popped up somewhere else. It wasn't because she was stupid. It was because only Yeon-woo could make something like this. Moss. What? It's possible. But Blink is deeper than other magic I've done. Boo hesitated before he started. It was because he was worried about Yeon-woo's safety. There were 3 different combinations Boo had learned. Magic strengthening, heist, and strength. They were all basic, but Yeon-woo, who didn't even blink at most pain, had struggled with it. It was clear blink would be worse. It was magic that teleported the user, so the combination to create it was immense. Adding the 3 runes Boo knew together wouldn't even be half of what blink was. If Yeon-woo fainted while the rune was engraved, everything would be ruined. But Yeon-woo didn't even blink. Just do it. Stood. As fast as possible. Slow and precisely. I'll be aware. Boo quietly nodded his head. That stubbornness. Let's begin as well. Shannon and Han Ryeong grabbed Yeon-woo's arms and legs. It was to block him from moving in case the rune was ruined. I'll begin. Boo lifted a black bead with his left hand into the air and put his right hand on Yeon-woo's back. That moment, the black sparks exploded, and runes started to appear slowly on Yeon-woo's back. His skin burned. The black light moved slowly. If even a stroke was wrong, the magic would be incorrect. This was the part that Boo and Yeon-woo focused on the most, so a lot of time was spent on this section. And when a letter was finished and Boo moved on to the next, the finished letter emanated a blue fire to dig deep into the skin. It melted his dermis and his muscles, even clearing through his blood to be carved onto his bones. Grunt. Yeon-woo's back straightened. Shannon and Han Ryeong did their best to hold onto Yeon-woo. That was how painful it was to have something carved onto your bones. This was the new method that Yeon-woo had thought of. Runes disappeared once you used them. What was a way to continue using it? A draconic species' bones were one of the most indestructible materials. It was so strong that it could endure everything, and he had magic circuit around it, which provided ample magic power. If he continued to spin magic power around it and could prevent the rune from disappearing, he could permanently use it. So he tested it with heist, and after some attempts, it worked. He had to experience the feeling of his body being ripped apart, but Yeon-woo clenched his teeth and endured it. When he shook his body, the monster portents left the shadows and held Yeon-woo in place. The power struggle continued like that. And after some time, it's finished. You've endured well. Boo slowly lifted his hands. Shannon and Han Ryeong released their grip as well. Yeon-woo was drenched in sweat. He looked like he would faint any moment. But his 2 eyes were shining. He was euphoric about the fact that the runes were in his body. When everything was, the melted skin on his back healed. And only the black letters were left. From far away, they looked like burn scars. He finished it, but now he felt tired. He needed to regain his strength. Magic equipment. With a short command, Yeon-woo's body flashed in a blue light and his magic circuit opened, wings of fire spreading out. Yeon-woo decreased his magic circulation as much as he could and moved with only his body. With his tighter muscles and speedier dexterity, he almost couldn't control himself. On top of that, when Shunpo was added, he wasn't able to be caught even with sixth sense anymore. Yeon-woo pulled out Vigrid from Intrenina while he was at it. Vigrid was purified by up to 90% with Urd's holy power, and was as long as most swords now. Blue letters shined on the blade. Then, he released his magic circuit. With his strengthened magic power, he swung Vigrid with red aura. It was a vibrant red that wasn't comparable to when he first made it. With the clear sound of a sword being swung in the air, he unleashed blink repeatedly. His vision blurred, and he found himself at the edge of a cliff. From there, he whipped his sword down. It had been exactly 6 months since he entered the mountains. He wanted to see how much he had improved. Other than aura, he didn't use any particular skills. The grid cut through everything in its path. On the opposite cliff, there was an indentation made by a sword. A part of the hills toppled down and the forest underneath it was crushed. Dust flew up and soared into the sky. Whoa! What's this? Hey you crazy bastard! Are you here by yourself? I'd like some peace and quiet. Did you do that with just aura? The sadhu sent warnings to him, and each of them sounded surprised. Because they knew that he had done it without any particular skills. If he combined magic power to it, or if all of his senses were in use, he couldn't even imagine what would have happened. In half a year, he had grown so much, that everyone was surprised. But Yeon-woo was even more surprised. He hadn't even revealed his dragon's authority. If he released even that, I won't be beat up anywhere. Yeon-woo thought of Fanti and Edoram making bewildered expressions and put Vigrid back into Intrinian. This is enough. He had already spent more time than expected. He hadn't understood the basics of the yin sword, but he had achieved things that weren't any less impressive. Now it was time to leave. It's a shame I wasn't able to discover what Kindred was looking for, but oh well. He wanted to secretly follow Kindred when he left at night, but something might happen to him, so he didn't want to do that. He wasn't even going to get any information out of it, so he didn't want to put himself in danger. And since he had searched for it for 10 years, it was possible that it didn't exist anyway. So Yeon-woo pushed away his thoughts about Kindred. He was going to see him anyway when the war with the Devil Army started. He didn't need to rush. Right now, he needed to finish what he had been pushing back. And they said the legendary beast is about to hatch. So when Yeon-woo turned around, "You're leaving?" Like he read his mind, Khan spoke to him. Yeon-woo wordlessly nodded. Wait a bit. Khan seemed like he was going to say something, and quickly flew over to the cliff where Yeon-woo was. He only touched the ground a few times, but he easily came up the cliff. Yeon-woo saw that Khan had also improved greatly as well. But Khan seemed a bit strange. Like he wanted to say something but he couldn't. Yeon-woo thought it might be something to do with Doyle. Even though Khan and Yeon-woo had been so close to each other, they hadn't been able to meet each other that much. It did have a bit to do with Yeon-woo's personality, but he also felt like Khan was avoiding him. Yeon-woo assumed it had something to do with Doyle. Khan had said that it was because their opinions collided, but from what Yeon-woo had seen, their relationship couldn't have been broken off by something that easy. So he hadn't interfered in it, pretending he didn't notice. But now it seemed like Khan had come to discuss the matter with him. Since he didn't know when he would be able to meet Yeon-woo again. Actually And when Khan was about to say something. Everyone, quiet. Something big happened. A loud open speaking voice covered the fifth mountain. The voice couldn't control his shock. Victoria took a deep break and delivered the shocking news. Kindred just died. Chapter 157, The Monkey King's Palace, 1. What kind of crap is that? Yeon-woo and Khan's head whipped to where Victoria was. They weren't the only ones. The other two, sadhu on the mountain, were looking Indiana that direction as well. The two that Yeon-woo hadn't been able to meet even by coincidence were greatly shocked. The trees violently shook on the mountaintop from everyone's shocked thoughts. I'll tell you the specifics here. Come to Kindred's house. Even if you don't want to come, just. Victoria's voice ended there. Khan shut his mouth. He had barely mustered the courage to tell Yeon-woo, but he missed the timing. Yeon-woo didn't have the mind to listen to Khan either. He was extremely confused right now. Dead. The bishop of the Devil Army? Why? Sigh. Victoria sighed, leaning on the chair. She was also greatly shocked right now. Kindred. Rumors about him had declined because he had spent 10 years on the 20th floor, but people who knew him trembled in fear. He laughed with a mischievous face, killing people, and hummed while spilling blood. All those who met him would tremble in fear. And Victoria knew Kindred's hidden identity. A bishop of the Devil Army. He was the second bishop, and extremely strong. When Victoria first arrived here, she was trapped in fear because of Kindred. She didn't want to get on his bad side. But as the time she spent on the mountain went on, her thoughts about Kindred changed. Kindred was respectful. He was a bit fierce, but he never forced anything on others, and didn't speak about religion. Rather, there were times when Victoria received help from him. When she needed something, he helped her, and he was a good listener. As long as she kept some distance from him, he was a good person to lean on. And although Victoria still felt some fear, she thought she could think of him as a close acquaintance. And Kindred probably felt the same. So that's why he asked her to do that before he suddenly died. You have magic that can track me, right? I didn't do th. I'm not saying you did. I'm asking if you can. Anyway. You can, right? Yes. Then I'll ask for a favor. Kindred had never asked her for anything during the time she spent on the mountain, so she was surprised. The contents of the favor were simple. To cast magic to track her, and retrieve his corpse if the signal was cut off. Victoria didn't understand why Kindred was talking about his death, but Kindred had prevented her from asking more. Telling her that she would be able to know everything if he died. He said that he would set things up so all quests he had would be given to her. Kindred said that the tier of his quest was pretty high, so she could try to finish it or just leave it alone if she wanted to. Saying that it was the price for retrieving his body. Perhaps Kindred had expected his death. A death on the 20th floor. And a high ranker at that. Of course, that didn't mean that there weren't any lives lost on the 20th floor. Losing all your senses would put you in plenty of dangerous situations. But Kindred was different. There wasn't a reason why someone who had cleared the 76th floor should die here. Just what were the contents of the quest? Just what had been hidden there to cause this incident? All kinds of thoughts messied Victoria's mind, but she was sure of one thing. That it was the thing that Kindred had searched for 10 years, and he had died during that process. And she wasn't sure of her abilities to be able to retrieve Kindred's body herself. Eventually, Victoria decided to seek help from the other sadhu. She could feel a tense atmosphere descending around his house. Victoria slowly stood up from her spot. This seems to have been Kindred's house. Yeon-woo was surprised seeing the neatly organized hut. The trees and stones around it were tidy, and he felt his mind relax seeing it. He wouldn't have imagined a bishop of the Devil Army would have this kind of hobby. Maybe this was how he relieved stress. Khan also had a slightly surprised face like he was thinking the same thing. And soon enough, 2 other presences quickly flew to where they were. They were the people that Yeon-woo hadn't been able to meet yet. One of them with a bob cut had a fierce gaze. They weren't as powerful as Kindred, but it was still strong. It was the high ranker that Yeon-woo had felt. The other person was middle-aged. They had pale skin and sharp teeth. He looked more like a dead person than an alive person. Vampire. They had the highest IQ out of all the undead, and a few of them worked as players. Rebecca and Sol Luna. Rebecca, who had a boyish look, was an apostle who served the god of hunting, Sir Nunnos. Also, Sol Luna was a skilled sword wielder who used the power of a vampire to support her martial arts. She was called Ghost Sword. They didn't usually leave their spaces, but the death of Kindred was enough to shock them out. It's you. The person who interrupted me sleep. Sol Luna peeked at Yeon-woo and frowned. There was clear enmity in her words. Yeon-woo wanted to ask her what she was talking about, but the door opened and Victoria left. Come in. Rebecca and Khan slipped inside. Sol Luna showed enmity to Yeon-woo again and followed after them. Yeon-woo entered last. It wasn't too different from how it looked on the outside. It was filled with plants and trees he was growing. There wasn't anything that showed he was from the Devil Army. Sit somewhere appropriate. I feel like it'll get long. Yeon-woo and the sadhu hesitated and sat down one by one. Yeon-woo and Khan sat down together and watched Victoria. While everyone was focused on Victoria, Rebecca opened her mouth first. The ghost sword and Khan didn't say anything. Yeon-woo just quietly watched. I heard Kindred died. What happened? Someone was strong enough to kill him. I don't know. Rebecca's frown deepened. Are you joking? It's not a joke. The most surprised person is me. Victoria began to explain what happened last night with Kindred. And Rebecca's face hardened. Then what you're saying is that Kindred anticipated his death and you're considering whether or not you should honor his last words. Right. And this is the quest I received when Kindred died. I'll share it, so look at it. Victoria lightly waved her hand and a message popped up in front of the four. Victoria wants to share a hidden quest. It is a quest that you can deny after confirming it. Would you like to confirm it? Yeon-woo was lost in thought. A quest left by Kindred's death. Something felt off. But there wasn't a reason why he should confirm it, so he accepted the quest. And a new message opened. The hidden quest, Monkey King's Palace, is being revealed. Hidden quest / Monkey King's Palace. Summary: the 20th floor's stage, the Penance Mountains have long been called 5 Mountains of Penances. A legend who existed in the past of the mountain, Monkey King, raised trouble because he was angry at the heavens. After that, he was sealed in the mountain. After this, even though he was sealed, his anger was left over and it became a famous place for penances. However, the climbers of the mountains had long forgotten about the fact that he had unsealed himself. Let's find traces that Monkey King left behind. Then you might be able to inherit his inheritance. Rewards: 1. Characteristic Monkey King's successor. 2. Clues about the magic stick. 3.72 Arts Plus. Is this? Perhaps. Rebecca's eyes widened like she couldn't believe it. And the other players seemed to feel the same. Wow! This is crazy. Things like this existed. Shannon and Han Ryeong both looked surprised after seeing what was happening through the black bracelet. Monkey King. It has something to do with Sun Ogong. Chapter 158, The Monkey King's Palace, 2. The power of a god or demon came from places no one expected. There were often times when the worth of these existences depended on their legends. From that perspective, Monkey King was irregular compared to other godly beings. He was known as Sun Ogong to most people, including Yeon-woo. After he was born as a monkey, he gained knowledge and understanding, and became a god. Then, because he didn't like what the heavens were doing, he was sealed and had to fight with demons. And in the end, he became a true god. Because no one had accomplished anything like this, he was well known in the entire tower. I did hear that Monkey King on the 20th floor had something to do with him, but, was that true? And there's a hidden quest at stake as well. This is crazy. Yeon-woo heard what Shannon said and asked. Be more specific. About what? The rumors that he has something to do with Monkey King on the 20th floor. Ah, that? It's nothing, really. Since the 20th floor is also called the Marble Mountains Tien, mountains that appear in the legend of Sun Ogong. There were rumors that if Monkey King was sealed here, he would be related to the Marble Mountains that are here. It's exactly as it says in the quest. So I remember that a lot of people went for it, and no one found anything. But it's real. Shannon laughed futilely and spoke in a serious voce. And the tower's system wouldn't lie. And since there's the magic stick and the 72 arts, it seems about right. This is crazy. If this spreads, the tower will be flipped upside down. There wasn't anything about this in the diary. Maybe because he had written it off as rumors. The magic stick was a legendary item that was said to be stolen from Dragon Kings. The 72 arts was the skill that made Monkey King into what he said. Arts. Arts. They were different from Mujong and magic. And there was almost nothing that was known about it in the tower. All that was known about it was that it was a power of virtuous people. Virtuous people were similar to Taoists back on Earth. Supernatural beings who surpassed their human bodies to have the power of a god. But there was a question about whether they really existed. Theory-wise, it was impossible. Because there was a difference between gods and humans. Perhaps superior species were similar to them. However, none of us have actually seen them. If they existed, wouldn't they be among the high rankers? The existence of virtuous people was a mystery, but the arts themselves were real. Since the two signature skills that Alforoni uses, Shikuki and Thousand Eyes, are said to be related to the arts. And now this was saying there were 72 kinds of those arts. What Monkey King had used, at that. They would all be powerful. Like what Shannon had said, they were definitely things that people would be greedy for. From some time, the sadhu had been silent. Everyone was focused on the hidden quest message that Victoria had shared. Khan's eyes were especially sparkling with something. It was definitely something that he would be tempted by, since he always prioritized becoming stronger. In the midst of all that, Yeon-woo was able to realize something instinctively. This is a trap made by the Devil Army. Yeon-woo was lost in thought. A bishop of the Devil Army, dead, just because of this quest? It doesn't make sense. From what Yeon-woo knew, each and every one of the bishops were scheming. They knew how to hide themselves for 10 years for what they wanted, and they also had an obsession for snatching and gobbling their prey. And more than anything, they were violent. Kindred was the same. No, just by his greed, it was clear he was worse than most bishops. Also, the fact that he was the second bishop amongst the hierarchy of the ones who believed in the demons, that meant his way of thinking was that much out of the ordinary. Then what is it that he's aiming for? Did he think it was too hard for him to finish the quest on his own? But that wouldn't make sense. Kindred was powerful enough to fight the 5 of them here alone. And he probably wasn't trying to combine their strengths to use it. Then what did he want? He drew a blank. So he became even more suspicious of the trap that Kindred and the Devil Army were setting up. And the other sadhu were thinking the same thing. They didn't know that he was a bishop in the Devil Army, but they knew that there was a thing or two off about him. Rebecca asked for all of them again. Very directly. Isn't he actually alive? Would he try to put us in a trap or use? Victoria crossed her arms and cut Rebecca off. No. I know for sure he's dead. And if you're doubtful of my magic, I feel bad. What magic did you use? Calling wind. It not only tells where the person is, but also if they're alive or not. It's a rune magic used to track people. Even if a good death spell is used, it can't ever be released. Calling wind was a rune magic that Rebecca was familiar with as well. Since trackers often used it. It didn't have any side effects, but like Victoria said, it was impossible to get rid of. If the user, Victoria, felt that way, that was the truth. Then you could be lying with Kindred too. If you want, I'll do a pledge of mana with you. How's that? Victoria recited the pledge of mana. It was a pledge that would decrease your magic power if you lied. But nothing happened to Victoria after she said the entire pledge. Rebecca was silent. So was everyone else. Victoria spoke in a cold voice. I have something to ask of you all. Entering the quest territory and retrieving Kindred's body. To be honest, I don't really want to do it either. But I'm indebted to him, and so I have to honor his last words. Also, I'm not just asking for your help. Then, I want to make a deal. Deal? People who want to, go ahead with the quest. I'll tell you the location of the dungeon. In return, take me to where Kindred's body is. That's my condition. The sadhu were silent again. There wasn't anything wrong with what Victoria said. No one knew what kind of dangers would lurk in the dungeon Kindred entered. Victoria was looking for a guard. She was offering the location of the dungeon. After that, she wouldn't interfere with what they did. The Sadhu were all making calculations in their heads. There were tons of suspicious things about this quest. However, the reward that followed it was too sweet. They didn't even have to worry about the quest being fake. Since the system didn't lie. The only thing the system was hiding was how dangerous the quest was. So the Sadhu couldn't immediately make up their minds. They were here on the 20th floor to become stronger. The power of the Monkey King that they would get was too tempting. It's like a poisoned chalice. Yeon-woo grinned, reading the minds of the Sadhu. They were seriously contemplating it right now, but the result was already decided. Seems like everyone's going to accept. Shannon clicked his tongue, reading the atmosphere. Probably. Since players are all the same. Wouldn't you do it if you were in their shoes? Ha! Why ask the obvious? Of course. Shannon laughed like this was all amusing. And Han Ryeyong seemed to be thinking the same thing. Of course. Humph. Then what are you going to do? Of course I'll do it. Look at you. You spoke like you weren't going to do it. But the reason is different. I just want to check what kind of trap the Devil Army is setting up. They'll have a reason for why they're doing it. Ah, yes. A likely story. You're just the same as us. Since I'm a player as well. He he he. Right. Yeon-woo thought of whether he should fall back. He didn't really have to jump into danger. But as he thought more about, his mind changed. The thing Devil Army was trying to earn by creating this trap. How nice would it feel when he snatched it out from under them? And after the war between Red Dragon and Jeong-woo, the remaining clans in the 8 were busy. But the Devil Army hadn't shown any particular movement. But if this had something to do with it, he needed to check it with his 2 eyes. He would have to risk it. I'll get as much as it's dangerous. No, everything aside, he didn't want the Devil Army to get what they wanted. Since he had to fight them someday. It would be nice if he could get a grasp of them during this opportunity. And also, Khan seems weird. From when he had been trying to say something about Doyle, to now. Khan looked like he was being chased after something after being greatly shocked. He wanted to know why he was doing that. When Yeon-woo made up his mind, the other Sadhus seemed to have reached a conclusion as well. All right. I'll do it. Me too. Rebecca and Khan agreed. Yeon-woo nodded his head. Victoria turned her head to Sol Luna's direction. And you? Hugh. Leave me out. I didn't become a vampire for nothing. I don't want to die. Sol Luna raised both her arms in surrender and stood up. Victoria nodded her head like she didn't plan on convincing her. Instead, Rebecca started to show murderous intent. Vines grew from the ground and tightened around Sol Luna's neck. If you babble around this somewhere. Do you think I'm crazy enough to do something to make the Apostle of Cernunnos mad? Like I said, my life is the most important. Victoria was a war mage, and Rebecca was famous for being cruel like the god she served. Sol Luna didn't want to get on their bad side. Rebecca frowned, like she wasn't satisfied, and eventually released the vines. Victoria looked around and spoke. All right. Then let's start moving tomorrow at this time. Get what you need before that. And they all left. The next day, the 4 gathered. Yeon-woo, Victoria, Rebecca, and Khan. They looked at each other like they suspected each other, but they didn't show it too much. From now on, they had to trust each other. They didn't know what dangerous thing had killed Kindred. If even one person had doubts, then it was over. And they were all veterans on that subject, so they didn't speak about that matter. Instead, Victoria checked the members and gave information about the dungeon. She surrounded them with a magic power wall in case someone heard. The dungeon is at the top of the 5th mountain. The peak? Is there a cave there? Rebecca frowned. It seems like it was covered with something so no one could see it. Since Kindred said he was flabbergasted when he found it. A cover that even a high ranker couldn't find. I said a highest being made it. Isn't that expected then? Highest beings were the greatest gods. Definitely. That sounds right. Victoria and Rebecca walked while conversing with each other. Yeon-woo wordlessly focused on what they were saying. However, Khan had an emotionless face that made it hard to read what he was thinking. Yeon-woo thought he should try to talk to Khan sometime. It's here. The place Victoria stopped was an area a bit off from the peak. It was covered with grass under a small hill, so it was hard to find. And there was an unfamiliar energy flowing around from the hill. Like something was being blocked by a clear wall. It was definitely a strong power. The word heavy described it well. Yeon-woo thought of Ord that he met on the 16th floor. It was slightly similar to back then. Did something like this exist? He thought there wouldn't be anything he wasn't able to feel after getting extrasensory perception. But it seemed like that was arrogance. A covering that a god had made was definitely different. Coverings were a type of magic that could be used in many ways. He felt like he might be able to replicate it with his rune magic after learning it. Victoria lightly waved her hand to dissipate the covering. Since Kindred had already removed it several times, it easily disappeared. The energy that was deep inside the covering blew away in the wind. The four straightened their backs from the creepy feeling. If this covering was one of a higher being, then this was definitely the vestige of the Monkey King. This is all I know. All right. From her, I'll lead. Rebecca led the way. Since she was serving the god of hunting, she could easily find the way, and she could use her skills here. Yeon-woo and Khan stood to the side, and Victoria covered the center. Their defense was weak, but protecting their magician faithfully was the basics of a dealer. Then let's go. With Rebecca's orders, the four of them entered down the hill and slowly moved. And they soon saw the small entrance of a cave. It looks like an ordinary cave from the outside. Rebecca narrowed her eyes at the cave. She pushed her consciousness and senses against it, but she didn't feel anything. No, her consciousness approached the entrance and suddenly scattered away at the entrance. Like it absorbed something. Emptiness. Even Yeon-woo's extrasensory perception couldn't search the cave. Thinking that there was nothing they could do other than enter it, Rebecca slowly moved into the cave. You have entered the dungeon, Monkey King's Palace. It is being registered as a party of 4. The players all breathed in deeply. It was only a step, but the air around them had completely changed. If the energy outside was threatening, now it felt like they would be sucked up. They felt like something was denying them. There was something that gripped around one's heart in here. It was an energy that caused fear and anxiety. Since they felt everything through their consciousness because their senses were closed, they were surprised. Injustice, rage, fear, they're all emotions that you feel when you've been locked up for a long time. Was this all remnants of the Monkey King? Yeon-woo swallowed. Every time the negative energy swirled around him, the black bracelet trembled. It's a crazy place. Let's keep on moving. They had slowly moved down the cave with Rebecca leading them. Chapter 159, The Monkey King's Palace, 3. The vestige of the Monkey King is wary of the intruders. It attempts a curse on the party. Curse, fear has been attempted. It has failed. Curse, confusion has been attempted. It has failed. Curse, addition has been attempted. Messages that popped up the moment they entered the dungeon. They all had dreary faces trying to endure the vestige of the powerful Monkey King. There wasn't a limit on the attempts of curses, and if this kept up, they would be in real trouble. Victoria waved her hand in the air. Then, a light appeared and slowly pushed away the dark energy crowding around them. Since the Monkey King has been sealed for over hundreds of years, his vestige is strong. Everyone focus. His strong existence had a mind of its own, and continued to contaminate its surroundings with its vestige. His vestige could only be strong, since he was once a being that battled with the heavens. And misfortune gave rise to larger misfortune. The Monkey King's vestige considered Yeon-woo's party prey, and tried to pollute them with its color. As much as the pathways to their consciousness were open, the vestige was trying to enter them. If you didn't have the ability to use a skill like open speaking, you would have died already. Victoria managed to block the vestige's entrance using her magic. But from what Yeon-woo saw, it was only a temporary solution. And that wasn't the only problem. Is this the right way? I think so. For now. Rebecca asked Victoria this several times and confirmed again and again. Their movements were restricted because something might suddenly pop up. Just like how they weren't able to search anything from the outside, it was the same inside. No matter how much they tossed their consciousness over, the vestige of the Monkey King blocked it. Eventually they were in the same state as when they first entered the fifth mountain, with all their senses blocked off. Thankfully, they knew the environment they were in, but this didn't really help at all. Then, a ghostish sound came from inside. It might have been simply wind, but it was clear, like the vestige was crying. Even if their hearing was closed, they felt as if they could really hear it. Rebecca clenched her teeth. The same thoughts repeated in her head. Could they really enter like that? They still had a while to arrive where the last signal Kindred had sent was coming from. Even the entrance was this hard, just how hard would it be inside? At first, she had been suspicious, but now she thought that it was weird for Kindred to have died. This place might be their graves as well. Her god, Sir Nunos, had told her to judge between situations where she should step up or step back. Rebecca's judgment told her to step back. But her feet didn't move towards the entrance. The inheritance of the Monkey King. The treasures that made a simple monkey into something great was inside there somewhere. The magic stick and the 72 arts kept on popping up in her mind. Fine. Let's just try it. What could happen? Kindred was alone, but I'm different. If something happens, I can leave them, or use this escaping scroll. And the skill that Sir Nunos had given her was outstanding. God wit. With this, she could leave any time she was in danger. No, she convinced herself she could pull herself out. And it wasn't just her who thought this, but also the others. They all looked like moths flying in the light, knowing they were in danger. Yeon-woo slowly moved and observed his party. From the continued attack from the Martial King, Rebecca somehow resisted using her skill, and Victoria continued to put up her defenses with her magic. But from what Yeon-woo saw, they were making a big mistake. They won't last long that way. He couldn't tell the exact details, but Rebecca was using a significant amount of magic. And Victoria's runes were almost running out. If they kept that up, by the time they got to the center of the dungeon, they would be exhausted. On the other hand, Khan was different. Nov, L, by, N, calm. He didn't use a particular skill. Instead, he didn't spread his consciousness wide and focused it around him to block off the vestige. Since the person said to be weakest of the three was defending himself best, Yeon-woo laughed. Victoria and Rebecca seemed to have forgotten the basics during their long training. The strength of a god and comfortable rune magic. If they had only been researching these they wouldn't have found any dangers. Even though the basics were the most important. But, what was this guy trying to say? Yeon-woo looked at Khan's expression. He still couldn't tell what he was thinking. And even when he said something, there was no reply. Like he was focusing hard on something. Eventually, Yeon-woo turned away from Khan. He would speak when it was time. It seemed like it wasn't time yet. Instead, he spread out the territory of his extrasensory perception and looked at his environment. Yeon-woo comparatively had it easier than his struggling party. The Monkey King's vestige is attempting curses through contamination. Curse, mind contamination has been attempted. Curse, negativity contamination has been attempted. Curse, suicidal urge has been attempted. You are in a stunned state. You are able to maintain your composure with the trait cold-blooded. You are released from the stunned state. You have gained resistance to mind contamination. You have gained resistance to negativity contamination. You have gained resistance to suicidal urge. You have gained an outstanding resistance to mental attacks with the trait cold-blooded. A sturdy mental wall has been built. You are becoming free from the Monkey King's vestige. The vestige of the Monkey King is completely flustered. Trait, cold-blooded. A power that allowed him to calm no matter the situation. This trait that Yeon-woo received when he became a player helped Yeon-woo out several times. In critical situations, it gave him the motivation to continue, and he gained strong resistance and immunity with this. His time difference was from this, and the resistance to several properties were from this as well. And as Yeon-woo progressed, he didn't need this skill for a while, but now it was activated again. So Yeon-woo was happy he was able to train his trait. At first, he struggled, like his party, but as time went on and he became free from the vestige, he was able to calmly move. The Yeon-woo tried methods to widen his range. The territory he could observe was only within 5 meters. He needed to widen this. Yeon-woo activated his time difference and carefully observed the Monkey King's vestige. In a way, it was like hail. A strong hail that stormed down from the inside. It was a form that spread out to its sides. Yeon-woo focused on this characteristic. I can't press down the vestige right now. Then I need to slowly pass by it and widen my range. Yeon-woo began to combine his consciousness that was spread all over. And he pointed its end like a thorn and pierced the Monkey King's vestige. At first, he didn't see how, because it was hard as a rock, but he was able to find its weakness after several times and tunneled into it. The vestige kept on trying to enter through his consciousness, but he was easily able to flick it off with his trait. Yeon-woo instantly widened his range. You have learned the method of using your consciousness in small amounts. You have learned how to protect your mind from outer attacks and pushing away curses. The proficiency of the skill extrasensory perception has dramatically increased. Yeon-woo was able to feel his head clear up. His consciousness ripped past the vestige and touched the ceiling of the cave, and information flew into his head. His extrasensory perception bloomed. And as Yeon-woo continued to widen his range, he was able to push the Monkey King's vestige away slowly. Hey! What's this? The other three were taken aback at being able to rest from the restless attacks of the vestige. And their gazes whipped to Yeon-woo. They realized that this was because of Yeon-woo. Their faces were shocked. Especially Rebecca's face was full of distrust. Since a player from the lower floors had done something a high ranker wasn't able to do. It's only because I have a skill that's perfect for this. Any more than this is hard for me as well. The three had unbelieving faces at Yeon-woo's lame excuse, but just skipped over it. They needed to search the dungeon right now. Thanks to Yeon-woo, Victoria and Rebecca were able to freely use their skills and move faster. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo widened his range to where even they couldn't see, and collected the setup of the dungeon inside his head. The dungeon is a complicated maze format. It's twisted like a spider web. Even if we turn back now, I can't even see the entrance anymore. The dungeon was twisted underground like a spider web, complicatedly. They would need to spend some time looking for the way. He couldn't see it yet, but there were traps set up in places, and there were also some ghoul-type monsters created from the vestige. Yeon-woo related his collection and sent all his monster portents out. It was so his monster portents could enjoy a quick snack while they unlocked the traps. He didn't know what danger would come, but he could trust his monster portents since he could reach them within his range. And more than anything, he didn't want to be bothered by useless things. The monster portent Chan has gotten rid of little Demon98. He has used the superior skill predation to absorb the soul. The monster portent Ka has gotten rid of RACE13. He has used the superior skill Absorb to absorb the soul. GHOST71 has been taken care of. The traps are being unlocked at a rapid pace. 45% of the maze has been deciphered. The dungeon is being subjugated at a quick speed. Creepy sounds continued to come from the inside, but his party thought they were just sounds from the vestige and didn't think too much of it, not knowing that obstacles were being taken care of deep inside. While he was quickly understanding the dungeon, Yeon-woo realized that something was strange. From some time, he saw strange marks on the ceiling and the walls. Chapter 160, The Monkey King's Palace, 4. There were traces that you never would have seen if you didn't look closely. They were things that faded away with time, but Yeon-woo had his extrasensory perception, so he could see them. They were deep marks. And in them, there was a firm vestige. This was different from the depressing vestige that was attacking Yeon-woo and his people. It had a strong and energetic vibe to it. However, it was split into different pieces, so people couldn't find it. You have discovered a very old sword mark. You have discovered a spear mark made a moment later. You have discovered a dirted footstep. What's all this? Yeon-woo was surprised as he discovered another vestige of the Monkey King. The Monkey King wasn't a twin, how could he have these opposing vestiges? And what did they mean? Yeon-woo was curious, but Han Ryeong and Shannon, who were looking through Yeon-woo's eyes, had different reactions. Wow! This, really? Wow! I can't believe it. Really? How surprising! How were they able to have these thoughts? As their reactions were delivered to Yeon-woo asked them inwardly. Do you think you know what it is? Shannon sounded like he was jumping up and down. You're at a master level and you still don't know? You just have a sword and your eyes are a beginner's? Look closely. It was a complaint that wasn't a complaint. Yeon-woo was a bit annoyed, but there wasn't anything wrong with what Shannon said, so he focused with his extrasensory perception again. He could see the vestige in the different markings. There were some that were hard to see, and some that were so long that it was hard to see where they ended. Yeon-woo wondered just what this was and continued to observe it, and something popped up in his head. You have received intense inspiration. Extrasensory perception is being connected to draconic eyes to locate the markings. The flaws are being read. Extrasensory perception and draconic eyes, which had been two different things, became connected for the first time. As Yeon-woo saw flaws through his consciousness for the first time, he was greatly shocked, but quickly got used to it. Everything felt new. Thankfully, he could see what the markings in the cave were from. Muzhong. No, is it training? After organizing the markings in chronological order, he could see a pattern. The markings that were messy at first became more neat as time went on. The training process was on the wall in order. A record of how a master had mastered his skills even more. Like it was witness to the Monkey King's change. The monkey had been furious at being sealed. He went mad, and he spent about 100 years in his crazed state. Then, he realized something. Who would it harm if he was crazy? Himself. So he needed to become stronger somehow to release this seal. From there, the Monkey King worked hard to have the ability to break the fifth mountain. He started to organize his knowledge, and put in effort to become stronger. It was a difficult process, since none of his knowledge was simple. However, one thing that was allowed to the Monkey King was time, so he didn't rush and started to organize it. And everything he realized something, he tested it out on the wall. The foolhardy monkey started to learn patience. He was someone who was able to bend to his goals. And about 500 years later, he was able to finish it. The power to break his seal. Yeon-woo was blank for a moment, like he had spent all that time with the Monkey King. If he wasn't used to faster thinking with his time difference, he might have gone crazy. Yet, this is evidence of training. And he heard Shannon's voice in his consciousness. Yeon-woo asked after pulling himself together. Then, is this the 72 arts? What? 72 arts? Shannon scoffed and screamed at Yeon-woo in disbelief. You crazy bastard! This isn't even comparable to that. What? Shannon continued screaming in frustration. The 72 arts is only a part of what the Monkey King learned. It's a small part of what he gathered to make this new piece. Then, Yeon-woo realized what he was looking at. He was in front of the Monkey King's everything. He remembered what other nickname the Monkey King had. Sun Wukong Tien, changed the spelling. The power that made the Monkey King into Sun Wukong was literally right in front of him. If there were only the movements left, he wouldn't have realized what it was. But these were traces of what Sun Wukong had contemplated, and it was easy to follow with his eyes. Really, does this make sense? It's more surprising the more you look at it. I feel like I'll know how the Monkey King fought the gods and demons. How could there have been a being like this? Shannon and Han Ryeong didn't know what to say. It was to peer at the power out of respect for their martial arts senior. Even now, they continued following the Monkey King to learn something. With the combination of the extrasensory perception and draconic eyes, they continued to stare at the traces. However, Yeon-woo couldn't become as absorbed into it as they were. He could only see a limited part of it because he had just reached master level. He knew that it was amazing. Just from what he saw, the level was extremely high, and he exclaimed in astonishment after seeing some sections as well. There was a lot he could learn from. But like how a kindergartner couldn't understand rocket science, Yeon-woo couldn't follow. I guess it's better than Yin Sword. It was better than the Yin Sword because he could probably learn from it if he studied the basics a bit. So Yeon-woo didn't try to understand the Monkey King's inheritance. Instead, he tried to memorize it. So he could learn it at a later time. But there were some sections that he automatically understood with his dragon's knowledge, so he was able to grow again. This isn't martial art, magic, or alchemy. Is this the arts? No. It's using magic, but it can't be limited to that term, it exceeds. His head felt like it was clearing up. It was like he was looking at a new horizon. Yeon-woo stood there blankly for a moment. And something came to his mind. Perhaps, the Yin Sword as well. It's another fork in the road. Rebecca spoke in an annoyed voice, looking at the 3 forks ahead of them. Hours had passed by already since they entered the dungeon. And in that time, they had been met with several forks. Unless you were stupid, you would know that the dungeon was twisted like a maze. They couldn't find the way. Since they didn't know where was where. Maybe if they could spread their consciousness, it would be better, but the Monkey King's vestige ran at them if they did that, so they couldn't do anything. And no one had said anything, but they all felt like they were going in circles. It's not that I'm feeling it, but we really are. We're lost. Unlike the others, who were limited in widening the range of their consciousness, Yeon-woo had already gotten a general idea of the infrastructure of the cave. He narrowed his eyes. Should I take the lead? He had hesitated to step up. He didn't know what Kindred and the Devil Army was planning, so he had to control his actions, and since he was memorizing the inheritance of the Monkey King as well, he didn't have time to focus on other things. But if this went on, the story changed. Even if he wanted to uncover what the Devil Army was scheming, he wouldn't be able to do anything if their party wandered around the cave like they were trapped in a maze. And from some time ago, the formation of the maze has been slowly changing. That was the reason why they were going in circles. And I don't know what that guy in the back will do. Tien, yes, Yeon-woo said guy. Yeon-woo slightly shifted his consciousness to the back. Behind the party, who hadn't noticed anything, there were a bunch of bats blending in with the dark. Soul Luna. She had said she wanted to live so she wouldn't participate, but she was secretly following them using her skill with bats. Tien, yes, Yeon-woo referred to her as a guy. Rebecca and Victoria hadn't noticed her. They were focused in front of them, so they didn't have time to look back. Sol Luna was using that aspect. She was probably planning on taking the 72 arts for herself. And if she moved like this, she wouldn't be in danger from the Monkey King's vestige either. Yeon-woo left her alone because she wasn't dangerous, but he was planning to do something soon. Eventually, Yeon-woo made up his mind. And the moment when Yeon-woo tried to say something. Kyaok. Krr. The monster portents started screaming along his black bracelet. And they were flicked back into his bracelet by something strong. It meant that they had clashed with something strong and lost. What is that? Yeon-woo felt shivers down his back. He stopped walking. And at that moment. What were you trying to say? Rebecca looked at Yeon-woo with an annoyed voice as usual, but Yeon-woo grabbed her wrist and pulled her in. Rebecca lost her balance and stumbled. She was about to shout at Yeon-woo to ask him what he was doing. But she felt something soar up from where she was and her back felt cold. A sturdy and sharp shadow thorn. Boom! Yeon-woo swung his Karshina's dagger that was emitting aura. Aura exploded and the thorn exploded with it. This is... The Monkey King's vestige seems to have officially begun to get us. Yeon-woo clenched his teeth. Now they were using physical means. As they became closer to the origin, their attacking methods were varying. Rebecca's eyes shook. This attack. Even she hadn't read it. An apostle of the god of hunting. Her signature skill hadn't activated. She had continued feeling this way since entering the cave. She felt like she was tied up in chains, and she was tired. But a player from the lower floor had read it. Since he was the ones who saved her from the attack. Rebecca grit her teeth at the fact that she was less useful than such a player. Of course, she knew that Yeon-woo was different from other players. She didn't hear the specifics, but she heard that players who climbed the tower were shocked at what he could do, and from what she saw in half a year, he was the player who grew the most. But she had the reputation of a high ranker. She couldn't understand why she didn't feel what Yeon-woo felt. Her pride was hurt. But Rebecca didn't let pride get in her way. She organized her thoughts and used open speaking. Kane. Yes. From now on, you take the lead. Tien, also, mistakes reported in the server are deleted once they are fixed or if they're not mistakes. The ones that are left are the ones that I haven't decided what to do yet. Answering Gerald of Rivia's question cause it was a good point. Chapter 161.1, The Monkey King's Palace, 5. Khan and Victoria whipped their heads towards her as if asking what she was asking. But Rebecca was firm. Right now, Khan is better than me. So you take over. Understood. Yeon-woo read Rebecca's consciousness and nodded his head. It was better for him since she said it first. She's cynical, but an okay person. His judgment of Rebecca changed. It was rare for high rankers to admit their limits. People who did were able to become stronger. It was necessary to save these kinds of people. From then, Yeon-woo and Rebecca switched places and he started to officially lead them. Yeon-woo wasn't hesitant. Every time there was a fork in the road, he headed straight without any pause. Hey, you! Victoria was about to say something to Yeon-woo. Don't trust him. The header's decision is obsolete when clearing a dungeon. Rebecca defended Yeon-woo. Khan didn't say anything. Rebecca looked at Yeon-woo with intense consciousness. All of her senses were focused on him. Her judgment was to trust that guy. And Rebecca's obsolete trust in Yeon-woo didn't fail her. Boom. Boom. Every time the Monkey King's vestige popped up, he saw it with his consciousness and used aura to break it. Like Yeon-woo had known about this dungeon before, he smoothly led them through the cave. And the path seemed about right. It was an incomparable speed to Rebecca's. Since they'll be surprised if we move this fast too. They'll do something unplanned. Because he wanted to see how the Devil Army would react, so he tried to make them do something. Hoping they would take the bait. Then Yeon-woo and his party arrived at the end of the maze. I think this is it. Yet. The signal's coming from past here. It's big. Very. When they arrived at the end of the maze, they were standing in front of an iron door about 30 meters tall. There were different drawings on the door. They were mysterious letters and images. It was hard to tell what they meant since a lot of time had passed. But Yeon-woo was different. Since he knew exactly what they were. The last inheritance of the Monkey King. He used his dragon's knowledge to memorize it instantly. You have succeeded in learning the complete form of the Monkey King's inheritance. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 3,000 karma. You have earned an additional 2,000 karma. Yeon-woo called it the Heaven King and saved it carefully in his brain. Meanwhile, the other members of the party were focusing their consciousness on the letters on the door. They were letters that no one understood. Victoria, is this? Rebecca asked Victoria to interpret it, and Victoria slowly translated the rune letters. Heaven order godly precious iron. Magic stick seal door. Yet. This is the magic stick. I didn't think it actually. Rebecca exclaimed in wonder. The magic stick was the weapon that symbolized the Monkey King. It was endlessly long, and the holy power inside it was outstanding. They were surprised to see the god's tool that they had only heard about. They were surprised that this iron door itself was the magic stick. When Khan touched the door, his eyelashes fluttered. Very lightly. His mouth dried up. But I think this is only a part of it. Where are the other sections? Victoria was trapped in a scholar's passion for a moment. Rebecca coldly cut off her thoughts. Do that stupid research later. Right now, let's retrieve Kindred's body. How do you think we open this door? I've been looking for a way since earlier. Victoria tried various methods but the rune scattered apart every time. Her smooth forehead crinkled. Godly precious iron. Precious iron of the gods. This was a legendary iron that was able to seal gods and demons. That was how resistant it was, and even Victoria's rune magic failed. And they couldn't try to force it open. Khan used all his strength, but it didn't even budge. He wondered how Kindred had managed to get past this door. Yeon-woo moved past them and stood in front of the door. His consciousness had already looked over the iron door several times. He tried looking for flaws with his draconic eyes, but he couldn't find any. Complete flawless. Was there really a thing like that in the world? And there was something on his mind. Godly precious iron. He subconsciously rubbed his black bracelet with his left hand. When he had shown Edora this bracelet, she said that it might be godly precious iron after looking at it with her insight. Tien, sorry, I forgot what I pled this metal to before, but this metal is described in this chap so I'm changing the term. Back then, he had only considered the idea. But looking at it now, he felt strange. Then, like it had read Yeon-woo's thought, it lightly trembled. Yeon-woo put his hand on the door, doubting himself. And that moment, the door that seemed like it wouldn't budge creaked open. The other members looked at Yeon-woo dumbfoundedly, but Yeon-woo just simply shrugged his shoulders. And he threw his consciousness inside. Like its name palace, it really was fancy. And as if they were servants greeting their king, on 99 stairs, there were extravagant statues ordered below the top stair. Each of them were intricately decorated with the face of a monkey. And along the side, there were large stone column-like figures standing as if they were on guard. The Monkey King was known to be the king of the yokai monkeys. This seemed to have imitated how he ruled over his domain. They were only statues, but the party uncertainty paused, as if they could feel the aura of the real things. They couldn't gather the courage to actually enter it. And the powers of each of the statues were enough to surpass Khan and Yeon-woo. They didn't fall short when compared to Rebecca either. More than anything, the vestige of the Monkey King suddenly disappeared. They couldn't see the depressing vestige that tried to swallow them. They felt danger. There. Kindred. But when Victoria had tried to follow the traces of magic to Kindred, Rebecca and Khan's movements became different. Kindred's body was on the center right. And in front of him, there was a large stone monument of about 30 meters. The small letters engraved on the front of it stopped the two in their tracks. 72 arts. The power of the Monkey King was here. Found it. Then, Khan took a big step forward with a trembling voice. Unlike Rebecca, who was being wary of the Monkey King's vestige, Khan's attention was only on the stone monument. If only I have that Doyle can. The moment Khan moved forward like he was possessed. Ha ha ha. I'll take the 72 arts. Soul Luna suddenly popped out from the air. Before Rebecca and Victoria could do anything, she laughed loudly and flew towards the stone monument past the iron door. Then, who dares to wake the king's eternal sleep? With the sound of a resonant open speaking, a black wind suddenly blew and ripped Soul Luna to pieces. She couldn't even fight back. Khan stopped in his tracks after seeing that, but the air inside the hall was already drastically different. Creak. The hundreds of statues turned their heads as one. All gazes were focused that way. Vestiges emanated from the statues. A powerful power blew around the hall like a storm. The dungeon shook up and down. A sudden quest has begun. Sudden quest / King's Terracotta Soldiers. Summary: the Monkey King has succeeded in leaving the Fifth Mountain after 500 years, and after his penance, he was able to take off his shredding and become a god. But the yokai monsters that met the god on Mount Hwaguo became resentful at having to wait for their king again. So until the day their king returned, they built an underground palace where his shedding was left behind. And to prevent the thievery of his shedding, they set up terracotta soldiers to protect it using their vestige. From now, escape with the shedding of the king safely. Also, prove that you have the qualification to become the successor of the Monkey King. Participation qualification, attainment of hidden quest Monkey King's Palace. Reward, qualification of 72 arts. The first test is commencing. A message popped up in front of them. Shit. Khan realized his mistake. He had been blind for the 72 arts in this dungeon that could have traps anywhere. Soul Luna was the one to awake the stone monuments, but he wouldn't have caused this if not for her. Khan quickly pulled back. Fortunately, the fist of the stone monument missed him. As the fist crushed into the ground, pieces of stone flew out. But that was only the beginning. The stone monuments, not including the guard statues, all ran towards the entrance. Those who dare to bother the king's eternal sleep must pay with their death. 100 voices all shouted as one. It beat into their eardrums. Boom! The monkeys, despite being made of stone, moved quickly. Their weight left imprints on the ground where they stepped. Chapter 161.2, The Monkey King's Palace, 5. The monkeys, despite being made of stone, moved quickly. Their weight left imprints on the ground where they stepped. That was how heavy and fast they were. Being hit with a fist could easily crush one's head. Rebecca and Victoria instinctively moved. You can't let them go outside of that door. Victoria. Got it. Rebecca gripped the artifacts that were made by Sir Nunos's horn sword. She jumped forward with one each in her hand. On the outside, it looked similar to any other sword, but it had the power to split spaces. A storm arose as she swung them about at the monkey statue. Boom! The monkey statue's abdomen broke off to the side. But behind him, 3 more came and fell over Rebecca. Then, Victoria brought her hand down with runes. Fire exploded and blew the monkey statues away. The statue at the very front crumbled apart, but the other 2 were just damaged and landed lightly back. Rebecca and Victoria moved towards them again. Boo boo boom! Rebecca twirled her swords at the front. As she created winds with every twirl, holding off the statues, Victoria used rune magic behind her to protect her. The 2 were planning on preventing the statues from going through the door. Because then, they would be completely surrounded. Victoria wouldn't even have time to use her magic. She needed to stop them from getting behind them. Khan, reading their thoughts, took a deep breath and turned his direction. He gripped his sword on his right hand and suddenly cut his land palm on the blade. Blood smeared onto the blade. The sword became a deep red. Cry. And with Khan's command, the sword started to cry. It was a skill that ate the blood of their user to strengthen them. It was the skill that gave Khan the name Blood Sword. Khan was able to grow that skill on the fifth mountain, and now it even had an exploding quality. As he powerfully swung his sword, a bloody light waved around him and blocked the approach of the monkey statues. Khan used that opportunity to cut the necks of the statues. There was only one thing he had in mind. To get to where the stone plaque was. His sword reflected his rushed mind. And Yeon-woo swept his hair back with his hand, spinning around his extrasensory perception and his draconic eyes. He split his consciousness into different parts using his time difference and quickly tried to understand the situation. On top of that, he easily shot down the monkeys one by one with his aura. Fortunately, the guarding statues didn't seem to have moved. He needed to get rid of as many as he could before the most powerful ones started moving. But even these were too dangerous. He even thought about activating his dragon's authority. These monkey statues, they're all moving with vestige. The Monkey King's vestige, I was mistaken. What we were dealing with all this time wasn't the Monkey King's vestige but his servants. Since the Monkey King had been sealed here for so long, he thought it was obviously the Monkey King's vestige. But there were only traces of the Monkey King's vestige. What was putting them in danger now was the vestige of the servants. They should have focused on the name of the dungeon at the beginning. The Monkey King's Palace. A palace, not a ceiling point. Then it would have clearly been the vestige of the servants. He shouldn't have thought that the weak vestige was from the Monkey King in the first place. To think that he hadn't been able to think about this simple fact. However, the moment he knew the identity of the vestige, the difficulty decreased. All he had to do was group his attacks to fight them off. Yeon-woo grew his consciousness. As his extrasensory perception and draconic eyes became more clear, he could read the flaws of the monkey statues around him. And there was a place where the flaws were especially more gathered. The nucleus. It was where the yokai monkeys had planted their seeds of consciousness. Yeon-woo identified it with his time difference and exploded his magic power in that direction. Aura poured down like rain. Because his proficiency wasn't that high yet, he wasn't able to damage it that much. But that was enough. Attack where I just marked, place. That's where the vestige is gathered. The eyes of the other three sparkled at what Yeon-woo said. They were starting to become tired. But the story changed if someone pointed out the weakness. Rebecca tightly held her horn sword and turned around. As her signature skill activated, the two horn swords exploded with fancy effects. Every time she swung her swords, the effects endlessly attacked the nucleus, breaking it into pieces. Victoria used double casting to deliver two types of magic at the same time. It was targeting End God's hammer to hit the target right on the spot with precision. It was only two types of magic, but it used up two of the runes of her bracelet. Boom! The mark turned purple, and tens of nuclei rained from the ceiling. The monkey statues weren't weak enough to be defeated by this attack. Rebecca and Victoria didn't spare anything and put everything into continuously attacking them. Yeon-woo and Khan flashed around the momentarily stunned monkey statues and cleaned up the remaining nucleus. And after they spent a considerable amount of time, the last monkey finally fell. You have successfully passed through the first test. Please get ready for the second test in the remaining time. 0:05:00 0:04:59_99 0:04:59_98 Pant. Pant. This is crazy. Victoria plopped on the ground with a pale face. Because she had used all her rune magic, her magic power was completely gone now. If she had pushed herself a bit more, her magic organ would have been damaged. Thankfully, she was able to avoid that. But her desire for a solution to her problem just increased. And her heart became heavier at the message about the second test. Because if this kept up, they would be in big trouble. Health was important too, but she needed to figure out how to replenish her magic power first. Rebecca and Con looked tired as well. Especially Rebecca, who grit her teeth at not being able to use the power of an apostle. The dungeon that reflected the fifth mountain exactly was disadvantageous for her. Because all her senses except for her consciousness were flicked off, she couldn't fight properly. Without even being able to use half of her skills, she used all her health. She felt like she was going to cry. Con felt the same. Yeon-woo was comparatively better than them because he had saved his health a little bit. But he was still tired. His head was filled with complicated thoughts. Kindred and the Monkey King. Palace. 72 Arts. Con's attack. The second test. There were too many things he had to think about even though there were only 5 minutes left. There was nothing else he could do except catch his breath. He. Amazing fellows. Yeon-woo and the others whipped their heads at the sudden voice. In the middle of all the crumbled stone pieces, black fog slowly floated up and turned into Sol Luna's head. She laughed like she was amused. All of their faces hardened. Rebecca's face became distorted. What? You were alive? Full W current Nafloes on novelb.in.com. Do you know why an undead is an undead? Because they don't die easily. Then, work hard. Sol Luna quickly dissipated into the fog in case she got caught. Rebecca cried out in fury. If only she had some strength left, she would have been able to easily rip her apart. But she probably also received a lot of damage, so it'll take some time to regain her body. She won't be able to do anything, so let's just forget about it for right now. Thankfully, she was able to calm down a bit with Victoria comforting her. Rebecca swore to herself that she would chase after Sol Luna the moment she left the dungeon. But unlike the others, Yeon-woo was already doing something about Sol Luna. Shannon. Hee. Okay. Leave it to me. I don't really like Weasley guys like that either. I want to make her suffer a bit. Shannon separated from the black bracelet and melted into the shadows. The monkey statues were all broken, but the danger wasn't gone. Yeon-woo was planning on controlling even the last variable. And he thought. Why wasn't the devil army appearing when things had gotten to this? Was it because they didn't get what they wanted yet? Or are they waiting outside for us to take care of everything? Yeon-woo thought it might be the latter. Even though he had spread his extrasensory perception all around the cave, he couldn't find a trace of the devil army. Other than them, no one else was in the dungeon. That meant one thing. The devil army didn't plan on interfering with the dungeon. Instead of suffering some losses, they would just wait until everything was taken care of and take the hint of the magic stick and the 72 arts afer. Then that means it's dangerous outside and inside the cave. Yeon-woo thought the trap of the cave didn't end there. Because then, he wouldn't have been this suspicious of the devil army. There's something else. Something. While Yeon-woo was lost in thought, Victoria and Con stood up after somewhat regaining their health. Victoria to where Kindred's body was. Con to the plaque. Yeon-woo's gaze subconsciously followed them. But Yeon-woo knew the body was fake. I should fold my thoughts about the devil army right now. Focusing on the second test is enough. Second test. What could it be / Victoria was examining Kindred's body. His head was half crushed, but it wasn't hard to identify it. The moment she examined the body, her face hardened. She realized that it was a doll that looked similar to him. Danger signals flashed in her head. Meanwhile, Con was in front of the stone plaque. He looked over the plaque with a tired face. On a black background, there were shiny blue letters. 72 arts. He tried to memorize everything. Reading Khan's consciousness, Yeon-woo continued to think. The quest said to take the shedding of the king. Shedding? What is the shedding? How are we able to prove we're qualified with that? Shedding. The same word repeated in Yeon-woo's head. Even while his eyes were focused on Victoria and Khan, his time difference was whirling around, trying to solve the hint that the quest had given them. If shedding is a metaphor, then things that the Monkey King had before he became a god. His eyes widened. 72 arts. Yet, the 72 arts would have just been shedding to the Monkey King after he made a new masterpiece. The puzzles started to match in his head. And what the Devil King wanted. The blue letters of the plaque that Khan was touching seemed to be shining even more. To prove our qualification, we have to learn the 72 arts. And the Devil Army is trying to brainwash whoever mastered it onto their side. When he came to that revelation, he turned back to Victoria and Khan. How should they prove their qualification? If the first test was about examining their basic skills, the second test was probably about quickly understanding the stone plaque and using it. And the test overseers were right in front of him. The guarding statues. If they were the overseers. Then he thought of something else. What was the reason the fake body was in that position? There would definitely be a reason if the sinister Devil Army had put it there. He quickly came to an answer. Pinpoint. 0:00:00_02 0:00:00_01 0:00:00_00. The preparation time is finished. The second test is beginning. Then, the large statues that hadn't moved an inch while on the walls rolled down. His gaze landed on someone. The person who had been confused over the weird body. Victoria. A large statue pointed its spear at Victoria. Victoria. When they realized the strange phenomenon, Khan, Yeon-woo, and Rebecca all tossed their bodies to Victoria. Chapter 162, The Monkey King's Palace, 6. I'm too late. Yeon-woo instinctively knew that he was a step late. He was already quite far from where Kindred's body was. He used his shunpo, but the stone statue was much faster. Boom! With a large explosion, a dust cloud floated up. Yeon-woo flipped the wind around with his Karshina's dagger. Through his blurred consciousness, he could see something bloody being blown away. It wasn't Victoria. It was Rebecca. Rebecca, who had been relatively closer, pushed Victoria out of the way and was hit with the spear instead. But it seemed like she hadn't properly blocked the attack, because the spear had pierced her body and one of her swords was broken. Because it had been so sudden, she probably didn't have enough time to activate her swords, and she had used too much energy in the first test, so she wasn't able to easily stop the attack. And more than anything else, because they were on the 20th floor where their senses were blocked, she couldn't use all her skills. Rebecca! Victoria shouted at Rebecca, who was sacrificed instead of her. Meanwhile, Kong grit his teeth and quickly rescued her from the statue's range of attack. Yeon-woo belatedly arrived and spun his magic circuit around. He stored Karshina's dagger away and pulled out the magic bayonet instead. An aura blade swished out and clanged into the statue's spear. Kwang! Hub! Yeon-woo took in a big breath subconsciously. It was an incredible attack. His mind instantly wavers and his arms felt like they were going to be pulled out. He was pushed back. It's strong. He knew that the large statues wouldn't be comparable to the monkey statues, but he felt more in danger now that he was actually face to face with one. He felt the statue bringing its sword down again. It was fast. And heavy. If he faced it head-on, he would die. He thought just now, he was only able to block the attack because of luck. Time difference. His thinking abilities sped up. In the slower world, Yeon-woo quickly read his surroundings. Victoria had safely been rescued by Khan. Rebecca was breathing, but it was still very faint. She was in danger. And aside from the statue he was dealing with, the other 11th statues were probably going to start moving too. If the 12 statues all moved at the same time, no one here would survive. Then what was he supposed to do? I have to think. Anything. The only way to pass the second test was to learn the 72 arts. But the arts weren't a cheap skill that could be learned in 5 minutes. So there was probably a reason why the amount of time given was so short. Or there was another way to stall for time. And something came to his mind. There was something more important than proving that you were qualified to be the Monkey King's successor, and that was respect. Or fear of the king. Then his faster thinking stopped, right before the spear hit Yeon-woo's head. Everyone down! Yeon-woo shouted with his open speaking. And he bowed on the floor. This was a gamble. If he succeeded, he could somehow earn some more time, or he would die. But he would definitely die if he didn't throw the die, so he had to try. And Yeon-woo felt Khan and Victoria putting their heads on the floor like he said. In a very short moment, Yeon-woo experienced a rough nervousness flowing over his back. And when nothing happened, he was sure that his gamble had been successful. The large statue that had been attacking Yeon-woo, and the other statues all stopped. Like time had frozen. Is it done? Khan slightly lifted his head to see what was happening. When the statues began to move again, he had to bow down again. With this, he was sure. Is it something like paying respects to where the king is? Fucking. Khan ground his teeth together. And he felt relief at the fact that he could momentarily catch his breath. Rebecca. And Victoria called out Rebecca's name several times. Rebecca's voice became more faint. She wanted to use her healing magic somehow, but she didn't have any magic power left. Then Rebecca completely stopped breathing. Victoria sobbed. Yeon-woo and Khan felt desolate. Khan bit his lower lip. Even Yeon-woo, who didn't really know Rebecca that well, felt grim. The party once again clenched their teeth at the pressure forcing their bodies down. A heavy silence descended on them. Kane. Did you figure something out? It was Khan who broke the silence. A bit. Can you share? Yeon-woo didn't reply for a moment. Actually, he wanted to ask Khan some things. He seemed to know something about the 72 arts. And it was probably related to Doyle somehow. So he wanted to ask, but Khan didn't seem like he would answer. He even seemed like he would die if they told him to die. And so he didn't ask anything. Since if he had something to pick at, it could be done later. Right now, survival was first. No. He changed his mind. Since it's already like this, I'm going to take the Monkey King's inheritance. He had no way of knowing if this was the last test. There could be a third and a fourth, and he didn't like that they would have to struggle to survive every time. And he knew what Kindred and the Devil Army wanted. He felt like his anger would only be settled if he stole the Monkey King's inheritance from right under their eyes. And all things aside, since it's not only the 72 arts, it was known that the Monkey King had several treasures while he traveled to and from heaven. He thought he might be able to get those treasures as well. And the magic stick was something that Yeon-woo especially wanted. He didn't just want to use it. If there was a holy artifact made of godly precious iron, he might be able to understand the black bracelet a bit more. So Yeon-woo wondered whether he would be able to hoard the quest to himself during the silence. He came to one result. That there couldn't be anyone to bother him. Then he didn't want to leave any witnesses. To tell the harsh truth, he didn't think that the powerless Khan and the runeless Victoria would be of any help to him. First, he had to let them escape. Thankfully, with his extrasensory perception and draconic eyes, he was able to find a small door next to the iron door. The door they had passed through was a door that only a king was supposed to pass through. The door next to it was for servants. Yeon-woo gathered his thoughts and slowly opened his open speaking. I think the purpose of this dungeon is to determine the successor to the Monkey King. Successor? At Khan's question, Yeon-woo answered with the things that he had figured out. The successor of the king. The shedding. And how to qualify. That definitely makes sense. Khan heavily nodded his head. He thought Yeon-woo's guess might be right. And the slightly settled down Victoria nodded her head in agreement. Actually, it was something that the two would have been able to guess themselves, but they hadn't been able to be cool-headed with the continued attacks. But Yeon-woo had calmly understood the quest. His mind felt amazing. And in my opinion, it's hard to prove our qualification. At what he continued to say, Khan and Victoria nodded their heads again. Because they thought that learning the 72 arts was almost impossible. Full W current Nafloes on novelb.in.com. Even though they were bent towards the ground, they were able to read the information on the plaque with their consciousness. Khan and Victoria completely memorized the plaque soon enough. But that was it. The area of arts was too foreign to them. They needed a lot of time and research to learn it. This place was probably for another group of people in the first place. Other people. I think that this isn't the only place related to the Monkey King. There's probably other places. Ah. Victoria understood what Yeon-woo said. Khan kept his silence. Important quests were usually a series. So that meant this quest related to the Monkey King had begun elsewhere, and this was the last place of the series. In other words, they were supposed to have the basics of the arts down already, but they were thrown into the last step of the series without any of it. And if that was true, there was one other thing that was true. Victoria bit her lower lip. Then, kindred. I think it was a trap from the beginning. Since he couldn't figure out how to solve it, he probably wanted to use us as an experiment. To see if there was another way. Fuck. That damned geezer. Victoria shouted in anger. She felt it when she first saw Kindred's fake body, but she was even more angry now that she realized she was used by him. Since Rebecca had basically been killed by him. And she also thought of something else. Her magic wouldn't have failed her, but how had he cut her magic off? But she decided to think of that later. Was there anything she could do right now? First, let's escape from here. Whether we kill Kindred or keep him alive, we have to live first. What? There's a way. Khan and Victoria had shocked voices. Next to the front door, there's a small door. I think it's possible to leave through there. They shot their consciousness to where Yeon-woo pointed out, and they were able to find the small door. But Khan was still frowning. There's 12 statues. It's too hard to avoid all of them. That's okay. We have bait. What? I'll stall for your time somehow. You and Victoria run towards the door when I send the signal. Khan shut his mouth. He couldn't tell what Yeon-woo was thinking. But in the tutorial, Yeon-woo had always found a way to solve the problem in an unexpected way. And it was the same this time as well. He wondered if he should have told Yeon-woo about the thing with Doyle earlier. But it wasn't too late now. Before he could speak, Yeon-woo was sending the signal. Run on the count of 3. 1, 2. Khan pushed those thoughts away. He needed to escape this palace first. He had already memorized the information on the plaque. It wasn't too late to ask Yeon-woo for help after they got out of the dungeon. 3. Khan and Victoria started to run towards the door. The two gathered what magic power they didn't have and moved as fast as possible. Victoria used her blink. The eyes of the 12 statues all turned towards them. Then, Yeon-woo moved. Shannon. He. I was waiting. Yeon-woo reached out for something in his shadow. Something caught his hand. He didn't even check what it was and threw it up in the air. Arg! Let me go. You. Let me go. Sol Luna flew up in the air. She was a blurry form of a human after being caught by Shannon. The gazes of the large statues turned towards Sol Luna. She realized that she had made a mistake, but countless spears were heading towards her already. This time, she couldn't be as lucky as the last. The spears of the large statues were more precise and sharp. As holes appeared in her body faded away. I want to live. And before she breathed her last breath, Shannon appeared from the shadows to take her soul, and he hid back into the shadows again. Then, Yeon-woo began to move. Magic equip. The runes firmly engraved in his bones all activated. His strengthened magic power circulated in the 360 cores of the magic circuit. With the additional 2 types of magic on top of the 4 he already had, 6 types of magic strengthened his body. And at the same time, he thrust his magic bayonet forward. The spears that had changed their targets from Sol Luna to him and flew at him. The magic bayonet and the spears powerfully clashed. This time, his body wasn't blown back. He was only pushed back a few meters. His magic bayonet that was pushing against the spears was trembling. It's working. Yeon-woo's eyes sparkled at the fact that his magic equip he had only used in theory was working. His arm would have broken under normal circumstances, but he had been able to block the attack. He couldn't help that his body was trembling. But it was okay as long as it worked. Yeon-woo began to push the spears back with his magic bayonet. Magic bayonet against spears. Neither of them surrendered. Then Yeon-woo suddenly disappeared with blink. Boom! The spear landed where Yeon-woo had been and Yeon-woo appeared right behind it. Blink allowed him to instantly move short distances. It used that much more magic power, but since Yeon-woo had the Neoten of the 4 legendary beasts, he wasn't concerned. In the middle of the air, Yeon-woo's wings of fire spread apart. His magic bayonet that was condensed with holy fire landed on the statue's neck. The statue's neck exploded with a boom. It stumbled, but it regained its balance and attacked again. Meanwhile, he could feel that Khan and Victoria had left through the door. Finally, thinking he didn't have to hide his power anymore, he used Blink to rapidly escape from the statue's range. He reappeared in front of the door. Khan and Victoria motioned for him to come over. Go ahead first. Yeon-woo said those words and closed the door. Click. He heard the sound of the door locking. Thankfully, he could hear Khan and Victoria asking why he did that, but Yeon-woo ignored them and turned back to where the large statues were. The 12 statues were running at him. The ground shook. Looking at them, Yeon-woo opened his mouth. Territory announcement. Dragon's blood circulated in his body. The blessed one of the dragon woke up. Chapter 163, The Monkey King's Palace, 7. Kane. Kane. Khan and Victoria roughly knocked on the door. But the door didn't budge. The same went for the metal front door. It didn't move at all. They tried to use their skills and magic to break the door down, it didn't work. Only messages popped up. You have moved out of the chosen area. You cannot enter because you are not qualified for the quest. Shit. Boom. Khan slammed his fist against the door. He knew it wouldn't work, but he felt like he would go crazy if he didn't do anything. He was always like this. With his mother, Doyle, and even now. He trained hard thinking that he shouldn't be a burden anymore. And he even had the 72 bien that they required in his possession. But from where had it gone wrong? Why did he always have to be this pathetic? All kinds of thoughts went through his head. He even thought of the most extreme of things. If he at the very least died here, he wouldn't have to deal with everything. But Khan shook her his. He couldn't let himself be emotionally shaken up like that. He had to stand back up. First, he had to believe Yeon-woo. Because he always solved things. Then there was only one thing left. Their safety. Victoria. Khan cleared his thoughts and turned back to Victoria. She already looked exhausted. Rebecca, Kindred, and even Yeon-woo. Everything that had happened today was taking a toll on her. Khan knew her well. She acted seductive and materialistic. Although he teased her about her age, she was never actually mad. Kindred is probably outside. Victoria's empty stare suddenly became fixed. She understood what Khan was saying. A trap. Then that meant Kindred was waiting for them outside. And he might not be alone. That was dangerous. Of course, she had the magicians of the magic tower behind her, but they wouldn't be of much help here. But they were short on time. Then, his eyes instantly changed. Read lat.st chapters at nov.lbin.com only. I have an idea. Do you wanna hear it? Dragon's authority, Vina has been announced. You are able to use your authority in the selected territory. The first step authority is being set. Authority, Dragonic Blood. Within the set time, all stats increase. Within the set time, all physical defenses increase. Within the set time, all property defenses increase. Dragon's energy has been awakened. Under his feet, blue magic circles spread around him. And Yeon-woo's territory was created. The constraints of the fifth mountain were washed away like sand on a shore. Although he was still on the stage of the fifth mountain, the area that Yeon-woo was in was the territory of a dragon. Here, he was able to pull out everything he had. As the constraints disappeared and his five senses came back, his extrasensory perception became more detailed as well. It was a new world that Yeon-woo never experienced before. Euphoria. It could be described like that. He could be sure that his training for the last half year hadn't been for nothing. He was incomparably stronger than before. It was worth it to limit his own magic power to train. There was nothing he couldn't feel in his territory. He could see all the different wavelengths and the stream of mana, and he could interfere in what they were doing. Consciousness opened the pathway for it. While he was on a high, blue scales grew on his upper body up to his neck. His scales bumped against each other. He felt a strange emotion as his two dragon eyes opened. 3 sets of wings made of holy fire soared high enough to reach the ceiling. As if showing off his stronger power, Yeon-woo didn't hide any of it. And he pulled Vigrid out from Intrinian. Vigrid was definitely different than before. It was as long as a spear, and the rune letters on the blade shined brightly. Vigrid had returned to the holy white sword, taking in the holy power. Vigrid. Type: single-hand longsword. Rank: * sword purification. Vigrid always lived a life of fighting. So within it, there was the blood, sweat, and tears of those it fought. The deep vestige of the heroes always shows itself in battle. The more it fights against, the more it absorbs murderous intent and buffs the user. The stronger the enemy, the more powerful the fighting force. * blessing wavelength. When attacked by your opponent for the last time, it curses all the enemies near you. After they are infected, their defenses decrease and their movements slow down. * life of fighting. When the hatred of your opponent has increased more than normal, the vestige of the heroes can be used. Attacking speed increases by 30% at most, and attacking power can increase up to 1500%. Instead, defenses and properties decrease by up to 50%. * Not opened yet. Sealed. This artifact is unique. There isn't an artifact like this in the entire tower, and it is completely bound to its owner. It cannot be given to someone else. You have released 90% of the curse. You must have a new attribute or qualification to clear the rest. Vigrid was completely different than when Yeon-woo first had him. As it regained its function, the hidden options revealed themselves one by one. Each of them was something that Yeon-woo needed. Yeon-woo looked at the 12 statues. His power increased as much as they had murderous intent. His draconic eyes reddened and he was able to find flaws in the statues. Caching. An aegis floated up above him as well. There were 7 in total. With his dragon's knowledge's growth, the number of his shields increased as well. On top of that, Aegis also had another effect. The owner of Aegis, Athena, was the goddess of war. With her blessing, Yeon-woo's fighting abilities increased. And as if they didn't want to be beat, figures rose from his shadow like they were protecting him. Shannon and Han Ryeong appeared with swords, and Bu flew in the air, shouting curses. A black hole was opened and his summons arrived. The aura of a dragon and the energy of death combined in the air, filling the hall. This was the greatest show of power for Yeon-woo. It was on a different level than what he showed when his senses were blocked. Like the stone statues had read Yeon-woo's new appearance, they paused. They slowly rolled their eyes to observe Yeon-woo. As if they were searching for something. With the opening of the vestige, a loud voice boomed in the air. Prove your qualification. The qualification of the successor. They emanated an abundant amount of vestige and ran towards where Yeon-woo was. That was the beginning. You're dealing with these kinds of stupid things? Dang. There's never a boring moment with you. But didn't it work out well? We can test it out. I guess. The monster portent army spread out. Shannon and Han Ryeong each dealt with one statue. They seemed excited. What they had seen of the Monkey King, what Yeon-woo had classified as heaven things. They wanted to try it out, and they had the perfect chance to do so. They didn't expect to completely understand it. But just by looking at it, it would be a big help to them. Shannon especially seemed to have learned about something. If he could learn this, he might even be at an expert level. So Shannon and Han Ryeong moved around like a fish in water. While they were here, they would be able to use their full strength. Boom! The hall became a mess after some time. It was filled with undeads, dragon energy, and monster portents. The statue of the king shook like it would fall any moment. Don't bother the king's sleep. Knowing that the cause of all this was Yeon-woo, 3 of the large statues attack Yeon-woo at once. He used blink again to escape. At the same time, the place he had just been in was hit with spears. But like they wouldn't let him go, they continued to follow him with their eyes. Swoosh! You could hear the sound of the wind as they moved. No matter how much he set his territory and escaped, it was dangerous to come face to face with them. After all, they had killed the high-ranker Rebecca easily. Of course, Rebecca didn't have her full powers, but they were still strong enough. So Yeon-woo avoided their attacks using his wings of fire and blink. It wasn't hard for him to predict their movements with draconic eyes, time difference, and extrasensory perception. Instead, Yeon-woo attacked from their blind spots. When they turned their heads to the right, there was an attack from the left, and if they lifted their spear up, he knocked their legs over. Fire violently burned. It turned the ground into a crisp and broke the walls. Yeon-woo was fast and focused. Even while he was escaping their attacks, he didn't stray too far from the statues. He chose the method of repeatedly attacking the statues little by little until they fell. And when he occasionally exploded his fire rain, the skin of the statues were burned sometimes. But the statues were running on vestige, so they wouldn't become tired. No, Yeon-woo was at a disadvantage if this kept on. Right now, he was fighting however he could, but he wouldn't last long. However, Yeon-woo knew this. No, he knew better than they did. Since he had continued to think about the quest to finish it. Now that he had read their movements, it was time to start what he had thought about. They continued to tell him to prove the qualification of the king's successor. There was nothing about getting rid of the stone statues. That meant that he had to learn the 72 bien here and prove it to them. He wasn't sure, but after he learned the bien, he would probably be able to push them back. How were you supposed to learn something while fighting? It was impossible for normal players, but Yeon-woo had a skill called time difference. Faster thinking and calculation. With these two, anything was possible. And more than anything, he had the inheritance of the Monkey King. The inheritance was more outstanding than the 72 bien. He had only understood a bit of it, but with it, the 72 bien didn't seem too difficult. Also, each of the movements of the status were examples that he could see. He saw each statue had 6 different types of main movements. There were 12 statues in total. Each movement was the 72 bien. Yeon-woo had already read their patterns with his extrasensory perception, so if he didn't understand anything, he could just go over the inheritance of the Monkey King again. It was a very complex process. He felt like his brain would explode. But when everything was open, the first of the 72 bien opened. Jewel. He powerfully brought the grid down. As the area split, fire rain poured into it. It was the natural connection of a skill with another skill. The trajectory of the grid had cut the arm of a large statue off. Tien, 72 arts had been changed to 72 bien. Chapter 164, The Monkey King's Palace, 8. You have successfully solved the first art, Jewel. You have successfully understood the shedding of the Monkey King, 72 bien. You have successfully achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 5,000 karma. You have earned an additional 3,000 karma. The skill 72 bien has been created. 72 bien. Rank. Proficiency, 1.2%. Summary, the skill the Monkey King Sun Wukong learned from his teacher. Sun Wukong was able to become the king of the yokai with this skill. Each bien has its own characteristic, so it's very tricky to learn it all. If you learn them all, you can become a good people or great yokai. Asterisk wind cloud. Clouds and wind are properties of the world. To be able to deal with these, you have to have a high understanding of the structure of power. Asterisk combination. It connects laws and the user and provides a natural effect of the skills. Bien you have learned so far. Jewel, the skill of pulling out power instantly. It requires attention and focus, and if failed, it puts the user in a confused condition. At least a master level power is required. The chance of succession increases as the sword skills of the user increase. It worked. Yeon-woo's eyes widened. He had tried to use several methods, but the 72 bien weren't easy. It was the skill that made Sun Wukong into the Monkey King after all. There was no way something like that would be easily attained. But Yeon-woo had grasped the flow of the large statues somewhat, and he had successfully solved the first art. From what Yeon-woo saw, the bien was a lot different than what he thought. He thought they were similar to magic or spells, but it was in a completely different dimension. The bien dealt with laws. No, to be more exact, it dealt with space. It was something that dealt with the laws of a specific space. A power that deals with space. That was what the first bien Yeon-woo learned is. The will to cut. Magic power determined the space based on his will to finish something off. And what he had now was the result of all his skills and powers combined. He was tired, but more than that, he felt joy. The happiness that he achieved something. Starting something was halfway to finishing it. It wouldn't take that long to understand the rest of it. And after that, he could probably memorize the inheritance of the Monkey King after. Woo! Yeon-woo breathed out. At the same time, his dragonic blood circulated, giving him more strength. His dried magic circuit was slowly filling up with magic power. This was the best part about Dragon's authority. Because in that short amount of time, he could regain his condition. It didn't completely chase the tiredness away, but this was enough. If he spent some more time, he would definitely be able to find a way to defeat the large statues. So he was about to move again. You dared to bother the king's eternal sleep, but you proved your qualification. Our work is done. The large statues spoke as one. Then they stopped moving, and their bodies all started to crumble. Before they could reach the ground, they scattered into dust. There was only sand left where the 12 statues were. Yeon-woo was taken aback by the sudden development, but he understood what they were saying. The second test was to prove his qualification. Since he had shown that he was able to do one of the 72 bien, that was enough. They had judged he was qualified and disappeared. You have successfully passed the second test. Please prepare for the third test in the remaining time. 0:01:00 0:00:59_99 0:00:59_98 Just a minute. It was ridiculously short. He frowned. He didn't even have time to think if it went on like this. That moment, the hall started to vibrate again. This time, it was the throne at the top of the stairs. It split in half, along with the wall behind it. With a boom, an area revealed itself, although it was too dark that he couldn't tell what was in it. 0:00:00_01 0:00:00_00. The third test is starting. He didn't know what might happen. Read lat.st chapters at nov.lbin.com only. He swallowed in nervousness. As his territory disappeared, he could feel the heavy constraints of the fifth mountain again. However, his extrasensory perception was shining brighter than ever. Widening his extrasensory perception, he tried to look inside, but he didn't see anything. He felt like he was being absorbed into darkness. It was similar to when he first entered the dungeon, but also a bit different. It was creepy back then, but now, there was nothing. It was like the lights were turned off. There was nothing he could do except to face it head-on. And when he entered, Yeon-woo was surprised at the new scene he saw. This was a completely different world than before. A large field, waving grass and flowers, and a calm breeze. A fruity scent, and a vast forest and mountain behind it. If the paradise people talked about existed, this was probably it. Just what were they testing here / Yeon-woo couldn't hide his surprise. Until now, he had passed through obstacles that always threatened his life. He couldn't guess for the life of him what kind of test would take place here. And just when he was lost in thought thinking about where to go, he lifted his head at the sudden energy from the sky. Beyond the clouds, a great dragon was gliding through the air smoothly down to him. His blue scales and red eyes stood out. He seemed different from the dragon species in the tower. His body was long, and he had horns like a deer. In one hand, he had the bead commonly called the Sintamani stone. It was a being exuding holiness and dignity. He seemed to be a higher class than the legendary beasts that Yeon-woo saw. He might even be equivalent to Urd. His eyes shook. He had felt overwhelmed with Urd, but that dragon was worse. Was he like a dragon god? But to be a god, you had to have a domain. Was that possible on the 20th floor? If it was it a god related to the Monkey King? He had all kinds of thoughts. He thought maybe the legendary beasts in his Philosopher's Stone might help, but they didn't wake up. He wasn't able to come to a decision as the dragon slowly descended and stood in front of Yeon-woo. He realized it when he saw from far away, but the being was colossal. It was hard to tell where he ended and began. The dragon looked at Yeon-woo with his red eyes and asked, "Are you the new piece?" "Piece?" Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes at the unfamiliar word. "No. I guess the word successor is better here. Anyway. Are you the new successor / Yeon-woo nodded his head. "Yes." "Then get on my back." Where was he going to go? Yeon-woo thought he was taking them to the testing location and lightly got on the dragon's head. Then the dragon turned his head and shook his body. In an instant, Yeon-woo was passing through the clouds. "I'll release you from your constraints first." The Sintamani stone that the dragon was holding shined. Then, Yeon-woo was able to regain his senses. And he widened his eyes at the light breeze against his face. It felt fresh. That was the first thought in his head. Although they were definitely moving through the air at a rapid speed, it didn't feel cold or harsh. Rather, he felt like they were blowing his concerns away. On top of that, the scenery was amazing. Yeon-woo didn't feel touched at most things, but he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Hoo! The dragon god laughed like Yeon-woo's reaction was funny. And while Yeon-woo's attention was on the view below him, the dragon god had arrived at a mountain. The mountain was covered in different types of fruit trees. It was an intensely sweet scent, and it wasn't the type of scent that made your head hurt. He felt refreshed smelling it. And at the top, there was a man sitting on a rock with a smile. Hair that came all the way down his ankles, golden eyes that shined like jewels, and a humorous face. His presence seemed weak compared to the dragon god, but looking closely, you could know that wasn't the case. Because all the rules in this world rotated around this man. And his consciousness was light but powerful. Most of all, it was familiar to Yeon-woo. The traces of training that he saw in the dungeon were similar to that man. The Monkey King. He had started from an animal, and become powerful enough to be a god sitting next to the god of the heavens. That man was waving his hand at him. Ooh! You must have been tired with the wait. The dragon god didn't respond and just placed Yeon-woo down like he was annoyed. Looking at the dragon god flying up into the sky, the Monkey King grinned. It was fun teasing him when he was younger. But is it because he's a teenager now? He doesn't even reply. Hee hee. Yeon-woo didn't know how to feel looking at the laughing Monkey King. He had jumped in the Monkey King's palace thinking that he should hoard everything, but he didn't know he would meet the king himself. Why? Is your heart thumping and your head dizzy because you met a celebrity? What? Hee hee. You don't have to deny it. I understand. I shouldn't be this awesome. All the people who came here seem to do that. Difficulty breathing and heart attacks. Whew. I had to suffer through all that. But you're better than those kids, actually. I like it. Yeon-woo had a thought while looking at the Monkey King absorbed in complimenting himself. That he was a lot different than what he imagined. Chapter 165, The Monkey King's Palace, 9. Why are you looking at me with such admiring eyes? Endless narcissism. His self-love was too strong. And he talked a lot. Yeon-woo wondered for a moment whether the person he was looking at really was the Monkey King. He seems worse than Seseong-nim. Seeing him talk a lot, it reminded him of Khan. It was the type of person that Yeon-woo hated speaking with. Fortunately, Yeon-woo figured out a way to take care of it. It was to ignore what he said about himself and switch the subject. I have something I want to ask. Wait. But before he could finish speaking, the Monkey King blocked Yeon-woo's mouth with his hand. I'll tell you about the terms and conditions before you ask. I can only answer 3 questions. I'd like to tell you everything, but I can't because of the principle of causality. Principle of causality. Where you're in right now isn't a normal place. You have to choose your questions carefully. Yeon-woo was lost in thought. Actually, it would have been easier if he was planning on meeting the Monkey King. However, he stumbled here by accident after training with the Sadhu. And he didn't know what Kindred and the Devil Army were planning either. The questions were limited. Eventually, Yeon-woo opened his mouth after careful consideration. A piece, what is that? The dragon god had called him a piece after seeing him. He knew it was something to describe the successor, but he thought there would be a specific reason for that. The Monkey King grinned. It seems like our dragon made a mistake. No comment. I can't say anything. It's sensitive information. Yeon-woo shut his mouth. If no comment was his answer, he just blew one of his chances. So he changed the direction of his question. What's the reason you made this place? He thought it wouldn't be to make his successor. The Monkey King was clearly aiming for something. No comment again. Yeon-woo frowned. What was he supposed to do if he answered 2 out of the 3 questions he had like that? But the Monkey King was still smiling. Like he was saying, what are you gonna do if I don't tell you? He definitely seemed like the martial king the more he saw him. So Yeon-woo was forced to think again. It seemed like the Monkey King couldn't speak about something after a certain line. Because of the thing with the principle of causality. Then he had to change the intent of the question. But he also thought that this might have something to do with the third test since the Monkey King hadn't said anything about it yet. Thinking that way, he could see the line. He had to ask a general question. One that was detailed but didn't cross the line. His gaze sunk. Who are you? It was a completely unexpected question. The Monkey King's eyes widened, and he started laughing and slapping his knees too. Ha ha ha. I wasn't able to think of that. Shouldn't you ask what the Bien is or how to learn them quickly? But a question like this. Very good. And the Monkey King suddenly stopped laughing. As he did, the warm breeze stopped. That moment, Yeon-woo felt that the aura of the Monkey King was incomparable to the dragon god. Even word from the temple on the 16th floor was nothing compared to this. He felt like he was in front of a high mountain. And he became sure. He had suspected it when he asked, but this world was a part of the Monkey King. The Monkey King spoke in a low voice. Pass. You have successfully passed the third test. You have successfully passed all tests. You have cleared the sudden quest and the hidden quest. You have earned the skill 72 Bien and the title Monkey King's Descendant. You have achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 10,000 karma. You have earned an additional 15,000 karma. Title, Monkey King's Descendant. Before the Monkey King left after unsealing him, he decided to leave his inheritance of the fifth mountain. He hated it because it was where he was locked in, but he had grown somewhat fond of it after 500 years. Also, he followed his teacher's last words to leave the Bien to his descendant. With this title, you will have outstanding focus and attention during a fight. And you are able to manifest the Monkey King's power. Please request the Ruyi Bang's clue from the Monkey King's shedding yourself. Tien, magic stick changed to Ruyi Bang. Yeon-woo widened his eyes at the messages. It was about how he could manifest the Monkey King's power. He couldn't even imagine what this meant. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, no, the person who seemed like the Monkey King, spoke in a low voice. Yeon-woo thought that he should test this out later and listen to what he was saying. I am the Monkey King, Sun Wukong's vestige. I am only the shell he left behind before he disappeared somewhere. Well, like a shedding. The shedding of the Monkey King didn't just mean the 72 Bien, but this being in front of him. And he was also shocked. The power of a mere shedding was like this. He even made Erd seem small, so how powerful would his actual body be? And this world is like an imaginary world that such a vestige made. And you're in it right now. Yeon-woo nodded, thinking he was right. It even said so in the title. That the Monkey King had left his 72 Bien in the mountain. Then he understood why the servants had built the palace after he had left. It wasn't just where the Monkey King stayed, but also where his inheritance was left behind. So you don't know where he really is? The Monkey King's vestige shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? He's more free-spirited than me, who's left here. The reason why I'm here is to test how his descendant would be. I'm sick of being here too. He spoke like he was genuinely annoyed at being here. Although this was an imaginary world, he could do anything he wanted. He was frustrated he couldn't leave. But it's a relief that a qualified person came after some time. It was worth it waiting. Yeon-woo's eyes shined. After some time. Why is a quick guy like you asking questions like that? People say that you're sneaky, right? Whatever. Take this. The Monkey King's vestige tossed something to Yeon-woo. It was a piece of gold metal that was about the size of his hand. Yeon-woo accepted it without much thought, but his eyes widened when he saw what it was. The material was familiar. It was godly precious metal. Piece of Ruyi Bang. Summary. Rank? Summary: one of the pieces that make up the Ruyi Bang, the Monkey King's holy artifact. Currently, it doesn't have any function, so it seems like it'll have to be combined with the other scattered pieces. The Ruyi Bang had pieces? Yeon-woo thought that this might be a hint about the Ruyi Bang. Ding! There is a related quest. Would you like to continue it? Yeon-woo looked at the piece of the Ruyi Bang and then back at the Monkey King. He didn't say anything and just pointed at the piece with his chin. This piece might have been just the beginning. A hidden quest has been created. Hidden quest / Ruyi Bang's owner. Summary: although the Monkey King kept his teacher's last words, he became worried about the fact that his reputation would be messed by the growing number of descendants. So he divided the Ruyi Bang into 100 pieces and hid them all over the tower. From now on, gather the pieces and finish the Ruyi Bang. Only then can you succeed him. Qualification condition: title Monkey King's successor. A player who has at least one of the piece of Ruyi Bang. Time limit: none. Rewards: 1. Title Heaven King. 2. Completed Ruyi Bang. 3. Eyes plus the title of Heaven King and the Ruyi Bang. With these, the successor could truly be the new Monkey King. And to earn this title, it was clear there were other players who were working hard to find the piece. Since the name of the Monkey King itself was amazing. And Yeon-woo realized that he had been included in that race as well. My actual body. He's someone that won't easily give anything away. He's twisted, so he's only satisfied when he sees that others suffer. And the Monkey King's vestige laughed. The pieces of the Ruyi Bang are scattered everywhere. The piece you took was the last. I don't know how there are remaining in the tower. Some might be in the hands of people who don't know what it is. It might cause a large fight. There's a lot of people who want the reputation of the Monkey King, no, of the Heaven King. Hee. The Heaven King wasn't just a title. It was a position. Then do Kindred and the Devil Army have some pieces? And if they did, how many? And when had they started to collect it? He now somewhat realized what the Devil Army was aiming for. It was to have the Heaven King in their hands. It was completely possible for them to try. Is there a way to find it? He waved his hand. My job is only to give the test and lead them if they seem useful. Clues and all that is up to you. Since that's what my actual body wants. You had to have martial skills, the ability to guess from clues, and wise judgment. Well, if you don't want to, you can give the piece back. Since all I have to do is wait until a new successor comes up. That moment, Yeon-woo's eyes shined sharply. But aren't you planning on killing me right away if I give up? Ooh. You're pretty smart. He lifted a corner of his mouth. With it, a violent gaze swirled in his eyes and disappeared. Someone who can't even do this much doesn't deserve to have the Monkey King's name. So what do you want to do? Yeon-woo looked down at the piece of the Ruyi Bang. He had all kinds of thoughts, but the answer was already chosen. Even if the vestige didn't force him, Yeon-woo was planning on doing the quest anyway. This was the reason why he decided to hoard the inheritance in the dungeon anyway. That was the biggest mission. No, even with that aside, Yeon-woo didn't want to share things related to the monkey with anyone else. He wanted to hoard it. Competing with others and taking things from them. He knew the happiness that came from that. He learned it from the Martial King and realized it when he was fighting with the Summer Queen. Unless his brother came back, he didn't want to share it with anyone else, even Fanti and Edora. Of course, he knew that it wouldn't be easy. People who had become successors before Yeon-woo would have more knowledge than him and some might have help from the large clans. However, what did that matter? He could just beat them. From the day Yeon-woo stepped into the tower, his path was riddled with thorns. What would it matter if there was one more? If he could only get the power of the Monkey King, he would do anything. That was how he was able to move forward. Also, Yeon-woo thought that he would be at an advantage. Heaven things. The others would only have the 72 arts. However, Yeon-woo had an inheritance. That meant he was closer to the spot for the owner of the Rui Bang than anyone else. I have the yin sword as well. He tightened his grip of the Rui Bang in his fist. And he tossed it into Intrinian. I'll do it. I don't necessarily have any thoughts to avoid it. Yeon-woo stood up. You're pretty bold for a newbie, hey. The Monkey King thought that although Yeon-woo's personality was different than his actual self, they were made of the same things. The guy in front of him was a beast. You have accepted the hidden quest, Rui Bang's owner. Chapter 166, The Monkey King's Palace, 10. Thanks. Yeon-woo nodded his head at the Monkey King's vestige. He hadn't really helped him, but it was true that he got this opportunity. And Yeon-woo was able to learn something after seeing the vestige. That he still had a long way to go. He also became sure that he would be able to reach that point if he continued to train. I know you don't really think that. The Monkey King smirked and waved. The space shifted and a red portal opened. Then that's enough talking. If you leave through here, you can go back to where you came from. Yeon-woo was about to step inside the portal, but he turned his head back after he remembered something. Also. Didn't you hear me? The questions you. Wasn't it only questions about the quest that were limited? It wasn't a question about the quest. The Monkey King tilted his head. As if asking what he had to ask him. Yeon-woo moved back from the portal and extended his right arm to him. Do you know about this bracelet? Bracelet? The Monkey King's vestige examined Yeon-woo's bracelet thinking that he would flick him hard if the bracelet wasn't worth anything. No, he didn't know if the word bracelet was appropriate. Perhaps handcuffs would be better. The black chains that reached up to Yeon-woo's arms stood out. They were as black as the night sky. The Monkey King looked at the bracelet with an interested expression, but his face hardened after examining it closely. This. I think it's made of the same material as the Rui Bang. Am I right? Where did you get this? Yeon-woo thought about whether he should tell him the truth, but he was the person who asked the question. So he skipped the important parts and said Astrap had taken on this form when he was in the Olympus treasury. And the vestige's face turned strange. Its function. I think it has to do with souls. It deals with the dead. Yes. And how powerful is it? Yeon-woo lightly waved his hand and summoned the monster portents. The shadows stretched out and monstrous creatures stepped out. The vestige's eyes were completely narrowed, deep in thought. It was a bit awkward seeing him this serious because he had been so calm. But Yeon-woo hoped for the secret of the bracelet to be revealed. Because only then would he be able to unlock the remaining options. Even soul magicians can't do this. You have to be at least the level of. There were countless types of players in the tower, but of them, it was hard to find someone who skillfully handled souls. That was how clear the line between life and death was, and even if they could handle them, there were limits. But the vestige understood as soon as he saw the Black King's despair. This was an artifact that surpassed logic. And since it was an artifact that swallowed Astrap, he had heard about the spear from rumors. This bracelet might give the Rui Bang a run for its money. But what pulled his interest the most was what it was made of. Godly precious metal. To think that the rare metal to make the Rui Bang would be used here. And it was completely made of the metal. First, it's godly precious metal like you said. Yeon-woo nodded his head. However, I don't know what it is no matter how many times I looked at it. There's some things that remind me of it, but it looked completely different. And its level is high. This is definitely a weapon of a god. Definitely. Yeon-woo was disappointed at the fact that he hadn't been able to discover what it was this time but his eyes sparkled at the last part. A weapon of a god. He had guessed it was something similar to that when it swallowed Astrap, but now he was sure. This might be something that could be compared to Aegis. No, it might be more powerful than Aegis. Then who was the Black King? You said there were 2 more artifacts like this. Yes. I don't know who made it, but I'm sure. Neck and feet. There's additional artifacts. And they're probably similarly shaped to this. The Monkey King's vestige crossed his arms. Do you want to know something funny? What is it? It's known that godly precious metal is so rare that even gods and demons can't use it, right? Yes. But did you know it's the opposite? What do you? It's not an artifact that they can't get enough of, but they're actually afraid of it. Yeon-woo's eyes widened at the unexpected sentence. The Monkey King snickered like Yeon-woo's expression was funny and continued to speak. This metal is the sole tool that can seal gods and demons. Godly precious metal was used to control gods who did bad deeds. Or to ban them. The Ruyi Bang was used to seal off devil kings too. Yeon-woo thought of the legend of the Monkey King who had traveled with Tan Santang. At the time, the devil kings who had been in their way were easily pushed away. And the journey to the west was what described that. The same goes for your tool. The Monkey King's vestige stroked his chin. It looks like something used to bind a criminal. And it turned into the property of the criminal through its vestige because the criminal was bound in it for a long time. I think it's someone related to death. But that's all I can know. Yeon-woo nodded his head. This was enough. He became sure that the Black King was a powerful person that even gods were afraid of, and that he was related to death. Then his range of research would become smaller. He felt like he would be able to find who it was if he closed the range just a bit more. Yeon-woo expressed his gratitude again. The Monkey King waved his hand like it was nothing. I saw something interesting for the first time in a while. I didn't know there was someone like my actual body. Ah, and if you meet my actual body, don't show that. His greed for treasure is extraordinary. I'll be careful. And he disappeared into the red portal. With that, the imaginary world closed. Hee hee. Interesting guy. The Monkey King's vestige's eyes sparkled. Actually, from when Yeon-woo had entered, he had been peeking into his different appearances. Someone who awoke the energy of a dragon. He reminds me of someone. Doesn't he? The vestige raised his head to the sky. The dragon god looked down at him and nodded his head. Since his old owner had fought like him once as well. He felt a strange déjà vu. He didn't express it, but the dragon god had actually given Yeon-woo a lot of benefits. From releasing him from his tiredness with the Sintamani stone and letting him relax in the breeze. Nov, L, by, N, calm. The vestige looked at the guy reminiscing about the past and turned around, bitterly smiling. And something came to his mind. He had said he didn't know what the bracelet was, but he actually did. He just didn't recognize it right away. That material and form was only used on one person, so it was easy to tell whose it was. That Hermes bastard, I guess he'll be busy. And while he was muttering mysterious words to himself, the Monkey King's vestige felt something sharp and twisted his head. The space was trying to be opened. Yeon-woo thought it might be Yeon-woo because he left something behind. But realizing that the wavelength was unfamiliar, his face hardened. The dragon god twisted his body and thrust the Sintamani stone forward. His face settled calmly. This was the imaginary world of the Monkey King's vestige. This was like his holy territory. Even though he was only the shedding, he was still pretty strong. So it was impossible for the greatest gods on the 98th floor to force themselves in. So the fact that they were easily entering meant one thing. His actual body was moving, or it was something related to him. Since no one would ask for permission to enter their own home. Chapter 167, Set, 1. Translator, HH, Editor, HH. The air split and the red portal opened. The Monkey King's vestige could feel a familiar energy beyond it. It was a sharp and heavy energy. The form was different, but it was the same as him. And a small boy entered the imaginary world. A mischievous smile, and a small height. Kindred kneeled and bowed his head. Then, Kindred showed a new side of himself. Like he was greeting the god he served, he spoke with polite manners. Another face of the great Heaven King. I've come to serve you. When he went outside, all the benefits he received from the dragon god disappeared and he could feel the constraints of the fifth mountain again. However, the world he saw with extrasensory perception wasn't uncomfortable anymore. Yeon-woo swept his hair and turned his head. Did they go already? He spread his extrasensory perception across the dungeon. Fortunately, he couldn't feel Khan and Victoria. Seeing as how there weren't any bodies, it seemed like they avoided the devil army. Khan would definitely have known that it was foul play by Kindred since he was pretty clever. Victoria was skilled enough to hide their presences after her magic power was replenished. So he widened the range of his extrasensory perception and searched outside the dungeon to see if Kindred or the devil army was still there. But it told him that only they were there. He couldn't find any other traces. Then where had they gone? Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes, but shook his head a moment later. It was a good thing they were gone. Even if they were here, it wouldn't be hard to hide from them. It was enough if Khan and Victoria had managed to escape safely. He sighed in relief and headed towards where Rebecca's body was. It was hard to recognize her bloodied figure. Yeon-woo felt gloomy. Even if he wasn't that close, he was able to see that she was responsible and knew how to take care of herself. He saw from how even though she wasn't in the best condition, she tried to save Victoria who was in danger. The fact that she was Sir Nunnos's apostle pulled him to her even more. The god of hunting. His name wasn't that well known, but he knew that he was among the greater gods. Is there a way for me to retrieve this person's soul? The black bracelet only allowed him to take the souls of those he killed. She wasn't included in that. And her soul wasn't left here. It had probably already returned to Sir Nunnos. Yeon-woo hesitated for a moment, and put her body in Intrinian. There was a method he could try, although she might not like it. If she denied it, he could just return her to her original state. He began walking, and ate all the pieces of the monkey statues with his left hand. Then, he damaged the plaque with the 72 arts on it so no one could see. As he did, he purified all the leftover vestiges. He didn't leave behind the traces on the wall either. I guess there's no need to leave it behind. Yeon-woo was planning on breaking everything before he left. The Monkey King's vestige had said so. That the pieces of the Ruyi Bang were scattered all over the tower, and there were many successors trying to look for it. Then they were enough. He didn't need new rivals. And more than anything, he couldn't let anyone else take heaven things for themselves. Especially the devil army. He was going to have to himself. And that day, the cave in the fifth mountain that had been there for a long time collapsed. Then, Yeon-woo entered the portal to the 21st floor. This is the 21st floor, gate of the Shadow Dojo. With blue waves, a new sight came into his vision. Was it because of the freedom from the limits of the 20th floor? He felt that the outside air was refreshing his lungs and mind. In front of Yeon-woo, there was a large building. The skill archives of the One-Horned tribe was smaller than this. Yeon-woo's eyes widened. He saw the 21st floor stage in the diary, but it was bigger than he thought. It's been a while coming here. The black bracelet lightly shook, delivering Shannon thoughts to him. I guess it was fun. There was no place like here for me. I see what you mean. Yeon-woo thought of the information of the 21st floor he saw in the diary. If the 20th floor is somewhere to fix yourself, the 21st floor is to check how much you've changed. You move in 33 different sections, and you have to beat the shadows in each section or endure them until the time's over. There isn't a better place than here to check how much you've improved. And if the shadows see that you're someone registered on the Hall of Fame, then it's a good opportunity to see their special characteristics or abilities. The theme of the 21st stage was basically a dojo break. Like its name, this was a dojo for people who were training their martial arts. The dojo was divided into an outer section and an inner section. It was set up so people could train by themselves with the basic soldiers supplied by the tower. Sometimes, there were scarecrow dolls, which allowed for you to train your basic martial arts. From the entrance of the dojo, there were 5 doors numbered 1 to 5. The higher the number, the higher the difficulty, and once you passed a door, you had to clear the 33 sections straight from there. What you had to do in each section was simple. Within the limited time, you had to defeat the shadow given in that section, or endure their attacks. And the shadows were illusions that replicated the 1 to the 165th ranked player on the 21st floor's Hall of Fame. After the tower was created, countless strong players passed through it and left records. Of them, this was the Hall of Fame that only the top skilled players would be able to leave their mark. All players wanted to put their name on it, and only a few were able to have this honor. So normal players felt extremely pressured when entering the stage. Even if they chose the lowest difficulty door, it had the illusions of the players ranked from 165th to 133rd. Among them, there were lords or apostles. If there was a relief, it was that you could still pass if you endured the attacks. And if you were hurt, it was possible to heal yourself and try again. And like what the diary said, you could see the younger selves of the rivals you might meet in the future, and this was a good place to study them. Of course, those whose illusions were left had to train again because they didn't want anyone else seeing their weakness. But if your name was on the Hall of Fame, it was a good thing in many ways. However, what was an honor to most didn't really matter that much to Yeon-woo. Until now, except for the 10th floor, Yeon-woo had placed first in all the floors. And on the 10th floor, he was only a few points away from Edora, who was first, so he had still accomplished a great feat. So people thought that Yeon-woo would clear this floor easily. However, Yeon-woo couldn't simply accept that. A replication of the players. Yeon-woo was deep in thought, and he popped up the message of people who were on the Hall of Fame. 21st floor ranking. First. Bivas Bat. Second. Lo Wei. Third. Hugh. Yeon-woo slowly scrolled down with a shaking finger. Fourth. Cha Jeong-woo. He didn't enter the trial right away. Because he was on the 20th floor for such a long time, he had some errands to do. And someone to go say hi to. As soon as he moved out of the tower through a red portal, he headed straight for the One-Horned Tribe's village. Who's this? Isn't this Yeon-woo, who's harder to see than a flying pig? When Fanti heard that Yeon-woo returned, he dropped everything and came running. He greeted Yeon-woo with narrowed eyes. Had he been farming? He had a straw hat on, and there was a rake on his shoulder. His skin that had been pretty dark from being out in the sun a lot was darker than ever. Yeon-woo just looked at such a Fanti then turned to ask Yeon-woo. What about Edora? Fanti shouted in anger. Aren't you being too unfair to someone who's talking to you? Got it, that's enough. How did it go with the legendary beast? You said that it was time for it to hatch soon. Fanti sighed, knowing that Yeon-woo wouldn't take his complaints. He felt that he was being ignored by everyone in the village these days. The legendary beast woke up a long time ago. But he still looked a bit angry at Yeon-woo. Of course, it didn't work on Yeon-woo. Where? Follow me. Yeon-woo followed Fanti to the outskirts of the village. Everyone that they passed by said hi to Yeon-woo. He didn't remember some of them, but they all felt familiar, so he said hi back. Then, they arrived at some cottage. But the cottage was already crowded with people. He could see the elders running around with smiles on their faces. They had been like this when Cunning was hatched too. It seemed they were curious about the newborn legendary beast. With Fanti's help, he managed to get by all the people and enter. Then, he coincidentally looked someone in the eye. You're... The guy narrowed his eyes at Yeon-woo and frowned at him. Then, he coldly laughed. Ah, I heard the legendary beast was related to you. I thought it looked stupid. And just big. Makes sense now. He clearly expressed his enmity to Yeon-woo and left. After, they were able to smoothly pass by the people. What a strange guy. Hee. Strange. His face completely changed when he saw you. I heard that he suffered a lot because of you, so he probably hates you a lot. Yeon-woo tilted his head. Do I know him? Who is that? Hey. Fanti stared at Yeon-woo to see if he was joking, and when he saw that he was being serious, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I guess you're not laughing. That Jang fellow's gonna be steaming when he finds out. Hee. I guess you don't have to remember the face of someone you defeated. Your personality is good in that relaxed way. Jang. Yeon-woo was able to remember who that was after hearing his name. When he first entered the One-Horned tribe, this was the guy that he had beat pretty easily. He was supposed to be in the running for a king along with Fanti, but after that, his reputation had taken a dip. He remembered that he was the son of the Baeksun family. After that, he never saw him in the village, so he had almost forgotten about him. Yeon-woo had a pretty good memory of people he met, though. He didn't see the guy he knew in the past in that guy's face. Well, I suppose it's understandable you didn't recognize him. Since I was surprised when I first saw him as well. I don't know if he's taking drugs or something, but he's definitely different. Fanti seemed to think that it was strange, but he just shrugged like he wasn't that interested. Yeon-woo looked towards where Jang disappeared and narrowed his eyes. Demonic Energy. Chapter 168, Set 2. Just what had he done over that time to exude that dark energy? Last time, even though he was arrogant, he was a kind energy around him. Yeon-woo wanted to say something about it, but he thought the elders would do something about it themselves, so he stayed quiet. He entered the building with Fanti. The elders inside were rushing around more busily than the elders outside. Oh ha ha! Earlier our greenie started to potty train. Potty train? Hey! Greenie's gonna be hungry when Greenie wakes up. Bring food quickly. Records. Where are the records? Greenie's color is changing so we need to write it down, but where are they? What do you mean records? Say it's a baby diary. All the elders were smiling from ear to ear. They were also so loud, it sounded like the middle of a busy road. But the moment Yeon-woo saw the legendary beast, he thought it was understandable. Two griffins were cozily sleeping next to each other. With the head of a falcon and the body of a lion. One was red, and the other was blue, so it was easy to tell them apart. Overall, they exuded a holy atmosphere. Griffins were known as the best among mythical beasts. He could see the different energies he had presented to them. You have successfully cleared the hidden quest, Test of the Abyss Turtle. You have achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. You have earned 5,000 karma. You have earned an additional 3,000 karma. You have earned the reward pieces of the head turtle's shell *30 and shedding of the tail snake. As an additional reward, Blessing of the Blue Spirit, temporary, has been changed to Blessing of the Blue Spirit. Your understanding of spirit magic is still low. Learn spirit magic to evolve Blessing of the Blue Spirit into a superior spirit. The last quest that he received from the legendary beasts was now finished. Yeon-woo checked the rewards he received. Pieces of the head turtle shell. Category, Material. Rank, A++. Amount, 30. Summary: the Abyss Turtle of the 11th floor was a legendary beast made from a mythical beast and magical beast. These are the pieces of the shell from the mythical beast. It is an extremely durable material. It would be a good material to use for defense tools. This artifact is unique. There is only one in the tower, and it is bound to its owner. It cannot be shared with anyone else. Shedding of the tail snake. Category, Material. Rank, A++. Summary: the shedding that the magical beast grew out of for the last time before it became a legendary beast. It is tough and sturdy, and it has the poison trait that it used to have before it evolved. This cannot be used by itself, so it should be made into a weapon. This artifact is unique. There is only one in the tower, and it is bound to its owner. It cannot be shared with anyone else. These materials would be a big help. I was feeling the need for a defense tool and a weapon these days. It worked out well. Actually, the weapons that Yeon-woo had were weapons that rankers wouldn't feel were lacking. But it was true that when they were compared to Vigrid, Aegis, and the Black Bracelet, they fell behind. And the Karshina's dagger he bought in the tutorial had turned dull. It was almost time to throw it away. Yeon-woo was planning on raising the attributes of all his artifacts while he was at it. And since he had the void from the Void Dragon that was left over as well. If he used that, a good weapon would probably be created. I want to meet Braham on the 23rd floor, but I can't neglect climbing the floors. Like he had done on the 20th floor, Yeon-woo was planning on giving everything he had on the 21st floor. The opportunity to meet players on the Hall of Fame wasn't easily given. He wanted to challenge all the players from the 165th to the first place while he was at it. Of them, there would be ancient species that were forgotten, and the original owner of Bathory's vampiric sword. Also, he could see the old 9 kings who he was planning on battling, so it was a chance Yeon-woo couldn't miss. Everything else aside, his heart beat faster at the thought of meeting someone he couldn't anymore, although they were only an illusion. Is that friend the one to take the place of Abyss Turtle? He could hear Cunning in his head. For half a year, he had been sleeping inside the Philosopher's Stone. Was he awake now because he felt a familiar energy? Hee. Master, I'm up too. Then, he heard Chirpy's voice. It seemed he was done with preparing himself. The process might have been sped up when he saw the legendary beast. Whatever the reason, Yeon-woo felt received. While he was on the 20th floor training, it was okay because he had Shannon and Han Ryeong. But he was still worried because they only slept inside the stone. Their thoughts that were being delivered to him seemed pretty satisfied. How are you feeling? Totally good. I wanna fly around. So good. I wanna fly around. I'll let you do that later, so wait a bit. Okay. What about Cunning? I said not to call me that. Have you still not decided on a name for me? I couldn't think of a good name. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, com. Cunning groaned like he was really frustrated. Yeon-woo subconsciously laughed. He was a bit similar to Hanova's personality. Also, his brother had also gotten angry like this sometimes. He thought everyone's personalities were similar to his brother. How can you laugh in this situation? Yeon-woo stifled his laughter looking at Krrng. It seemed like he would become really upset if he teased him anymore. And they weren't formally contracted to each other yet. Nemesis. What? Your name? How's that? Cunning was silent for a moment. He seemed to be thinking. Then, he slowly spoke up. It's a god's name. Nemesis was a being of Olympus that dealt with revenge. Compared to the 12 Olympians like Zeus, he wasn't as powerful, or as well known. But a god was still a god. Using their name meant that you would borrow their authority, but it could also be something that smeared their name. So players tended to avoid their names, and even changed the names if they overlapped. But Yeon-woo didn't seem to care a bit. The gods and demons on the 98th floor are debating about something. A few gods don't like it. Hermes is convincing them. A few demons are looking at you with interested gazes. Messages about the gods and demons popped up again. But Yeon-woo ignored them this time as well. If he was going to feel happy or sad with every message, he'd rather just not speak. Also, there was something Yeon-woo was aiming for. The name of a god has power by itself. That's because it was a blessing that had the authority, character, and the position of the god. So if you used the name of a god, you would receive such a blessing. But most of them ended in curses because they couldn't control the power. Because even though the gods were trapped on the 98th floor, they could still use some of their powers on the lower floors. On the other hand, if you were liked by the god, it could be a great strength to you. This was what Yeon-woo was aiming for. To borrow the name of a god and for the mythical beasts to receive their blessing. Although they might be cursed. I'm a bit different though. Yeon-woo had already shown achievements that the gods and demons were interested in. And he was sure he could continue to show that side of himself in the future. Especially if he did things that didn't cross the lines of the god's reputation, and do justice to the god's name. He had no reason not to do it. Yeon-woo would raise their fame, and they would bless his mythical beasts. It was a deal of a sort. Nemesis, you say? Cunning couldn't easily answer because it was the name of a god. But he thought that Yeon-woo's idea wasn't that bad. No, he liked it. It was a perfect name for what they were trying to do. However, the fact that he might cause the god to become angry continued to make him uncomfortable. If you don't like it, we'll have to go with Cunning. I think you always take things to the extreme. Were you aware? I know. So. Your answer. Let's go with that. Then. Ding. The name of the demonic dragon has been changed from Cunning to Nemesis. According to the new name, the mythical beast will change accordingly. Tien, magical dragon, demonic dragon. Magical and demonic are the same in Korean, but I think demonic is better. Nemesis, demonic dragon, has acknowledged you as his owner. A new mythical beast that has not ever existed in the tower has been born. You have achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. You are being given additional karma and rewards. You earned 5,000 karma. You have earned an additional 3,000 karma. You are receiving an additional reward. Health increases by 5. Magic power increases by 7. Warning! You have borrowed a god's name. The god Nemesis has decided to remain neutral for this case. The god Nemesis will have their eyes on you. Be careful not you dirty the god's name. Hermes looks at you with a strange gaze. Whoosh! He couldn't see it himself because Cunning, no, Nemesis, was inside the Philosopher's Stone, but he could feel that his foundation had changed quite a bit. It was heavier and darker. Like he was holding a black darkness. Nemesis howled lightly with a Cunning like he liked his name. That was how he called him Cunning. Yeon-woo thought about that for a moment but didn't say it. But it was a relief. He had been worrying about what to name him, because he didn't have any creativity naming things. Then he met apostles like Hepburn and Rebecca, and he thought of it. If he was gonna change the name, he should just give the additional effects that came with it. And Nemesis would probably work harder to avoid the anger of the god. In the diary, he was as prideful as he was strong. Chirp. Then what about me? Me? Chirpy suddenly appeared and fluttered his wings in front of Yeon-woo. He was a bit bigger than before, but his expectantly shining eyes were still as innocent as ever. How about Nike? Nike. It was the name of the goddess of victory. Chapter 169, Set 3. After the very difficult process of naming was finished, he stepped out from the bustling crowd and moved to an empty area nearby. Once he checked that no one was around using his extrasensory perception, he summoned Nemesis. Nemesis slowly came to appearance along with dark fog. A body like the Akasha's snake, but the head of a mythical beast for sure. He was already bigger than Chirpy. Before, he had been about 5 meters long, but now, it was closer to 7. Who would believe that he had been hatched less than a year ago? Well, he still has a long way to go compared to the dragon god. He thought of the dragon god he saw in the Monkey King's palace and met Nemesis's eyes. You seem different seeing you like this, master. Nemesis didn't hesitate saying the word master anymore. Because I have to grow as much as you guys grow. Good. I don't know about other things, but I like your mindset. Yeon-woo grinned. Nemesis narrowed his eyes. So? Why'd you call me? You should know. You didn't say anything. How you were reborn. How ancient dragon Calidus is still living. But I didn't ask. Yeon-woo thought Nemesis needed to have some time to think, so he waited. But now, he seemed to be somewhat better now. He seemed to have accepted the life demonic dragon Nemesis. I hope you can tell me now. After some silence, Nemesis slowly opened his mouth. The reason why I was reborn, actually, I don't know if you can call this being reborn. Since I have all my memories. But I died, and am living again. So I guess it is rebirth. It's not too different from the method that the legendary beasts use. Nemesis' two eyes sunk deeply. I roamed around nothingness all this time. There, I waited and waited for Jeong-woo to come back for me. Nothingness. The dimension that was known to flow between worlds. And they said anything that went inside there disappeared without a trace. But he still had his consciousness after all this time? How did you think of waiting for him? Because Calidus said so. What? It was unexpected. Yeon-woo's eyes slightly widened. Isn't that weird? From what I know, Calidus closed his eyes after giving everything he had to Jeong-woo. Also, he even gave me his precious dragon heart. We kept his promise, and we even saw him return to mana. Returning to mana was the expression for when a draconic species met death. Since they were blessed with mana when they were hatched, they returned to mana after death. That meant ancient dragon Calidus had definitely died. But when I was surrounded by Cheongwoo people without avenging Jeong-woo, I heard Calidus's voice. To wait. This chapter is updated by Nov, E.L. Bayan.com. Nemesis still remembered what Calidus said that day. Wait. That child will come back soon. Come back. Nemesis just believed those words and waited. He roamed around nothingness by himself for a long time. Sometimes, he was overwhelmed with the want to disappear because endless patience was so painful, but every time, he heard Calidus's voice. And he had entered the world again from the call of the same soul as Jeong-woo. When he woke up, he thought he was seeing Jeong-woo. But it wasn't. So that's how it was. Yeon-woo was deep in thought for a moment. So what resurrected Nemesis was the ancient dragon Calidus. Yeon-woo heard his voice when his dragon body was being awakened, so he knew for sure that he was still living somewhere. Also, there was something else he grasped. Is Calidus the reason for Jeong-woo being back at Earth? The reason why Yeon-woo came to Korea from Africa was because his brother was found. He had his ID card in his wallet, and in his pockets were pictures and the pocket watch. After he entered the tower, he was sometimes curious. Just who sent his brother to Earth? The place he closed his eyes was in the house of the old Arthia clan. It definitely wasn't Earth. So that meant there was someone who retrieved his brother. But he didn't know who that someone was. There wasn't anyone he could point out from the diary, and people like Hanova and Galliard didn't know the location of the clan house. But if it was the ancient dragon Calidus, all his questions were answered. And most of all, Calidus had said he would wait until he came to find him. Yeon-woo asked Nemesis. Where would Calidus be? Probably where his deathbed was. Where is that? Nemesis answered in a low voice. 50th floor. The Dragon Temple. Of course. The Dragon Temple on the 50th floor was the place that split rankers and semi-rankers. It was the stage that was called a wall. But it had another meaning to Yeon-woo. It was where his brother had closed his eyes. That was the only place where the portal to transport to the clan house of Arthia was. So Yeon-woo had to get to the 50th floor no matter what, and he was working hard to do that. But a trace of the ancient dragon Calidus might be there? Definitely. Since Jeong-woo set up the location of the clan house on the 50th floor longing for Calidus. It was known that the clan house of Arthea was destroyed, when it was actually separated into subspace. So I have to get there, but I'm not in the situation to right now. Even though Yeon-woo had the martial power of a ranker, he was still giving his all on each floor. You could only do a trial once. The amount of rewards you got depended on how good you did. Getting 2 numbering skills on the 20th floor was proof of that. Of course, it was possible to come back and do the stage. Like the Sadhu. But that was just individual training, you didn't get any rewards for it. What Yeon-woo needed was an astronomical amount of karma and the rewards that came with it. And I need to fill the Hall of Fame with my name. Unlike the beginners section until the 10th floor, he was taking his time now. But if Calidus was waiting for him, and his last traces disappeared because he was too slow, it would be disastrous. However, no. You don't have to worry about that. Nemesis shook his big head. Why? Whatever you do, he'll be sleeping. It's similar to hibernation, but he can wait until you arrive there. How do you know that? Did you forget? Nemesis lightly snorted and spoke. That I'm the alter ego, as well as the apostle of Calidus. Yeon-woo decided on maintaining the speed he was with subjugating floors. If he made a mistake because he was in a rush, he might do something that couldn't be turned back. Getting stronger, and raising the awakening of the dragon body to the 8th step was the most important. After his questions about Calidus were answered, he went to go see his teacher, the martial king. Sword energy? Hey! You seem like a person now. He was the same as ever. He could tell how Yeon-woo had changed with just one look. Sword energy. In the terms of the One-Horned tribe, it meant aura blade. The eyes of Fanti and Edora, who were behind him, turned shocked. Knowing aura meant that you were at a master level. This was because they were only just learning aura now themselves, although they had trained their martial arts since they were young. Fanti sighed again, as if asking again, and Edora's eyes shined. Also. He rubbed his chin and looked Yeon-woo up and down. Then, he grinned widely. I guess you got something else too, hey. Yeon-woo was really speechless now. Kaya. Isn't this basically like a clairvoyant? I only heard about the martial king, but I didn't imagine he was like this. Really? The teacher who made Sword God. Even Shannon and Han Ryeong let out exclamations of respect. They seemed to be seeing something Yeon-woo couldn't. Does he really have the ability to see all things? Yeon-woo couldn't even dream of hiding things any longer. So he sighed, but he thought that this was actually for the better. He wanted to discuss what he had been through while he was at it already. He felt like he knew the Devil Army's motive for collecting the Ruyi Bang, but there were still a few things he didn't get. Why wasn't the Devil Army there when he left the dungeon? If their target was the piece of the Ruyi Bang, they should have sealed off the exit. But wouldn't the Martial King be able to grasp something? And Kindred had acted like he knew the Martial King. So he tried to ask for some advice. Don't. He grinned. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. Trust is important, but you declared independence. And you only come when you don't know something. He definitely was a clairvoyant. But Yeon-woo nodded, because he could see his teacher was being benevolent. And he also thought this. That the Martial King was definitely similar to the Monkey King. So he pushed his thoughts about the Monkey King away. Since he was going to look for the pieces of the Ruyi Bang, he would meet the Devil Army anyway. He could see the reason then. The Martial King crossed his arms and changed the topic. Anyways, so it's the 21st floor now. Fanti and Edora turned to look at Yeon-woo again. They had just finished the trial of The11th floor, and he was already so far ahead. Then, they remembered what the trial of the 21st floor was. Yes, sir. The Martial King grinned. Then you'll see me soon, hey. Chapter 170, Set 4. Yes, sir. I saw you were 2nd. Yeon-woo thought of the Hall of Fame he had seen on the 21st floor. The name that was second, Neu, was the Martial King's actual name. Right now, he was focusing on his brother, who was fourth place, but if he went higher than that, he would meet Monster. And of course, he wasn't planning on losing. He couldn't imagine a younger version of the Martial King climbing the 21st floor. Are you confident? Do I have to be confident? What? You scaredy? Of course I'll win. Hey? Look at you. One of his eyebrows twitched at the confident answer to his joking question. Don't you know that you'll disappear just like that being arrogant? I'm sure you know. I'm not good at jokes. I was speaking from a strategic point after examining all my skills. You'll only wake up when you get beat up by my shadow, hey. Speaking of, I was planning on asking. I'm planning on beating up your shadow, is that alright? Even though it's a trial, it's still an alter ego of my teacher, so it feels disrespectful. What? Or should I just attack one-sidedly? I think it's possible. The Martial King and Yeon-woo momentarily had a tense battle of wits. Fanti clenched his fists after learning that there was a legal way to beat his father up, and Eudora rubbed her temples like the whole situation was ridiculous. Neither of you are children, so please stop. And father, didn't you say there was something you have to do? I can do that law. The head elder was looking for you earlier, what should I do? Alright, alright. I'll go. Do you know how bad his nagging is these days? Don't you go nagging either. The Martial King sighed at the thought of the angry head elder chasing after him, and turned his body back towards the village. Before he left, he didn't forget about saying a word to Yeon-woo. Win, while you're at it. Even the first place. Yes, sir. Good. You should be this confident if you're gonna be my disciple. He. But daughter, where did I say I was going earlier? The Martial King winked at Yeon-woo and continued bothering his daughter while he left. Watching him leave, Yeon-woo repeated the Martial King's words to himself inside his head. To win even the first place while he was at it. That meant that the Martial King from back then hadn't been able to defeat the first place either. Bivasbat. He was more well known by another name. Al-Foroni. The wall of the 77th floor. Since it was a shadow that he had left there, Yeon-woo really wanted to battle him. Even if he lost, he would know how much farther he had to go. Yeon-woo clenched his fist subconsciously. Meanwhile, Eudora returned with a big sigh. She was pressing her temples at the immaturity of the Martial King again. She glared at Fanti, who seemed to be excited at the thought of the 21st floor, and turned to look at Yeon-woo, sighing again. I hope you don't come to resemble the two, or a bony. It seems like you're becoming similar to them these days. She spoke like she was sick of it. But Yeon-woo lightly laughed in response. You couldn't see it because his eyes were covered by the mask, but his eyes were smiling as well. Eudora sighed again. She felt like she was getting older by the day. Anyway, I heard that you're gonna climb the tower again tonight. Yeon-woo sneakily changed the topic. Eudora glared at Yeon-woo for doing that, but she nodded her head. She thought they would catch up on things, but the first thing he spoke about was the tower. It was so Yeon-woo-like. After taking the griffin to the territory of the abyss turtle first. I think it'll go smoothly since he was already acknowledged by the system. And we have to start moving as well. We've stayed here for too long. Then I'll meet you on the 23rd floor. The 23rd floor. Because I think I'll stay there for some time. Eudora understood what he was saying. To play together like in the beginners section. A smile escaped her lips before she knew it. Okay. Then I'll see you there. Yeon-woo saw Eudora and Fanti back to the tower, and he moved towards the outer sections of the tower. The two asked why he didn't go with them, but Yeon-woo shook his head and cut him off. I have something to prepare. The 21st floor was where numerous alter egos of several monsters were. And it was where people he had to beat, like Alforoni, was. Yeon-woo would have to fight full power, and he was planning on re-equipping himself as well. And I have to apologize too. The place Yeon-woo went was Hanova's smithy. The only person who could deal with the Abyss Turtle's shell pieces and shedding was Hanova. And he had to retrieve Han Ryeong and Shannon's weapons that he asked for half a year ago. But how should I apologize? Yeon-woo thought Hanova might throw his hammer at him the moment he saw him. A lot of time had passed since their promised date, and Edora had said he even went to the One-Horned tribe. He had probably been extremely worried. The reason why Hanova did that was understandable, though. Since he had gone off the grid without much notice. For someone who knew the pain of losing someone, he had done something horrible. So Yeon-woo worried about how to apologize to Hanova. Joking probably wouldn't work this time. But because he couldn't think of any good ideas, he was frustrated at being bad at relationships with people. And when he arrived in front of the smithy, selling my stock. Items are a sword breaker and 9 swords. I'll show you them, also name the price, you fools. Ack. Hanova's doing crazy things again. 50,000 points. Are you crazy? You're calling that price at something Hanova made? 100,000 points. Give it to me. 120,000. Hanova was shaking the swords around on a podium with his stubby arms. Like it was an auction, people were crowded around. But the sword was familiar to Yeon-woo for some reason. Shannon realized what it was and shouted. Hey! Go stop him! That's my sword! Yeon-woo bitterly smiled when he realized what Hanova was trying to do. He's planning on selling it away. Looking at it would only make him angry, so he probably wanted to get rid of it. And he had gotten angrier hearing that Yeon-woo returned and decided to sell it. His fiery personality doesn't go anywhere. He smiled to himself and heard Shannon's frustrated voice. Master! Stop smiling and go! Dwarf! That guy's gonna sell it to weird people. Ah! It's about to be sold. Run! Shannon had been the most excited when Hanova was making his sword. Hanova was one of the top 5 artisans in the tower. Because his name was related to Arthea, he was in that position, but there were still people who wanted to try to use his weapons. And the same went for Han Ryeong. The weapons he had before all had the names of gods, but whatever Hanova made wouldn't be any less than those. So he wanted to use the 9 swords that Hanova made, but seeing him trying to sell them off like that made him scream. Eventually Yeon-woo used his shunpo to arrive in front of the smithy at their urgency. The auction was heating up. 25,000. 26,500. These crazy bastards 30,000. Since a weapon made by a master was right in front of them, the players were trying to get it at any price, even if they had to use their life savings. For people in the outer sections, getting such an item was impossible. But as the price was increasing, 50,000. The atmosphere quickly cooled down. Everyone looked at the voice. 50,000 points was enough to keep a small clan running. They wondered what kind of crazy bastard was trying to disturb them. And they were all surprised seeing Yeon-woo's mask. Hoarder. Why is that person here? Did you forget? The hoarder is close to Hanova. Shit. What can we do when a snake appears where only caterpillars are? The players started to move away at the astronomical amount. Thanks to that, Hanova's face was filled with annoyance. He glared at Yeon-woo, and Yeon-woo smiled at him. You. While Hanova was grinding his teeth, a player shot his hand up in the air. 60,000. Gasp. Do you have the money? How is he going to? The person who had called that price was confident that no one could ask for a higher amount. However, 1,000,000. Gasp. Everyone paled at the amount that Yeon-woo had nonchalantly called out. Yeon-woo crossed his name and arrogantly looked around him. You don't have any more, right? Then I'll take it as sold. Hanova ground his teeth again, and took out another sword. It was a sword that Han Ryong had asked for. Then this. 1,000,000. Fucking. Yeon-woo called out 1,000,000 points before Hanova finished speaking. The players turned even more pale. After that, Yeon-woo continued to call out the ridiculous amount again and again. The players asked if that was possible. But Yeon-woo just pulled out some jewels from Intrenina. Since it was a subspace storage that Red Dragon cherished, it was filled with precious things. Of course, it didn't mean that much money was easily produced. It was of the total wealth in Intrenian. But Yeon-woo knew that Hanova would return what he received with 10 times more. No, it was okay even if he didn't return it. The thankful Yeon-woo felt towards Hanova wasn't something that could be priced. He was someone that was a friend and a father to his little brother. So he could easily give all of Intrenian to him without any hesitation if he asked for it. So Yeon-woo called out prices without trying to save any of it, and Hanova ground his teeth because things weren't going his way. You fucking bastard! Thank you for the compliment. Take it away, you fucking bastard! Hanova threw all the swords he was holding at Yeon-woo. He wanted to have Yeon-woo pick up all the swords on the ground, but Yeon-woo crushed his hopes this time as well. Yeon-woo extended his hand to wrap magic power around the swords. Then, the sword breaker and the sword slowly moved into Yeon-woo's arms. After he realized his consciousness, he was able to easily lift light items. Eek! Hanova kicked the ground when things didn't go his way and whipped around to go back into the smithy again. The crowd looked at Yeon-woo regretfully. Not caring about them, he pulled out the sword breaker from its sheath. Cashing! He felt a nice touch on his hand. It was shining like the moon and sharp like the tooth of a beast. Wow! How can someone make that? People exclaimed in astonishment seeing it. They couldn't close their mouths. Even from what Yeon-woo, someone who had only just started the sword, saw, it was an amazing item. When he looked at it with his draconic eyes, there were almost no flaws. No way, even if he's a dwarf, is that possible? You can make that in a day? It looks easily over S rank. Shannon screamed in shock. He looked like someone who had seen a miracle. Hanova's smooth and twisted sword. Category, both-handed long sword. Rank, SSS. Summary, a sword that Hanova spent nights making. Its smooth blade can easily push back opponents, and the weight of the sharp edge was created to rip through defensive armor. Asterisk smoothly flowing wind. With the blessing of the wind, the right blade speeds up with speed. Its attacking power increases with its speed. The opponent's attacking power will decrease. Asterisk twisted wind. With the curse of the wind, it shifts heavy wind. It can create 12 tornadoes consecutively, and the chances of the opponent's armor being ruined increases. Ah! You crazy fool! What were you doing leaving this here? Chapter 171, Set 5. Han Ryong sighed like he agreed. It's at least a masterpiece. Under normal circumstances it wouldn't have been completed even in half a year. Had Hanova pulled all-nighters making this? Those crazy bastards, though. They offered what? 60,000? Are they blind, or are they trying to rip him off? That's what they're living in the outer sections of the tower. Shannon looked like he was ready to leave any moment. Because he quickly blocked him so he couldn't move, but a murderous intent flowed from his shadow. The players all turned pale. Some even wet themselves and plopped themselves. Some even quickly ran away so Yeon-woo couldn't see them. Yeon-woo stood there for a while like that. Then Han Ryong spoke in a trembling voice. Sir! What? Is it possible for you to check mine? He wanted to quickly see his swords as well. Yeon-woo bitterly smiled and put the sword breaker and the other swords into Intrinian. Two shadows stretched out and entered the subspace. They would probably be busy for a while. Yeon-woo shook his head and opened the door to the smithy. Clang! 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 Hanova was hammering some metal down in front of the fire. Fuck! Why are you here? I brought items for 10 million. I think you're being too rude to your customer. This bastard again. Hanova really felt like he would throw the hammer in his hand away. Yeon-woo grimaced and smiled. He had subconsciously teased him. It was like a passive skill now. He dipped his head. Sorry. Hanova's hand stopped midair while trying to throw the hammer. His forehead was wrinkled. What? Sorry for not delivering news about me. I could have let you know that I was gonna be late, but it was my mistake. It was hard for Hanova to throw the hammer since this was how Yeon-woo was coming out. He put down the hammer and put his pipe in his mouth. While he inhaled the smoke, it was silent. It was Hanova who broke the silence. No longer want to lose anyone. I don't want to be bothered by those things, and have to go through that again. Yeon-woo shut his mouth. Just keep that in mind. He returned to his hammer. Yeon-woo silently looked at him and went to stand next to him in front of the fire. He picked up a hammer as well. Some time later, the sound of the two clanging metal together could be heard from the smithy. Yeon-woo pulled out his Karshina's dagger. It was a short sword that he had used well since his newbie days in the tutorial. If it didn't have the option of user's will, he would have thrown it away already. It was only AD+, and the blade was extremely dull from the use. But he was used to it, so he tried to fix it and use it. However, it was now hard to do anything more with it now, perhaps because his training on the 20th floor had been too intense. Normally, Yeon-woo would have thrown it away without any hesitation. He had plenty of other swords inside Intrinian, and he could probably make a better sword than this. But he wasn't able to throw away Karshina's dagger. Probably because he still had lingering feelings for it. He had gotten fond of it. This was probably because it was a sword he had used from the tutorial. So Yeon-woo was determined to try to fix the dagger even if it would take some work. He even had good materials now, especially the tail snake's shedding. It was tough and sturdy, and it had the property of poison immunity. He thought it would go nicely with Karshina's dagger for some reason. Draconic eyes. He opened his new eyes and observed the flaws along the dagger. Then, he separated the blade from the handle and adjusted the blade on the table with the tool. When it was tightly in place, he brought down the hammer powerfully. After repeating the hammering several times, the blade was divided into 5 pieces. He put them each into the fire and watched them redden with heat. He silently watched the process and then pulled out the shedding from his bag, shaking it lightly so it would become more neat and tough. Yeon-woo continued pulling out things from Intrinian. There were minerals he had received as hidden pieces, and of them, there were the few auric halcons he managed to get. Auric halcon was extremely tough, so it was traded expensively. He halved it and put it into the fire. Then he waited for it to melt. Auric halcon didn't melt easily, so he didn't forget to input his holy fire into the fire as well. With this, Hanova, who was trying to ignore Yeon-woo, couldn't focus on what he was doing and observed Yeon-woo. He was just upset at Yeon-woo, not too mad. And when Yeon-woo had apologized, he was feeling better now. He couldn't find the opportunity to speak to Yeon-woo because of his pride. But when Yeon-woo started getting those materials out, his gaze immediately focused on them. He was curious about how Yeon-woo had gotten them, as he was also worried as well. Yeon-woo slightly smiled seeing Hanova peek at him. He could just ask if he was curious. He really was a prideful person. And that was probably why he was so easily teased. Since Yeon-woo had been the one to make the mistake, he decided to lower himself. Hanova. Humph. What? Hanova quickly whipped his head around, pretending like he wasn't watching, and snorted. But Yeon-woo didn't miss how his ears twitched. Yeon-woo barely pushed down the laughter coming up and spoke. I want to make a dagger. Could I ask for some help? How can someone who learned metallurgy from me not be able to make something as simple as this? It's because I lack the skills. I can fix things or make simple items, but creating something is completely new territory. Yeon-woo put some emphasis on his words. But aren't you my metallurgy teacher? And you're an artisan as well. Of course I need your help. Twitch twitch. Hanova's ear continued to move up and down. His ear was slightly red. It seemed he was embarrassed. Like it was nice for him to hear the words teacher and artisan, he lightly coughed. Ahem. Well, if you say so. Fine. So what are you curious about? Actually, I got some good materials this time. Materials. Yeon-woo realized that Hanova was starting to move closer to him and began to prepare the bait. Would you like to see? Pull it out. Yeon-woo pulled out the shell pieces and the Void Dragon's abyss, along with some minerals. Momentarily, Hanova's gaze changed. Is this? This is what I got as a reward from the Abyss Turtle and Void Dragon. And these minerals are... Hanova had heard roughly about what Yeon-woo went through on the 11th floor from Edora and Fanti. But his eyes were widened because he didn't expect this to happen. Minerals like auric halcons weren't actually that hard to come by. They might be expensive, but he could get if he needed to. But shell pieces and void were different. These were priceless. Because they were things that you couldn't get unless you killed legendary beasts. But Yeon-woo nonchalantly put them in front of him. Of course, Hanova would be flipped out by something like this. He could feel the artisan's passion in him burning up. His fingers were itchy. Ahem. What are you going to do with these? Hanova tried to hide his excitement and asked in the most serious voice he could muster. But he couldn't help how his voice trembled a bit. Yeon-woo lightly grinned seeing that Hanova had taken the bait. He was thankful he was wearing a mask at times like this. I want to re-equip my overall equipment. Hanova's gaze sunk. Re-equipment, you say? Yes. It's been a while, and I've changed a lot as well. I guess. It is time to re-equip. It had been a long time since Yeon-woo first got his equipment when he entered the tower. Even if you took care of your equipment, it would become ruined, and as a player's fighting style changed, their equipment needed to change as well. So players usually re-equipped their equipment every 5 floors on average. They got rid of equipment they didn't need and found new options that their property and abilities fit the best. Since Yeon-woo hadn't re-equipped once, he was a bit late now. Of course, Yeon-woo's equipment was much better than what players on the lower floors had. Vigrid, Aegis, and the Despair of the Black King. Jai's eyes and the magic bayonet also went along well with his skills as well. The Karshina's dagger and Goblin King's eye from the tutorial were a bit old now, but Yeon-woo still used them well. Since my battle methods are pretty varied. Although I intended to make my skill tree go this way. This was what Yeon-woo had intended from the beginning. Yeon-woo had planned on awakening his dragon body anyway, so he had tried to grow his strength with that in mind. He focused on his dexterity, movement, and senses. Because he had trained in the military in Africa, he knew how to judge himself rationally. And the Despair of the Black King had just landed in his lap. Also, Yeon-woo was strong because he didn't focus on his magic artifacts and tried to train himself instead. But now, he was feeling the need to switch it up. When he learned aura on the 20th floor, his body had gone through immense growth. He needed something to support it. He felt like his body needed something else. He also wanted to have it done before he challenged the 21st floor, but the desire to change himself was the greatest. That's how it happened. Yeon-woo explained what happened to him to Hanova. Hanova would probably be able to tell him the answer. Yeon-woo waited for Hanova to finish organizing his thoughts. And after a few hours passed, Hanova slowly lifted his pipe from his mouth. So you're saying since you have a lot of money, you change everything about you, is that right? Yes. And to want to be involved in some of it. I know it's greedy, but I think that what I make for myself will be best for me. Hanova burst out laughing. That's a good idea. An item has to fit with their owner. Yeon-woo didn't just bring up fixing Karshina's dagger to turn Hanova's mind around. He also had the desire to make an artifact for himself. Since this was one of the wishes of a player who learned metallurgy. Also, to learn mechanical magic, he would have to train his metallurgy as well. That's why you gave me that much money. Hanova looked at Yeon-woo like he was dumbfounded. I can't say that it's not. You damned. Hanova cursed at what Yeon-woo said, but he lightly smiled. He knew that if Yeon-woo said that, it meant he trusted him. Hanova didn't feel bad at all. Then he narrowed his eyes. Anyways, you leave changing everything to me. Yes. Are you saying that knowing what you're saying? Yes. I know. Yeon-woo heavily nodded his head. Hanova shook his head. No. You don't know how important this is. Making new equipment that fit a player. It might seem simple, but actually, it was outright outrageous. It meant that a player was revealing everything about himself. Attributes, stats, properties, skill tree, physique, level of magic power, and future growth. It meant that you were showing your weaknesses to the artisan you chose. If the artisan you chose decided to turn against you, or if the information was leaked, you were done for. Hanova was talking about that. The being receiving the most attention in the tower right now was Yeon-woo. After he reached the 50th floor, he would get more attention, but most people knew his name. But the information known about him was comparatively little. It was only known that he was skilled in martial arts and facts about his skill tree weren't known. There were a lot of places that asked for information about Yeon-woo. Hanova pointed that out and wanted Yeon-woo to think about it a bit more. From what he could tell, Yeon-woo didn't know how much attention he was receiving as a rookie. But... no. I know well. Yeon-woo spoke firmly. And from his expression, Hanova thought of someone else. A little child who had absolute trust in him. Fine. I'll help you. But the main is me. You assist me from the side. If you laze off, I'm gonna break your head into pieces with the hammer. Under his mask, Yeon-woo laughed. I leave it to you. And from that day, the fire in Hanova's smithy wasn't extinguished. Chapter 172, Set 6. Clang, clang, clang. For several hours, Hanova had been silently hammering the metal. The Jai's eyes was next to his, disassembled, and the shell pieces and shedding were just lazily tossed next to them. The first thing that Hanova had chosen to create was the abdomen section. That was because it was the center of defense armors. There were a lot of attacking styles that attacked the stomach area, so it was the place that took the most work. Hanova was planning on making a gauntlet, belt, pants, boots, and a mask, with the abdomen at the center, into a set. The additional effects that came with a set artifact was pretty outstanding as well. And he happened to have a good set. The magic series. He was thinking of putting that all into this. Magic. He bitterly smiled at the sudden thought when he was hammering. The magic series. He didn't think the day would come when he finished it with his own hands. The first item of the set, the magic bayonet, was supposed to go to someone else. But it hadn't been able to get to its original owner. However, it seemed like the new owner was using it well. So Hanova sometimes thought. Was the magic bayonet not fated to go to its original owner? Did it find another destiny, and adjust to its new fate? After touching metal for a long time, he firmly believed that metal had its fate too. It was only an object when it was a material, but when Vestige entered it after use, he thought that they started to have their own minds. And from what Yeon-woo saw, the magic bayonet hadn't been able to get to its original owner, but it was happy next to its new owner. So Yeon-woo wanted to make friends for the magic bayonet. Friends who could walk on its thorny path with it. This isn't just adjusting it, but creating a completely new item. That rude bastard! Using an oldie like this. A moment later, Yeon-woo stretched, and complained to himself. But there was a smile on his lips. Actually, he hadn't decided exactly how to adjust, change, Ji's eyes. At first, he thought about whether to just add things onto it, but he thought that wouldn't be enough. His forehead wrinkled. Then he waved his hand in the air and a hologram window popped up. Player information. Asterisk body information. Name. Planet origin. Tendency, neutral, evil 61%. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 89 kilograms. Traits, cold-blooded, trainer. Titles, Monster Hunter, blessed by magic power, legendary beast's successor, one who leads death, descendant of the Monkey King. Asterisk body abilities. Strength, 812, plus 90. Dexterity, 851, plus 101. Health, 778, plus 88. Magic power, 1052, plus 152. Asterisk skill. 51.2%, extrasensory perception, 15.9%, foresight, 2.0%, time difference, 8.9%, Bathory's vampiric sword, 42.8%, holy fire, 10.8%, shunpo, 68.9%, magic circuit, 70.1%, heaven wing mana control, 48.6%, 8 extreme fists, 80.2, blessing of the blue spirit, 18.0%, fire rain, 5.5%, open speaking, 15.6%, 72 bien, 1.2%. Asterisk properties. Fire, 102, plus 201. Water, 35, plus 30. Darkness, 88, plus 65. Evil, 30, plus 100. It was Yeon-woo's status window. Yeon-woo had tried to guess Yeon-woo's weight and body type, but Yeon-woo just left him with all the information. He didn't know if he trusted people easily, or if it meant that that was how much he trusted him. It was probably the latter, since he was a pretty smart guy, but Yeon-woo was flabbergasted because he didn't expect Yeon-woo to give his status window over just like that. Of course, all the important things were marked as, but it wasn't hard to guess what it might be. But with this, Yeon-woo was able to quickly discover what path Yeon-woo's items needed to take. Since it was a lot easier with the information the system provided. But it was also harder in a way as well. It wasn't hard to get materials or supplies. Yeon-woo provided a lot, and he could buy whatever he needed with money. However, it was how he made it. His status was overall focused on magic power, and his dexterity was pretty high as well. That meant he could go with the armor he was thinking about. It might be good to decrease the weight even more. But if the weight was lowered, the defense would also decrease as well. Also, the shell pieces of the abyss turtle were pretty heavy. Even if he cast lightning magic on it, the material was so tough, that it would decrease movement. And he couldn't make an armor out of cloth. Who would think that this is a player on the lower floor? He would probably be able to easily defeat most rankers. And that also meant he was going to grow before he reached the 50th floor. Yeon-woo's name was on the line. He had to make something he wouldn't be embarrassed about. And Yeon-woo's deliberations continued. His eyes were fixed somewhere. On the name and planet origin that were marked with question marks. Crack! Crack! Every time he moved, he could feel his bones moving against each other, Yeon-woo breathed out after feeling more relieved. Unlike Hanova, who was used to the smithy, he wasn't used to sitting still like this when he wasn't meditating, so he had to stretch sometimes. Doing so after intense concentration made him feel good. The night air felt fresh as well. Yeon-woo confirmed that there wasn't anyone near him with his extrasensory perception. It was the perfect place for him to train. Thankfully, there was no one around. But he didn't know if someone might show up, so he commanded Boo through the black bracelet. Boo, defense. Obeying. Your orders. With Boo's answer, a bluish air spread along the territory of the extrasensory perception, and a sturdy wall was built. The defense magic was magic that needed a considerable amount of knowledge. However, Boo was showing rapid growth, being able to do that kind of magic easily. He was a perfect lich. Or the rune magic fit Boo better than he thought. Yeon-woo spoke up while thinking those thoughts. Nemesis. Nike. He felt something leaving the Philosopher's Stone from his heart. And in front of him appeared the giant Nemesis and a Nike that came up to his chest. I still can't get used to it. Yeon-woo felt the unfamiliar names on his tongue. Krrng and Chirpy were nice and affectionate. But seeing the two with confident faces after receiving the new names, he couldn't bring himself to bring that up. It would be best if you don't have any thoughts about changing our names. Or our contract will really be broken. But why did you call us, Master? The strong Nemesis, and Nike, who had his head cutely titled. Even though they were both legendary beasts, their personalities were the complete opposite. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, com. You guys seem to have changed a lot. So I wanted to check. Like check our skills? Good mindset. He. Master, you'll be really surprised when you see how much I've gotten stronger. Nike covered his beak with his mouth and giggled. His eyes were curved backwards like he was amused by something. Then should we start with Nike? No. Start with Nemesis. The main character is supposed to be last. Where did he hear something like that? Yeon-woo laughed. Nemesis stepped up without saying much. It was like he was Nike's older brother. Mature, and taking care of him behind his back. Did the Philosopher's Stone help? Nemesis nodded his big head. Of course. It was enough to change my level. Yeon-woo's gaze changed. It was that much. Yet. If it wasn't for that, I don't know how long it would have taken to fix my strength. It might have taken tens of years, and I would have forgotten things. He thought that Nemesis had been sleeping in the Philosopher's Stone, but he realized that he was healing himself. He had spent time in the egg, but that wasn't enough. But there was nothing he could do about that. Since he had the powers from when he was a mythical beast, the new properties he learned when he was in the dimension, and the powers of the legendary beasts from Yeon-woo. The Philosopher's Stone wasn't just somewhere for him to rest. But he still didn't know exactly what the Philosopher's Stone did. In the duration while Nemesis was in the stone, his growth didn't pause at all. Where did you get this mysterious stone? And Nemesis became curious. There wasn't a magic organ that could be as powerful as the dragon heart. But Yeon-woo didn't properly answer him. If Nemesis heard how the stone was made, he would be disgusted. And the same went for Nike. So Yeon-woo decided to block off information about the stone for some while. It was a relief they could only read some information about it. Let's check it first. Alright. Nemesis lifted his head to look at the sky. Do you know about the skills I had? Chapter 173, Set 7. Somewhat. The skills that Nemesis had when he was Mern could be separated into two categories. Empty Dream and Dragon's Pillar. A legendary beast could resist magic attacks from the outside, and Mern was similar in that way. Empty Dream had the power to lessen the magic power within the area, and Dragon's Pillar could create a storm to blow away things in its path. Because of that, people used to say that in a place where Heaven Wing was, it was impossible to attack with magic. He even had the title, Magic Massacre. Nemesis seemed to be proud of his past. Right. And what I have now isn't too different. The only difference is, wait, it'll be easier if you see it with your eyes. Nemesis suddenly closed his eyes. Dream, fades away. When he said the activating phrase, Nemesis had black spots all over him like he was covered in soot. Nemesis began to fade away, and darkness spread around him. Like they were on the 20th floor, everything disappeared. The entire world turned black and it was silent. Emptiness came. Like someone had roamed around in nothingness and was emanating that power. Anyone would be confused if they were caught in this. For some reason, Yeon-woo thought he saw Nemesis pleased with himself far away. He shook his head, and asked. It's all good. But isn't the activating phrase something that a middle schooler would come up with? He could tell why the dragon had liked the name Nemesis. A middle schooler? What are you talking about? Look at the skill. It needs an appropriate phrase that can describe it well and... Nemesis burst out shouting at what Yeon-woo said, and began to explain. Does he also have the habit of explaining everything one by one? He glossed over what Nemesis said in annoyance, and confirmed the skill information in front of him. Dreaming Illusion. Rank, AA+. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, dreams are a world mixed with reality and illusion. Enemies are trapped in this world. They'll roam around not knowing if it's a normal dream or a nightmare. Asterisk bewitching fantasy. Within an area, enemies will be trapped in a created nothingness. They'll be in a state of confusion and fear. If the two emotions are felt excessively, they will be locked in a state of panic and not be able to tell where they are. Contrary to their enemies, allied forces will be buffed. Asterisk fearsome nightmare. At most, with a 20% probability, magic-type skills will be limited, and a penalty will come from using them. However, it doesn't apply to the authority level. A great amount of magic power will be used as it is creating a world of nothingness. It depends on the proficiency of the skill. While the skill is used, Nemesis will be defenseless. If his body is attacked, the skill will be cancelled. Yeon-woo's eyes widened after confirming the skill. Empty Dream had been the nightmare of countless magicians. But it seemed like there was a much better skill now. It was the same in that it affected magic-type skills. And the additional bewitching fantasy option that was added would be a lot of help. It will go well with the territory settings. If it was used with the dragon's authority, the enemies trapped in it wouldn't be able to budge an inch. It was like someone had given Yeon-woo wings so he could fly. And it said that it creates a dreamlike world. Then does that mean I can make illusions if I get a more superior skill than this? Yeon-woo thought he might be able to use the concept of dreams in the near future. Of course, he could do a lot with just reaching the 6th step of the A-Dragon's authorities, but he would be able to do so much more with it. He stroked his chin. It was something that would happen in the future, but he needed to plan things now. Yeon-woo checked the next skill right after. Violent Whirlwind. Rank, A. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, it can become wind by creating storm effects. The movement of the enemy decreases by 10%. Also, it can speed you up. Every time the proficiency increases by 5%, the amount of whirlwinds increases, making at most 15 at a time. It was a skill Yeon-woo was glad to see. With this, I'll be able to focus on leading Boo and the undead army. Because Yeon-woo still fought his enemies when he spread his territory, it was Boo who led the army. So Boo was tired summoning the spirits, using fog of blood, and leading them all. It was inefficient as well. However, since Nemesis would take care of his territory, Boo wouldn't have to do that anymore. He could just focus on the undead army. And Nemesis suddenly appeared from the darkness. He came to him with his chest thrust out. Do you see the power of this body now, Master? Yet. I see why it has the activating phrase of a middle schooler. How many times do I have to say? Yeon-woo ignored Nemesis again and looked back at Nike. Nike, can you show yours too? Yeah. You'll be totally surprised when you see it. Nike powerfully thrust his wings apart and shouted with confidence. There were 5 skills that Yeon-woo could check. There were 2 skills that popped out the most. One of them was Holy Fire. It was similar to what Yeon-woo had, since he had gotten it from the Phoenix as well. However, if there was something that was different, it was that it had other effects. Fire, Hail and Sea of Fire. Like their names, one was pouring hail from the SKU, and the other was raising fire from the ground to burn everything in its path. However, it ate up as much magic power as Violent Whirlpool, so he would have to be careful using it. Since he couldn't burn up his allies. They were good skills, but what stood out to him was this. Fire Spirit. Rank, DS+. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, a phoenix dies and comes alive by fire, which is why all fire in the world is the territory of the phoenix. Thanks to this, it is possible to reincarnate and resurrect in fire. Asterisk Resurrection of Fire. When HP goes under 20%, it is possible to heal oneself in fire once a day. Other skill effects are paused when attempting resurrecting. Asterisk Reincarnation of Fire. You can move however you want after being melted in fire. However, fire created to attack by enemies cannot be controlled, and only slightly influenced. It might not look too different from Holy Fire on the outside. However, if you looked closely, they were completely different. It was pretty much a skill made for Yeon-woo. Being able to melt whenever you wanted to fire. And controlling it to how you wanted. What would happen if Nike melted Yeon-woo's Holy Fire? The fire power would increase. A lot. Yeon-woo didn't feel uncomfortable using fire. It was familiar to him like it was a part of his lambs. His wings of fire naturally came out when Heaven Wing Mana control was activated, and Holy Fire wrapped around his blade when he pulled aura out. But if Nike was added on top of this, Yeon-woo's limits would be surpassed. They would all become more powerful. He didn't worry about not being able to work with Nike. They were able to read each other's mind just by looking into the other's eyes. Nike. Yeah. Nike realized what Yeon-woo wanted and nodded his head, flying up. And thousands of flames headed down to Yeon-woo. At the same time, Yeon-woo spun his magic circuit. He didn't feel most heat now, but as he felt this feat, he was surprised. It spread throughout his body. The fire turned blue from red, and into yellow from blue. It burned everything about him. No, it didn't just burn it, but broke it all apart. The small amount of moisture quickly dried up, and the atmosphere was boiling. The expanding air pushed against the defense system, and violently shook it, like it would collapse any second. He had just released his power, but it was this strong. The 3 pairs of fire wings increased to 4 pairs. He wondered if it was too much, but there was nothing else he could do to control his fire power. Yeon-woo didn't stop there. First, he lowered his fire power so it wouldn't get in the way, and soared high into the sky, spreading his wings of fire apart. He had used them before, but there was a limit in the speed and turning direction. But now, it seemed like those limits had disappeared. He moved with the flow in the air, and when he was somewhat used to it, he added more speed. The sound of the sound barrier breaking rang in Yeon-woo's ears. If Shunpo, Haste, and Blink are added to here. Yeon-woo activated all his skills at the same time. A target appeared before him. Then, with just a slight shake of his dagger, there was a large explosion, and a whole forest that was nearby was blown away. Now I know why the rank is like this. Yeon-woo quickly left after seeing the destroyed forest. The forest was still exploding. After the initial explosion, sparks flew to create the second and third explosion. The forest had already lost its shape, and only the smell of something burning was left behind. He was planning on taking back the fire before there was more damage, but he couldn't fix what happened. People would gather around because of the large round. Yeon-woo realized why fire spirit wasn't fixed to just one rank. Various kinds of attacks were possible. If there was a problem, it was that this was the greatest power that Yeon-woo would summon. What if aura was added here? Or if fire rain was combined? Or if his dragon's body was awakened as well? If it was awakened? What do you think? It's crazy. If I felt that before I died, I would have been in danger. Shannon and Han Ryeong spoke about how they felt. Both of them looked satisfied. Yeon-woo asked Han Ryeong. What if we met when you were at your strongest? I would have still been in danger. If aura and Nike and even fire rain was combined, I probably would have lost an arm or a leg at the very least. Since it was something that even the saber god acknowledged. He felt satisfied. But I won't be scared. How come? I would be careful not to get swept away by the storm. Or not give you time for that. Of course. Yeon-woo nodded like he agreed. Since Han Ryeong wasn't someone to let his opponents attack. And it's dangerous because it doesn't distinguish between friends and foes. I think it's better off not having it if you can't control it. Yeon-woo nodded his head again. It was definitely dangerous. Not just for him, but if the undead army was exploded as well, he would be destroying himself. Then what if I focus on it being condensed and not exploded? Yeon-woo changed the direction of his attention. If he could just focus it on his aura and his blade. Of course, he would have to have weapons that could bear it, but he thought Vigrid would be able to do it. Then he would be more threatening. No, it didn't just end there. How many people would be able to take his fiery aura and blade? There's still a lot left that I want to practice. He was planning on keeping this skill unused until he could control it perfectly. Then is the only thing left to check the spirit now. Yeon-woo didn't forget about the message when he cleared the Abyss Turtle's quest. The message that said he could learn spirit magic. He checked the skill that wasn't marked as temporary anymore. Blessing of the Blue Spirit. Chapter 174, Set, 8. Translator, HH Editor, HH. Blessing of the Blue Spirit. Rank. Proficiency, 18.2%. Summary, to show his gratitude, the Abyss Turtle has presented one of his subordinates. Because the Blue Spirit was born in a deep thought, it wasn't able to have a direct identity, but it can support multiple roles. It gives its sense of identity so multiple skills and properties can be learned. The growth of the spirit depends on its owner. This is a superior skill. Only those acknowledged by the Abyss Turtle can use it, and it can grow according to the proficiency. It doesn't have an identity yet. An identity must be created before it can grow, so set an identity first. The deeper your understanding about spirit magic is, the faster the growth will be. Yeon-woo had been using the effects of the spirit, but he couldn't summon it. With the quest over, he thought he would be able to use it, but the spirit seemed to be different than what Yeon-woo knew. Spirits grow in the waste of nature, so most of them are hard to handle. However, they are arranged from the highest level, king, so it's fun to grow them. There were famous spirits like Fire Spirit, Kasa, and Wind Spirit Sylph. They were weak by themselves, but they had identities, and could grow more. Kasa was a salamander, and salamanders could become Salist. But the Blue Spirit seemed to be a bit different. It didn't have an identity or property. Since it was blank, it was up to Yeon-woo how it would be grown. It might have more potential than other spirits, but that meant that it was more likely it would be messed up. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Yeon-woo bitterly smiled looking at the blue form that was floating above his hand. He didn't have a clue how to grow it. Since it had the ability to prevent the powers of the legendary beasts from clashing, it wasn't weak. It would be nice if I can grow it well. But I don't have the freedom to spend time on it like rune magic. He was already busy with the 72 Bien, heaven things, and the yin sword. He was planning on studying magic and spirit magic sometime, but it was lower on the list of things he had to do. Then is that the only option? Yeon-woo suddenly thought of something. Giving a personality. What if he led the spirit to grow by itself? The personality he gave it would have to be outstanding. Thankfully, Yeon-woo had a lot of personalities to put in the blue spirit. There were over 1,000 souls in his collection, and he had some high-ranked souls among them as well. Like Hepburn and Soul Luna. But Yeon-woo shook his head. Hepburn was Urd's apostle. The soul of a superior species was a waste, but her loyalty to Urd was too strong. She would only be a bother. Same with Soul Luna. She was a good candidate since she was skilled with the sword and was a vampire. But she's too sly. It wasn't someone he wanted to have near him. Then there was only one person left. Rebecca is the best. The only bad thing was that she was prideful and wouldn't like to serve anyone. It was also a problem that he didn't have her soul. That's not a problem, since there's a way around it. But the fact that I might become enemies with Sir Nunnos puts me off. He could try to put Rebecca in the spirit, but it would result in receiving enmity from Sir Nunnos. Yeon-woo considered whether it was worth it to be at odds with a god. I'm already enemies with Urd, and I have a strange relationship with the goddesses Nemesis and Nike. If I'm going to tie it up with the gods anyway, let's just try it once. Yeon-woo organized his thoughts and summoned Bu. Bu bowed his head as soon as he saw Yeon-woo. He already knew what Yeon-woo was trying to do. It was dangerous, but he didn't try to convince Yeon-woo otherwise. Let's begin. Yes, sir. Yeon-woo opened Intrinian and pulled out Rebecca's body. Braised the black bead and murmured incomprehensible words. Then, a mysterious black light shined from Rebecca's body. Sir Nunnos is furious realizing what you are trying to do. The demons are looking at you gladly. One of the demons announces something about you. The support of the demons has increased. They were cheering for you. Evil property has increased by 15. Evil property has increased by 20. Your neutral personality has exceeded 70% into evil, and is changed into evil. Based on your personality, you may receive benefits and penalties. Be aware. Rebecca's body quickly regained its form. The skin and bones returned to how they used to be, and veins and muscles were connected again. Her pale face turned rosy again, and she looked like someone who was sleeping. Yeon-woo felt the air around him become heavier. There was murderous intent in it. It was probably from Sir Nunnos. But they wouldn't be able to descend the 98th floor anyway. Since he had some enmity with them anyway, he was planning on going all the way. He could do things to make Sir Nunnos feel better later. Yeon-woo changed the souls in his collection into black energy and gave it to Rebecca. As black energy was inputted, Rebecca's body shook. Like she would wake up any moment. Wake up. And with Bu's command, the corpse started to move. No, something else moved. It was an illusion of Rebecca, from the black energy. Where is this? Rebecca sat blankly, and looked around with more focused eyes. This is the outer section of the tower. Cain? Why? No, what do you mean? Rebecca looked confused. Her time had paused at the Monkey King's palace. When she woke up, she was in a completely different area. And the constraints of the 20th floor was gone. It would be weird if she wasn't confused. And the after effects of dying messed her mind up. Where is Khan and Victoria? The Monkey King? And Rebecca's illusion suddenly cut off. Then, she glared at Yeon-woo coldly. You did something to me. Her mind became clearer as her memories returned to her. She had definitely died. And she had probably returned to Sir Nunnos. But why was she here? She thought of several hypotheses. Then, she thought of something from the energy of death around her. Her face paled again. Yeon-woo silently nodded his head. It's what you think it is. You're crazy. How could you think of waking my Beck? A person's soul could be split into two. Han and Beck. Han was the actual soul that went to the beyond and reincarnated. On the other hand, Beck was different. It was the vestige of the dead body. The vestige of the Monkey King in the palace was included in this. Usually, Beck would scatter away when a body began to rot, but Yeon-woo had tied the Beck into Rebecca, and woke it up. Soul Summon. Rank, BBB+. Proficiency, 21.5%. Summary, the corpses and souls can be summoned from beyond. Sometimes, it can create undead. Boost superior skill, Soul Summon. You have learned how to extract the Beck, vestige, from a dead body. Congratulations! You have learned a new way to control death. With this, your range of power increases. You have achieved an accomplishment that is not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 5,000 karma. You have earned an additional 3,000 karma. Bind the Beck, vestige, you summoned to you. You can have additional rewards. Yeon-woo's eyes shined at the messages popping up in front of him. Greedy was within them. A apostle is definitely different. Beck usually wouldn't be able to regain their consciousness, but Rebecca has a clear mind. It was probably because her level was different from other living things. Just what are you planning on doing with me? I want to borrow your strength. Are you serious right now? Rebecca glared at Yeon-woo with narrowed eyes. To someone who was returning back to a god, waking them up as a vestige was very rude. Her soul had returned to the god, but it wouldn't like to live without anything inside of it. However, is something wrong? Yeon-woo reacted like there wasn't a problem. Up.dfrm novel b, I, n.c, o, m. What? I'm offering a contract. Isn't this better than dying? And you might have some regret too. I'll help you with them. In return, you can help me with what I need. This isn't actually living. But don't you have all your emotions and memories? I think you're no different from something else that's living. Or think of it as being reincarnated. I think that should be good. Rebecca clenched her teeth. He wasn't wrong. Since only her soul was gone, and Rebecca hadn't disappeared. Also, what he said about regrets bothered her. Regrets? Anyone would have them. No, she had been able to become an apostle after training and throwing all these regrets away. But the regrets were still bound to her like chains. When she was younger, there was a monster that had eaten up all of her family. Thinking about it now, she didn't remember it that well. But Rebecca came this far thinking of meeting that beast. When everyone had ignored her because she was a girl, she learned the sword by herself, and was able to become an apostle. But she still thought that she wasn't enough. Because the power of that monster was still sealed in her head. It might have been over-exaggerated because it was such a tremendous to her, but she still wanted more power. That was why she entered the dungeon. She didn't know she would become like this. And she didn't even know what it was. Rebecca shut her eyes tightly. She knew that as an apostle, she shouldn't have these thoughts. It was mocking a god, and dropping her own reputation. But she also wanted to grab the new opportunity that Yeon-woo was talking about. Rebecca wasn't able to speak for a while. If you don't want to, I'll take back your consciousness. Yeon-woo didn't plan on forcing Rebecca with him. Rebecca could be ruined if she was trapped in this body. He would have angered a god, but he still got something out of it. Since he knew how to extract vestige, he could choose people similar to her and do the same thing. Although he would be limited to bodies that hadn't been dead too long. Eventually, Rebecca frowned and barked out to Yeon-woo. You're a son of a bitch. Yeon-woo answered with a calm gaze. I know. But I have to get what I want. Fine. I'll follow you. Yeon-woo's gaze changed. Instead, I have a condition. Go ahead. Freedom for my movements and will. Can't you feel it already? A shadow extended behind Yeon-woo, and Shannon and Han Ryong appeared. Hee. Our master is indeed a bit of a son of a bitch. Master. I'm okay with including Rebecca, but I believe that she should have some respect. Yeon-woo glanced at the people behind him and asked Rebecca. Do these two look like they don't have free will? Teeth Wolf, Saber God. Ooh. The Red Apostle knows me? What an honor. Shannon laughed. Even though he was a semi-ranker, rankers knew his name because he was skilled with the sword. Rebecca was silent after finding out that the two were already with Yeon-woo. Since the Saber God was there, her reputation wouldn't be hurt as much. It might not be that big of a deal, but she was sensitive to it. Fine. But that's not what I'm saying. Then. These two are in the shadow, right? But I want to be able to roam around freely. Yeon-woo wrinkled his forehead. Of course, I won't be able to go far because of the connection with you, but I want to walk the world with my own feet. This seemed to be her last pride. Having free will. So make me a new body. I'm not a god. I don't expect a real body. Even a homunculus is fine. Yeon-woo nodded his head. He couldn't guarantee it, because it was an outstanding artificial body. But I have to have that much knowledge anyway. Since I need knowledge about the Philosopher's Stone and the pocket watch. And Rebecca knew that her request wasn't easy. So she didn't set a time limit. Understood. Instead, before then, how would you like to live as a spirit? Spirit. Chapter 175, Set, 9. Yeon-woo spread out his right hand and pulled out the blue spirit. This was bound to the abyss turtle. As you can see, it doesn't have an identity yet, so it'll be easy to enter it. Also. Yeon-woo spread out his left hand this time. White and black souls appeared at the same time. I'll give you these. It won't be perfect, but you can get some of your holy power back. Rebecca's eyes widened. It was the souls of Hepburn and Soul Luna. A superior species that was a high elf, and a near pure-blooded Soul Luna. If the two souls were absorbed at the same time, her lost level would be regained again quickly. Shannon complained like it was a waste, but Han Ryong stabbed him in the side and told him to be quiet. Actually, the two were plenty satisfied with receiving the swords from Hanova already. Fine. I'll do it. What do I have to do now? Rebecca nodded her head with a firm gaze. Yeon-woo smiled and moved the blue spirit in front of her. Just swallow it. I'll take care of the rest. Rebecca looked disbelieving, but she just swallowed the blue spirit, since there wasn't really anything he could do to her, what with her being dead already. In an instant, Rebecca's vestige scattered and became blue waves. Then, the magic circle that Boo had set up began to activate. It wasn't that hard to combine Rebecca and the blue spirit, since Rebecca's information could just be entered into the blue spirit. That was how easy it was. Then, covering the blue spirit with vestige has been successful. The identity is being formed, and created into a lower-level blue spirit. The lower-level blue spirit has pledged allegiance to you. From now on, she will be bound to the spirit and become your sword and shield. Would you like to choose a name for the lower-level blue spirit? Rebecca. The lower-level blue spirit's name has been set to Rebecca. Loyalty has increased by 15. Control has increased by 5. The current body is not able to handle the vestige of Rebecca, lower-level blue spirit, and stats are being reassigned. While Rebecca was being reborn with transparent blue patterns, she was busy examining herself. Then she realized that it was trying to drop her level even further, so she held her hand out for the souls of Hepburn and Soul Luna. Like when she swallowed the blue spirit, she swallowed the souls immediately. Rebecca, lower-level blue spirit, has overtaken the soul of Hepburn, Durd's disciple. Stats are being reassigned. Rebecca has evolved from lower level to mid-level. Rebecca, mid-level blue spirit, has absorbed the soul of Soul Luna, vampire. Her level is increasing. Stats are being reassigned. The level has evolved from mid-level to high level. Rebecca's being became even clearer, and it didn't fall short to that of a Death Knight. You have succeeded in binding the extracted vestige. You have taken another step in controlling death. An additional reward is being given. Spirit Magic of Abyss. Rank, A. Proficiency, 2.1%. Summary: this is the most rare spirit magic of all spirit magic. You need to learn several skills to understand it. The higher the proficiency, the higher the power of the spirit. Yeon-woo was able to read some of Rebecca's thoughts through their connection. Among them was Rebecca's regrets. The regret that had made Rebecca live again. He had to help her solve them to uphold his side of the contract. Then, Urt is furious. Sir Nunnos looks at you with a feudal face. Urt says something to Sir Nunnos. Sir Nunnos refuses. Sir Nunnos looks at you with a strange gaze. He decides not to speak up about this incident. The demons are beginning to have a discussion about you because someone brought it up. Is it because of my accomplishments? The gods and demons couldn't interfere with the lower floors. They used messages through the system if they wanted to say something, and if they wanted to do something, they would do it within their holy territory or borrow the strength of their apostles. But there were still limits to using their apostles. Even if Ord hated Yeon-woo, she couldn't do anything about his past. It was impossible to do something about a player's accomplishments. And the same went for this case. Yeon-woo was building up his accomplishments with the black bracelet, and he received protection from the system. Sir Nunnos knew this, which was probably why he couldn't do much. However, he didn't even put a curse on him, which he could do. And the opposition that Yeon-woo was expecting wasn't that bad. Because even if it's just vestige, it's still his apostle. Apostles weren't simply a god's spirit. They were their agents and their avatars. Of course, Sir Nunnos would have great interest in his apostle, so he seemed to want to observe the situation more. Meanwhile, Rebecca was busy examining her half-transparent body like she couldn't get used to it. Yeon-woo silently watched her and thought of the other message. The attention of some demon that had been going on for a while. Just what had they brought up? Even if he didn't want to care about it, it was still on his mind. The first thing Rebecca attempted was materialization. It was to be expected, since she wanted a physical body, but the proficiency of the spirit magic was too low. Oh well. But I hope you quickly raise the proficiency of the skill. Don't worry. Just by having you summoned like this raises the proficiency. And I'll study spirit magic when I can. Yeon-woo no longer spoke formally to her since she was his subordinate now. She didn't really seem to care about it. She believed that sincerity was more important than being polite for show. And if there was another reward, it was that the growth of holy power in Rebecca's body had taken place. Sir Nunnos hadn't taken it back. It was only a minuscule amount compared to when she was living, but Yeon-woo was still grateful. Since that meant that he could lend his power anytime. When everything was finished, Yeon-woo began to help Hanova again. Hanova seemed surprised to see Rebecca following Yeon-woo, but he ignored her upon realizing she was a spirit. He knew that things would get annoying if he questioned what Yeon-woo did. And Rebecca was pretty helpful. Because hunters had to solo play, she knew how to fix weapons and such. She had knowledge of metallurgy, and she could bless items with her holy power. And Yeon-woo lit up holy fire while helping Hanova. It was something Hanova had allowed. This was because it was a process that could blend Yeon-woo's will into the items. A full moon cycle passed by like that. The artifact Hanova's magic armor helmet has been completed. The artifact Hanova's magic armor boots has been completed. The artifact Hanova's magic armor handcuffs has been completed. The magic armor set has been created. You have been a great help to Hanova in finishing his art. Your blood, sweat, tears, and emotions have combined with the armor. Understanding with the magic armor set deepens by +20. You have gained knowledge about metallurgy. A part of the sealed dragon's knowledge is being released. The proficiency of the skill Draconic Eyes has increased 65.2%. Set up your own metallurgy after learning more things. Yeon-woo looked at the new magic armor with the white mask that he temporarily had on. Among them were things he had that were fixed, and things that were newly made. So he extended his hand to check them. Nuh-uh. Already. Hanova stopped Yeon-woo's hand with his pipe. Why? What do you mean why? It's because you're going too fast. Yeon-woo's eyes widened. It's still not done. Hanova bit his pipe and grinned. Wait a moment. Yeon-woo looked confusedly at Hanova because he didn't understand. Then, Hanova pulled out a glass bottle that was about the size of his hand. There was a liquid that shined like a ruby inside of it. At that moment, Yeon-woo's gaze changed. His eyelids shook. Who? You seem to recognize what it is. Good to see you're not blind. Well, I suppose you should be able to recognize this if you bothered me like that to teach you metallurgy. Is that really Hell's Tears? Yeah. I got it a long time ago. I was wondering where to use it. I didn't really have anywhere to use it, so I'll use it specially on your items. Consider the points you gave me to be spent on buying this. Hell's Tears were from a species that had gone extinct long before the draconic species. It was the last inheritance of Princess Hell from the giant species. Hell was powerful enough to be called the mother of the underground. She had enmity with several demons, and even gods were wary of her. The tears she spilled were famous enough to be rumored as the fire in hell. Except for godly materials, this was the most highly ranked item. I got it out because I saw that your properties were mostly progressed with dark and fire properties. And with this, Hanova began to speak confidently, like he was saying he was something worth the respect. Yeon-woo's shock didn't fade away even while Hanova was explaining. He knew that Hell's Tears were extremely good material. But that wasn't important to Yeon-woo right now. Why is that still? Hell's Tears. It was something his brother had presented to Hanova. What surprised me the most when I entered the tower was that they didn't have the concept of birthdays. They had the custom of remembering when they were born. But it was just another day to them. They didn't have the tradition of celebrating when they were born. I thought it was a bit pitiful. It's a day that only comes by once in a year. I thought that the tower was really a cold place. I didn't like that. So I wanted to celebrate the members' birthdays on my own at least. I'm pretty sure Hanova's birthday is soon. What would he like? Hee. Mom said I was a better present to her than my brother, who doesn't listen. After a lot of consideration, he decided to give Hanova the Hell's Tears that he got with great difficulty. Since Hanova was a smithy, he wanted to give him something he could use. Hanova scolded his brother for getting him something useless, but his brother saw the expression on Hanova's face when he turned around. Yeon-woo thought that Hanova would have used it a long time ago. But it was still there? Updated from Nouvelle Bien, com. And there weren't any traces of the glass bottle being opened. That meant that he had cherished it without using it once. Before Yeon-woo could say something, Hanova opened the bottle. The contents of the bottle became red smoke and flowed outside of the bottle. It whirled above the magic armor set and settled into it. Then, with an explosion, all the armor combined into one, except for the magic bayonet and magic iron sword. It looked like all the armor had disappeared and only one was left. Hee. You can check it. Hanova smoked his pipe, looking pleased with himself. Yeon-woo tried to not show his shaking eyes and put his hand on the one that was left. Congratulations! You have succeeded in finishing a masterpiece with Hanova. This art will be blessed by many gods and envied by many demons. You have achieved an accomplishment not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 10,000 karma. You have earned an additional 15,000 karma. As an additional reward, your understanding of metallurgy has become deeper, and you gained Considering Eyes. Considering Eyes and Draconic Eyes have combined to increase the proficiency of Draconic Eyes. 69.8%. Yeon-woo checked the armor. Hanova's magic armor. Category: Rank S. Masterpiece. Summary: the masterpiece was originally made to support the user with the specialized information given about them, but with Hell's Tears, it has even more potential. Once it's worn, it can change as the user wishes. It has an automatic fixing feature, so it can repair itself after damage. It is also light, contributing to fast movement. Hell Tears. It has the purification of hell, the mother of the underground. It influences dark, evil, and fire properties. The change in the properties depends on the user's proficiency. Draconic Eyes, supporting. It widens the eyes of the great draconic species. Extrasensory perception, supporting. The range. This artifact is unique. There is only one in the entire tower, and it is bound to its owner. It cannot be shared with anyone else. With the influence of the masterpiece, additional skills that are added will add new options. It clears your head when worn. Many gods and demons admire and envy this. Yeon-woo tightened his hand on the armor. The supporting feature was obvious since it was specially ordered, but Yeon-woo had never seen all skills being influenced like this. And the fact that it was specialized towards fire and dark properties proved that it was specially made for Yeon-woo. For this to be possible, the maker must have thoroughly researched the player who ordered it. It wasn't something you could do in a day. Even though Yeon-woo had given his information, a lot of time had to be invested in this. Try wearing it. Yeon-woo put the armor, which was a breastplate, on his body. Then, he felt something stretch about his body like rubber. He felt like something connected between the armor and his body. He thought of what he read in the information window. All armor was a bit uncomfortable and unnatural to move in. But when he twisted and turned, the movement was smooth and natural. As the options were activated, his body heated up as well. How do you like it? Hanova asked, satisfied. It's comfortable. Yeon-woo replied. It was like being in your father and mother's arms. The words that Yeon-woo couldn't bring himself to say remained in his mouth.